does the time go? You look in cute chat. Hasan, you the man. Keep it up, Browski. Has buff. I love you, gang. Hasan, thank you for everything you do. Hassle. Love the stream and glad you unlit me.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks,
thank you for a great 10 months.
We are live and alive once again, folks. Woo! And let me tell you something. Not even burned, dude. Not even remotely burned. I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic day. It is Wednesday, April 28th, 2021, 1:26 p.m. And obviously, I'm a little late if you did not tune into the earlier part of the broadcast where I was playing some motherfucking b-ball. And I apologize. Technically, I started the stream at like 10:30, and a lot of you were in here, but I guess a lot of you left. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I want to start the broadcast with a little bit of sad news. From what I understand, Spanish comedian El Risitas, the face of the KEKW emote, passed away today.
Okay.
I only know him from the meme, but you guys know it is the most used emote. His face is the most used face that you see on this broadcast right here, more than any other.
Rip.
So rest in peace. Heaven got a new angel today. Rest in peace, Risitas.
Said she was always Kek.
We will obviously still honor the laughter and joy that he brought to millions of people by continuing to defend the usage of KEKW, continue to defend KEKW, the #1 KEKW defense brigade, boys, and we will continue to immortalize them in perpetuity.
Resub for the dumpy action earlier, Kek.
R.I.P. to the GOAT. Kind of wild that now LulW and KEKW have both passed away. The faces of both emotes have now passed away. Both are great emotes, obviously. But having said that, obviously we are a KEKW community, and if you fucking use that LulW shit in here, I will ban you, motherfucker. I will not think twice. I will ban you so hard. You understand me? Anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, there's some news to cover today. And we're gonna cover it. We're gonna get to the covering. I was talking about this already. I literally went to the I went to my parents after I ended the broadcast last night. And after that, I left their apartment. I'm like, fuck, I need to get chicken for tomorrow so I can prepare it. Like last night, up at 10 p.m., I was preparing chicken for today. You know what I'm saying? So we're back on the fucking diet, boys.
Yay,
hard as fuck.
Baby.
Let me just tweet out that I'm live, actually, because people probably don't know that I am. R.I.P. KEKW, you live on in our community forever. I probably shouldn't say R.I.P. KEKW. I probably should say R.I.P. El Risitas. Right? Okay. I am live now. Actually, I should tweet that separately. I'm gonna say I'll tweet R.I.P. El Risitas. You live in our community forever as KEKW in a little bit. I'll tweet that later. Not as like a separate thing. Okay. Rudy Giuliani's apartment searched. Tax increases are coming. Joe Biden delivers joint
driver's ed right
session
now. Help, I have no idea what
address.
the instructor is saying.
I am live. Get in now. Daycare is open.
Thanks for keeping me
My
entertained
joints
and hassle.
are broken. www.twitch.tv/HasanAbi. You guys enjoy the B-ball earlier today? Yeah, you like that? Twitter is broken as fuck. Wait, really? Is Twitter broken right now? I have no idea. You're not a real hot hooper. Pretty cringe of a hooper to not be able to dunk at 6'4" despite working out for years, nor bodying up the opposition for easy buckets. You want to play basketball? I'm all for it, but there's no reason you need to pretend to be a real hooper when you ain't got the sauce.
Hey Hasan, my Argentinian wife left me the other day and I really want to get her back. What are your tips?
There's this cookie at PetSmart that supposedly helps with joints. It's kind of dry, but you get used to it. Yeah, I know. Ignore them, you shredded. Thank you. I saw my Argentinian wife left me the other day and I really want to get her back. What are your tips? I'm thinking of bankrolling a mansion in LA. Let me know. Yeah. Just get a cool $82 million from a fucking bank and you could build a $500 million mansion with that.
It's nice to
and when no one wants to purchase your insanely expensive. The video was broken for a bunch of times and we couldn't see y'all playing for like 5 minutes. I mean, that's gonna happen.
Hassle, love you guys.
This was myth earlier. What is it?
Bro, don't disrespect me like that. I got him, bro. I got him.
Bro, no you don't, bro. He been doing that to you all game. Go guard him over there.
I'm not finna guard him. But look at him. He can't hoop. He got a Kanye shoulder. This nigga like 5'4", but no. I got him, bro. I got him.
Man, whatever, bro. Hey, watch out. ISO.
Bro, come Don't do me like that.
Talk about what happened?
I'm saying you're not finna be calling me sorry. You ain't call ice on nobody else, but you want to call ice on me.
I mean, I just feel like you're the sorriest one out here.
I am not the sorriest nigga on this court. Bro, don't do me like that. But take it back up, bro. You're not finna disrespect me like that. I'm not the sorriest one on the court. I've been putting up points.
All right, bro.
Hey, watch out, let him shoot.
Turk Nowitzki, my favorite player of
I
all
only
time.
missed one shot. That does not make me sorry.
Fadeaways, poggies.
Bro, I'm feeling pressured. I don't know if I'm gonna hit it
Let's
no
shoot
more.
the ball.
Oh, somebody please guard me. I don't know if I could do this no more. I'm feeling
Please
pressured.
guard me.
Oh my God, bro. Just.
Hey, Cookies. Hey, rip him. Yeah, rip him.
All right, y'all got it. I'm done. I quit. Y'all not finna keep disrespecting me. I swear to God, I'm done. I'm done. I'm not playing no more ever. I promise you that.
And they got me last.
Bro, why are the fucking half of their videos like straight up?
Love tuning into your stream. Yeah. And to just see your old ass and Will's old ass stretching. Yeah. That's what he said. It's true.
Why did I ruin the moment?
This motherfucker really talking about race realism at the b-ball court. Yeah, of course, dude.
Wait, dude, chat, if you think this is the most inappropriate place for me to talk about this, wait till you go out and meet women. And Hasan starts dropping race realism shit on girls who are 4 gray gooses deep.
Listen, women love hearing about race realism at the nightclub.
Hell yeah. That and signing up for your local DSA, right?
Yup.
Hey, Brittany, I know you're having a great time doing ketamine. But do you know about the DSA?
Democratic Socialists of America. Hey, it works.
Hasan is so lame. Bitch, you watch me all day and you love it. What does that say about you then? Noel replied, what did he say? Watch me absolutely dunk on this man. Hey, Noel Miller, this gigantic man is screaming at you. It's beef or...
Noel Miller, I'm talking to you, motherfucker. It's on. If I don't see you on the courts next week on Wednesday, you're fucking canceled, bitch. I'm sending my fucking stands after you. You understand me? Oh, look at me. I'm ethically ambiguous. Why won't he reveal his race? I don't know. What does he have to hide?
What stands? You guys, dude. You guys, dude. You guys. Come on, dude. Just act like we're more organized. You know what I mean? Those kids told Mint they used to watch them when they play Fortnite. The disrespect. Yeah, I know. Listen. Any Hades today? Yeah. Listen, just act like we do that, okay? Act like we do that.
Bro, this place is awesome. There's hella old ladies just chilling, you know? Just fucking doing Zumba. And one of them said, I wish we could be naked right now. I kid you not, the average age in here in the Zumba lesson is probably like 54.
6 months and
we're about to go gilf hunting, boys. That gussy. Yikes.
That game is not over? What the fuck? How long is that shit? First of all, that game is forever. Dude, it's kind of funny. Like, I feel like for a video game platform, there's people that like literally don't understand how video games work. You know what I mean? It's a fucking roguelike. It could be as it's literally an infinite game, right? And dudes really are out here on a video game platform and don't understand video games, and then they're like, they just have spicy takes. Sano 1v1 first 21 ones and twos next Wednesday. I know you're doing boxing lessons. but watch me box you with this dumper.
Hey Hassie, thanks for 10 months of Poggy's content. Dadash, hope you're feeling good, Hass.
It's because they watch it during the afternoon and then watch hot tub streams till midnight. True. Yo, Haas, I'm sure you give her that work, but stay the fuck away from my grandma. Nah, dude, it's over. I am gonna clamp your grandma's back walls, dude.
Has hug.
Dr. Fauci, give us vaccines.
Oh, dude, this is so bad. What the fuck?
Help all the people who have been quarantined. We'll wear our masks and we'll have to stay distant. We'll wash our hands and we'll be more resistant. Fauci, yes? Promise us, please. We'll have a...
Bro, this kid's gonna be... You guys are making fun of this kid, but like, he's 100% on a track to go to Yale and then the CIA. And he is going to be organizing like the Afghan poppy field economy for the next 25 years. You know what I mean? He's literally going to have like, he's going to be responsible for thousands of people's deaths. Okay. Like straight up, these kids like this they go on the Pete Buttigieg track. Okay. This kid's definitely going into the CIA.
As a psychotherapist since I graduated university, Poggies.
That's just young Pete Buttigieg. This is the voice of the angel of death.
Cure that can fight off this disease. Restrictions will lift.
Honestly, when you and Will were joking about Caitlyn Jenner and Will used their dead name, I was honestly offended. As a straight, white, cisgendered man, I personally feel like I need to come to my queen's defense. Oh my God, I thought you were being serious for a second. Jesus.
9 months hassle.
Is bullying bad, Hasan?
With some ease, Dr. Fauci, don't forget me.
Oh God, this is...
Love you, bad boo boo.
I know the KEKW guy died. I know. Man, that is... I mean, I don't understand. Like, it's like kind of ballsy to be able to just be so fucking lame. Noel Miller's search history after this. Moon shoes. Do moon shoes still exist? Where to buy moon shoes? Do moon shoes work? Moon shoes, Amazon. I thought that was an OTK mask. I thought it was a Twitch mask. You better come out like this on Noel Miller.
Here's shot. Against Dudley. Nice!
It's gonna be real funny when he's like just nasty with it. You know what I mean? Dude seems a bit autistic, just saying. Okay, don't do that thing. Okay? Don't do that. Don't do that thing. Like, as soon as we're looking at a video, like, assuming that someone has a disability does not make you fucking... does not make you woke. It kind of makes you ableist. Okay? Like, I hate that. I hate when people are just like... Oh, please fix your fucking hair. Shut up. I know. I just showered, okay? It's gonna be fucking weird for a little bit until it dries and then it's normal. Noel's fast. Don't underestimate. I'm not underestimating. We're just fucking around, dude. I am not in any kind of way to... I am not in any shape to like be talking shit. I am in dog shit form, so... NFT that lets you destroy a dead black artist painting? Winners of this NFT auction may destroy the original Basquiat drawing. The mixed media work on paper by the legendary artist will be sold on OpenSea Marketplace where the bidding starts at Ethereum, the equivalent of $2,500. At the winner's discretion, the physical drawing may then be deconstructed, thereby conferring status on the NFT as the only remaining form of the work. What the fuck?
One entire awful terrible no good year subbed at least Timbo and chat made things
You just
better.
got owned on the official
Help
Twitch
the
channel?
Twitch discovery system. You know, set what you see and what you don't see on the platform. Now, HasanAbi. Oh, actually, I am interested in Hasan. Let me go back. In your settings, then you can go and you can adjust all of this.
What the fuck, dude? DJ, wait, what are you doing?
Your recommendations in the feedback. And look, I know that this doesn't solve everything, but there needs to be at least a solution for individuals that are like, I see this content and I would prefer not to see this content. So help the Twitch to.
What the fuck, dude? What? Listen, nobody do that, okay? Damn, I used to be the what's the word? Apple of their eye. I used to be the golden boy of Twitch. Look at where I've fallen. I'm a bad boy now, dude, because I'm doing disrespectful things on the basketball court. You know? I used to be the poster boy. I was never the poster boy of Twitch, by the way. That was a joke. The only time I would have been the fucking poster boy of Twitch was when I put Twitch on the map. He said he liked it. Yeah, I know. Yeah, he does. The only time I was a poster boy for Twitch was when I was putting Twitch on the map for ways that they probably don't want to.
Thank you for 11 months, Mr. B.
Anyway, because you aren't hot tubbing, you should start streaming a hot tub, dude.
9 months, Jesus Christ. Hassle.
Yeah, I got Twitch on Fox for free, dude. Let's go. Is that a beer? No, it's not a beer. I first heard of you in the New York Times article. Wait, really? Wasn't AOC Among Us greater than 821? No. Because that was more... People talked more about AOC than they talked about, like, me putting it together. So, no. Whereas the 821 was just all me, baby.
6 months, Ajan Pogo.
So, definitely not. You're not following XQC? Shaking my head? What? This is not my Twitch, dude. Juicers are so fucking weird. Boris angry he has ever been?
Who initially?
Oh, let's see. Let's see what's going on in the fucking UK, bruv. Okay, the estate already
6 months hassle.
I'm still living about the Basquiat painting as if the man wasn't fucking exploited enough while he was alive. These greedy slime balls are fucked in the head. No, the estate already shut it down.
Initially paid for the redecoration of his Downing Street flat.
13 months.
As for the latest stuff that he's bringing up, he should know that I paid for Downing Street refurbishment personally, Mr. Speaker, and I contrast it. Any further declaration that I have to make, I will, if any, I will be advised upon by Lord.
Let's ask it a different way. Either, this is the initial invoice, Prime Minister, initial invoice, either the taxpayer paid the initial invoice, or it was the Conservative
Please
Party,
talk about what's going on in
or
Jerusalem.
it was a private donor,
Thank you, Curtis M.
or it was the Prime Minister. So I'm making it easy for the Prime Minister. It's now multiple choice. There are only 4 options. It should be easier than finding the chatty rat, Mr. Speaker.
Thanks for all you
So
do.
I asked the Prime Minister
Take
again,
time for yourself,
who
more
paid
untouched
the
grass.
initial
Hassle.
invoice, Prime Minister, for the redecoration of the Prime Minister's flat, the initial invoice?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I've given him...
Oh, God. The way that this works, where they have to sit back down and stand back up again, makes it so dastardly. Absolutely diabolical.
The answer is I have covered the costs, and I think most people will find it absolutely bizarre. And of course, there's an electoral commission investigating this, and I can tell him that I've conformed in full with the code of conduct, with ministerial code, and officials have been have been advising me throughout this whole thing. But I think people will think it absolutely bizarre that he is focusing on this issue.
Mr. Speaker, it's been widely reported that Lord Brownlow, who just happens to have been given...
One of the rules in the parliament is you can't even call anyone a lawyer. Liar? Lawyer. What am I doing?
...a peerage by the Conservative Party, was asked to donate £58,000 to help repay for the cost of this refurbishment. Can the Prime Minister, if he's so keen to answer, confirm, did Lord Brownlow make that payment for that purpose?
Minister. Mr. Speaker, I think I've answered this question several times now, and the answer is that I have covered the costs. I have met the requirements that I've been obliged to meet in full. And when it comes to the taxpayer and the costs of Number 10 Downing Street, it was the previous Labour government. I think Tony Blair racked up a bill of £350,000. And I think what the people of this country want to see is minimising taxpayer expense. They want to see a government that's focused on their needs and delivering more homes for the people of.
I've just lost the plot entirely. I can't. When they're speaking in their fake language, I don't understand what they're saying. You know what I mean? I don't even know what's happening, dude. Like, what is this language?
76 years ago, Mussolini died. Bella ciao, comrades.
Of this country and cutting council tax, which is what we're doing. And it's on that basis that I think people are going to judge our parties on May the 6th.
Keir Starmer. Answer the question. That's what the public scream at their televisions every PMQs. Answer the question. The Prime Minister hasn't answered the question.
I mean, Starmer's fucking dog shit too. Like, he's a conservative Labour guy, so he's also fucking dog shit. The only difference is, I mean, look, British politics is turning into US politics again, where the only saving grace of the Labour Party in that circumstance is that they're not the Tories. You know? They're all elitist dipshits who are terrible.
He knows he hasn't answered the question. He never answers the question. The Prime Minister will be aware that he's required to declare any benefits that relate to his political activities, including loans or credit arrangements, within 28 days. 28 days, Prime Minister. Yes.
What?
He will
Vote
also
Nico
know that
for London Mayor.
must be recorded in the register of ministers' interests, and that under the law, any donation of over £500 to a political party must be registered and declared. So the rules are very clear. The Electoral Commission now think that there are reasonable grounds to suspect that an offence or offences may have occurred. That's incredibly serious. Can the Prime Minister tell the House, does he believe that any rules or law...
I mean, they caught him in 4K. He fucking originally... What? So he originally remodeled his house on the taxpayer's dime, bruv. And it's absolutely unacceptable. Unacceptable. It's corruption, bruv. Do you have a license for that fucking wallpaper, bruv? Do you? Do you have a license for that wallpaper? That is what I'm here to ask on this glorious day. Unacceptable. Dastardly.
Laws have been broken in relation to
Rudy
the
for the 18 months.
Prime Minister's flat.
Prime Minister. No, I don't, Mr. Speaker. What I believe has been strained to breaking point is the credulity of the public. He has half an hour every week to put serious and sensible questions to me about the state of the pandemic, about the vaccine rollout, about what we're doing to support our NHS, about what we're doing to fight crime, about what we're doing to bounce back from this pandemic, about the...
I love the deflection here. Where it's like, oh, you have so much time to ask me good questions, and instead you're spending it on my wallpaper. It's like, bitch, but you're also kind of the person who is, you know, using taxpayer dime when everyone's suffering out here, you know, fixing up your fucking flat, bruv.
The economic recovery, about jobs for the people of this country. And he goes on and on, Mr. Speaker, about wallpaper when, as I've told him umpteen times now, I paid for it.
Keir Starmer. Mr. Speaker, can I remind the Prime Minister of the Nolan Principles, which are meant to govern the behaviour of those in public office? They're these: selflessness, integrity, objectivity, accountability.
And no wallpaper on the flat on Downing Street.
Openness, honesty, and leadership.
Yeah, dude. I think about Boris Johnson when I think about all that. And no wallpaper on the taxpayer's dime, bruv.
Instead, what do we get from this Prime Minister and this Conservative government? Dodgy contracts, jobs for their mates, and cash for access. And who's at the heart of it? The Prime Minister, Major Sleaze, sitting
no
there.
Wallpaper without representation, bruv.
Good luck shitting on Boris right now. I feel like his base of support is solidified, especially after there's like anti-lockdown protests going around in the country. I don't know what his like approval rating looks like currently. Probably not great, but didn't he recently say that he would rather pile bodies than go through another lockdown? Better than Starmer's? Yeah, I mean, because Starmer's fucking dog shit. After his leaked text, it's actually starting to drop finally. It's at like 46%. Bro, dude, British people, look, Americans, let me tell you something. Okay? You, as Americans, assume that British people, because they have this like accent, are proper and intelligent, okay? But literally, in order to win over the British people, all you need to do is say, we're getting the fucking pints back, bruv. We're opening back the pubs. We're opening back the pubs, all right? No fucking closings on the pubs, bruv. Right? And we're saving football. We're saving football. And that's it. There you go. You secured the bag. Half the fucking country is now on your side. Especially with an ineffective, feckless, conservative-ass Labour Party that is too busy, or that spent the better half of fucking last year infighting and and going through like internal corruption and still trying to fucking beat a dead horse. That dead horse being, unfortunately, you know, Corbyn. It's just terrible.
Rest in peace to the ultimate
American calling the Labour Party conservative? No, I said conservative Labour. What do you mean, American calling the Labour Party conservative? The Labour Party is significantly more leftist than the Democratic Party, but I mean, there is what are we going to act like? Are we going to act like in the absence of Corbyn, there wasn't like a very conservative momentum, a neoliberal streak within the Labour Party that they straight up turned back to? Anyway, the only thing further left in the UK is the NHS. Everything else is way worse than America. Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty big tiny thing though. You know what I'm saying? Labor is center at this point, and we can all thank Blair for that. Are you going to watch the KEKW video one last time, Hasan? No, probably not. Starmer described as part of the soft left pack within the Labour Party. They tend to agree on the expansions on healthcare and social security, but have fairly neoliberal positions on trade and foreign relations. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, it's the Blairite scourge that has rotted labor from within, as far as I understand. So, are we gonna act like Tony Blair didn't exist? I mean, not we. You're talking about the people in the chat that are saying like labor is so much more progressive. Like fuck you. There's so much more leftists. Like yeah, there are more leftists in the American Democratic Party. But the American Democratic Party is literally fucking more right-wing and more reactionary, maybe not on social issues, but certainly on economic issues than the motherfucking Tories. I mean, seriously. Think about that. Anyway, while you think about that, another thing you should be thinking about outside of Boris's beautiful head of hair is the fact that, do I have a license for, British broadcasting? I do not. But also, it is top of the hour. And now, at the top of the hour, every hour, there is a 60-second ad break. And if you'd like to no longer see those ads at the 60-second ad break, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do it for $5, or you can do it for free by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get one free Prime subscription a month. You can use it on your favorite British broadcaster, HasanAbi, or you can use it on someone else, but please, you can use it here. This way you get to, send HasanAbi, the broadcaster, links as well. It will offer you a license for the links, bruv. Here's the 1 minute ad now. Oh, come on! Red streamer from basketball? I'm not actually that red.
Spot on.
Oh, dude, Rudy Giuliani's son is horrible, dude. Trigger warning, Rudy Giuliani's son. Are you ready?
American.
Let's get to Rudy Giuliani now, actually.
Much love and thanks for all that you do.
I'm speaking as a son and a concerned American. Anybody, any American, whether you're red or blue, should be extremely disturbed by what happened here today, by the continued politicization of the Justice Department. This is disgusting. This is absolutely...
He's not even as bad as... Look. There's worse. Like, this photo is a classic, dude. This is literally what he looks like. This is Rudy Giuliani's son is what happens when you hit Bill Burr in the face with a shovel.
Is that Matt Gaetz?
absurd, and it's the continued...
Hasan is grift. Why are you making fun of people's looks? Well, I think you already have your... I think you already have your answer, my friend. It's because, I'm a grifter.
Or just get...
politicization of the Justice Department that we have seen. Mind you, I'm speaking...
My man say you're being racist to the British, too. Hasan, hi Hasan, I'm Boris Johnson's nephew, William. You can Google me. Do you have an email I can reach you on to discuss an interview? Thanks. I'm considerably more left-wing than my uncle. Hope to speak to you soon. I don't believe that.
Heart. Your show, thank you for what you do, entertain me. 2 hearts.
That's why you don't fuck your cousin? Yeah, this is the outcome.
Piece of evidence that they did not take up there today was the only piece of incriminating evidence that is in there. And it does not belong to my father. It belongs to the current president's son. The only...
Haspog.
This is Rudy Giuliani's son. Andrew Giuliani. So, I don't really... going on, to be honest with you. The Rudy Giuliani shit dropped quick, you know? But the federales have raided Rudy Giuliani's apartment on a search warrant. Let's take a look at what's going on,
CNN
boys.
has now confirmed developments that were first reported earlier this hour by the New York Times, and they are huge. Federal investigators served a search warrant today at former Trump attorney Rudy Giuliani's New York City apartment and potentially seized electronic devices belonging to the former New York City mayor and Trump confidant. Let's bring in our justice correspondent, Evan Perez, for more details. Evan, what more do we know?
Well, John, this is a decision that obviously would have had to get approval by the highest levels of the Justice Department. Lisa Monaco is now the Deputy Attorney General as of last week, and she would have had to approve of taking this step under a memo that was issued at the end of December by then Deputy Attorney General Jeffrey Rose.
The Fox News is covering this too, by the way. This is bread and butter. This is finally some fucking hot shit that Fox can talk about. In between defending Joe Rogan and saying that like Joe Rogan is fucking smarter than Anthony Fauci or knows more than Anthony Fauci does about fucking mask wearing and shit, they're definitely gonna cover this and be like, we have long said that the intelligence community is biased and they're basically they're all libtards and they're all being you know, they're all attacking honest, God-fearing, red-blooded Americans, and it's unacceptable. You know, it's great. Great opportunity for them to cover this shit.
Rosen had been wrangling with
the prosecutors have obtained search warrants as part of an investigation into Mr. Giuliani, into whether Mr. Giuliani broke lobbying laws as President Trump's personal lawyer, and that's what the investigation is revolving around.
This issue in the closing months of the Trump administration, John. This is a request that the Southern District of New York, the prosecutors there, had made to headquarters of Justice Department to get approval to get this very intrusive, very unusual, obviously, warrant against the president, the sitting president's personal lawyer. And so this is something that got the attention of everybody at the highest levels of the Justice Department at the time. And at that time, they decided that there was not enough evidence. They believed that the prosecutors needed more before trying to get this warrant. Again, they wanted to get electronic devices. They wanted to get documents. They wanted to go to his residence, to his office. Again, very, very unusual steps, and it required a lot more approvals at the Justice Department at the time. Jeffrey Rosen and some of the leadership of the Justice Department decided that there wasn't enough evidence. Clearly, that has been revisited by the new Biden administration leadership, and they decided that it was okay to do this raid today. And it's obviously, you know, a big step because, you know, not only is the former president's personal lawyer, John, but just getting to, as you know, just getting into a lawyer's office means that you're going to get sensitive documents, attorney-client privileged documents that they're going to have to set up a separate team to review before.
I think there's nothing funnier than Rudy Giuliani's large adult son, Andrew Giuliani, who said he was recently going to run for mayor, crying that, you know, they should take Hunter Biden's laptop instead, and they didn't. Long after the election is over, you know, it's fucking awesome. It is great that they're still ringing that. They're still trying to do that, like, that, they're still running that Hunter Biden's laptop shit, which is hilarious. Like, motherfucker, Hunter Biden is not the president. Like,
some of the prosecutors, the investigators can even take a look at it. There's a lot of steps involved in taking a very unusual step like this.
Right, no question, and that will be fought, as we've seen in other cases, fought through the courts. So what is acceptable to hand over, what is viewed as privileged. Evan, just help our viewers understand. This case, the investigation of Rudy Giuliani, as you note, dates back to the Trump administration. Either they came up with new evidence, or Lisa Monaco decided to apply a different standard.
Rudy Giuliani isn't president either? Yeah, that's true. Pay me to throw. You are correct about that. Except when you do illegal shit and there's an investigation into you, then federal authorities look into it. Whereas what Hunter Biden did, while still pretty fucking corrupt, like regular old nepotism, was not illegal. Unless it's illegal to be fucking awesome, okay? If it's illegal to be a fucking awesome dude who's just cool as fuck, then, they probably should. They probably should throw him in jail. They should throw him under the jail.
Than her predecessor from the Trump administration. Our reporting will tell us that in the days and hours ahead as we see what's filed in the court or what's under seal in the court and do some reporting. But remind us of the questions at stake here. Two of Rudy Giuliani's associates already under federal indictment. The question that was on the table was his work with these Ukrainians, did it somehow lead him into conflicts and violations of federal law?
Right, exactly. And the law in question is the Foreign Agents Registration Act, FARA. It's a law that has been problematic for the Justice Department. They've had some trouble getting convictions on them. And frankly, just, in the Mueller investigation, kind of came back in vogue. The Justice Department now has an entire unit set up to do these types of cases, to go after people who are representing foreign governments and aren't registering as they should with the Justice Department. The question here, John, will be, and I think one of the reasons why some of the leaders of the Justice Department had some trouble with this, was Rudy Giuliani acting on behalf of the Russian government or the Ukrainian officials at the time that he was doing some of the stuff that he was doing, or was he acting as the president's lawyer? Giuliani and his defenders and the president's team the former president's team would argue that Giuliani was acting as the president's personal lawyer, and it was within his political work to try to go get this evidence, which was really intended to tar and to attack Joe Biden and his family for, as part of his political work on behalf of the president, the then president. The issue here is whether that qualifies as a violation of the Foreign Agents Registration Act, whether the lobbying that he was doing work would qualify as a violation of those laws. And so, I think, again, this is not a slam dunk case. I think there's been a reason why investigators have been working on this, and you still see that the case has not been brought, because this is going to be a tough case to bring, and you can expect, you brought it up, the former president, his legal team are likely to go to court and say, well, you can't get this, you can't get that, because they know that there could be some exposure on the part of the former president.
Right, and so this will end up before a federal judge, but it's the Biden Justice Department playing at least initial referee at the moment instead of the Trump Justice Department. That is a big change there. Evan, stay with us. I just want to remind people, remember, one of the questions late in the Trump administration, David Chalian, was should the former president issue blanket pardons to a whole bunch of people who had ethical questions raised about them, including Rudy Giuliani, his attorney. That was not done in the end, but I just want to remind people again, and this is the day of the insurrection. This is the rally before the pro-Trump mob marched up to the Capitol. Rudy Giuliani was with this president on issues that raise a whole lot of ethical questions, including the big lie. Listen to the very end.
So, over the next 10 days, we get to see the machines that are crooked, the ballots that are fraudulent, and if we're wrong, we will be made fools of. But if we're right, a lot of them will go to jail.
Stay strong, truth teller. Brave truth teller. Time for trial by combat, I think. Oh my God. Does he get to represent himself? No, he was disbarred. I mean, I guess you can fucking represent yourself as someone who doesn't have a license. Sorry guys, I got fucking groceries sent, or groceries delivered. He wasn't disbarred? Wait, really? I thought, didn't they take his fucking... Am I crazy? Oh my God, is this a Berenstein Bears moment where I thought after he Oh, never mind. They launched a historic inquiry to have him get disbarred, but they didn't actually. Sorry. The New York City Bar Association
helping out the president in this particular impeachment trial. He was among those named as part of a massive $2.7 billion defamation lawsuit just this past week that was filed by a voting tech company over election misinformation.
They are. Rudy Giuliani is not having a good year, okay? This is not his year, boys. This is not his year, you know? It's just not good.
I want you to listen to Giuliani's reaction when a disclaimer was suddenly added to his radio show.
They should do a disclaimer. They should do a fucking... Here's a disclaimer. Rudy Giuliani content, okay? I'm going to give you guys a disclaimer. Rudy Giuliani. Trigger warning.
The views, assumptions, and opinions expressed by former U.S. Attorney to the President of the United States, and New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani, his guests and callers on his program are strictly their own and do not necessarily represent the opinions, beliefs, or policies of WABC Radio.
Now, it's former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani on New York's Talk Radio 77 WABC.
I would have thought they would have told me about that before just doing what they just did. Rather insulting.
That's so good, dude. Oh, that's so
It
fucked.
gives you a sense of how far this free speech thing.
It's true. His only good year was 2001, and it's literally because of 9/11. I know. He was considered America's mayor because he was the mayor during, you know, in the aftermath and during 9/11. So he's just like...
is gone. I also think putting it on without telling me, not the right thing to do.
Damn, imagine peaking on 9/11, dude. It's pretty fucked.
Not the right thing to do at all.
I guess same shit happened to George W. Bush, too, though.
Laura, sounds like his station was worried about getting sued.
Well, they should be. And I note that I do a 3-hour radio show 5 days a week live with no disclaimer. Why is that, Anna? And why do most people never do that? Because most people don't have to have the 10-foot pole extended out because of careless statements that jeopardize the ability.
Now that the KEKW guy died, I think it would be respectful of you to retire KEKW permanently. It's the right thing to do. Fuck no, dude. What a dumb fucking take. Are you fucking kidding me? Absolutely not, dude. God damn. It's literally the opposite, dude. KEKW all the fucking way. Kidding me, dude?
Of a news organization or otherwise to say that we actually are presenting facts and information. We begin with facts and then invite you to form an opinion after that.
Like Total Biscuit passed away as well. Imagine saying like, oh, Lol W should be retired permanently. People would lose their fucking minds, rightfully, by the way, and understandably. W had the highest approval rating of any president ever. Yeah, I know. W had the highest approval rating of any president ever because of 9/11, literally.
If you begin with opinion and want to work backwards and make up your facts, well, you run into issues that he's in right now, including the defamation suits. Over the period of 2 weeks, he had $2 billion plus lawsuits against him. Why was that, Anna? Because he began with the opinion and tried to work backwards in a way that he did not do in a court of law when he was asked, but tried to do it in a court of opinion. He made disparaging comments. He is now made liable and jeopardized the ability of Fox News and other outlets to be able to profess that they are trying to be straight shooters. You can decide what you want about them in the first place about that issue. But the idea here that every type of speech is not protected. This is a real fallacy, Anna, right. As you know. The idea that everyone says free speech is everything. We always have constraints and parameters. And when you're telling lies, when you're defaming, when you are threatening or inciting, among other things, you don't have the same protection under the...
Jesus Christ.
So, let's have trial by combat.
This guy put everything out there for Donald Trump. And Donald Trump, in the end, literally dropped him. Well, didn't like full-blown drop him, but kind of dropped him. Not because of the horrible job he was doing, but because he looked like shit when his hair was like fucking dripping, when his hair dye was dripping over his face. Like, he literally said Rudy Giuliani looked terrible on TV. He's not doing a good job. And to be fair, he did look like shit. Like, he did look absolutely awful. He deserves it.
I'm willing to stake my reputation. The president is willing to stake his reputation.
Yeah, right, dude. Was he? Were they? Were you guys?
On the fact that we're going to find criminality there. Is Joe Biden willing to stake his reputation that there's no crime there?
What reputation, motherfucker? What are we talking about? Reputation.
No.
Rather rich in irony there, David Chalian, in the sense that Rudy Giuliani and his legal team were made fools of in more than 70 courts across America, where judges, even judges appointed by Donald Trump, said, leave. You have no evidence. Stop coming back. This is ridiculous. So now you see him mocking Joe Biden there, but the tables have turned with the service of this warrant on his Upper East Side apartment.
Yeah, I think Giuliani was probably right there that Donald Trump and Rudy Giuliani's reputations were on the line with going forward with the big lie, and I think their reputations suffered because of it. Remember, John, you know this well from talking inside to Trump sources and those around the Trump orbit. Rudy Giuliani, especially towards the end, once we were in the election and election challenging season, he was a very divisive figure even inside the Trump orbit. There were people that thought, you know, that press conference he held at the Republican Party headquarters pursuing some of this big lie stuff, and then that bizarre press conference in Philadelphia. There were not a lot of established Republican election lawyers.
Can you explain the whole Hunter Biden thing? Yes, he is a giant fucking cock, and he did crack back in the day, and conservatives are just jealous that he fucks. The end.
Who were rallying around to the president's call that there was this totally illegitimate election that somehow had occurred because there was no evidence. You cited the actual results in court, and there were many folks inside Trump's world who thought Giuliani was perhaps a bit too far off in the way in which he was trying to stick with the president and pursue the manner in which he was trying to pursue this notion of the big lie.
Quick to sign on to conspiracy theories, and Evan Perez, come back to the conversation. That is one of the questions about the work in Ukraine as well. Quick to believe people who had sordid reputations, in this case, reputations with Russia. Walk me through. This is a new Justice Department, as you just noted. How do they handle, what are the rules in place about handling an investigation of such enormous political sensitivity?
Look, I think this is a very cautious Justice Department. Merrick Garland is a former judge, and we've already seen we've already seen some of the impact of having a judge who takes his time to make decisions. And look, that's not a bad thing, and it's not a criticism. Certainly Bill Barr was known to come into meetings, sometimes already had his mind made up. Sometimes, on bad information, he would make decisions very quickly. This Attorney General is somebody who is a lot more careful, and so you have to believe that there was a lot more that went into this before this was approved.
Right, given that caution, it tells you something that the warrant was served.
You just have me Google Hunter Biden nudes? How can you read all chat? Respect? Thanks. You didn't get my TTS, so I'm writing here. I'm a 17-year-old from Italy. I really want to thank you for what you did to me. I'm sorry to get political, but I really am grateful for the fact that you opened my eyes. I was a little fuck who watched Ben Shapiro and Steven Crowder. I studied Marxist school and started watching you. I changed for the better. I'm a proud communist. For real, thank you. I truly love you and your message. Damn, I got Italians up in here, dude. I apologize for all of the fraidophobia that I... Ben Shapiro would update?
All right, everybody, I'm backstage at Candace, and I just found a guy who recently did some shopping at Home Depot. And what, sir, are you going to do with that piece of wood?
I'm going to auction that wood off. Somebody else should have that wood.
Somebody else should have that wood. Ben Shapiro.
kind of weird that they're like trying to operate like fucking Minecraft streamers. You know what I mean? Like they have a little universe where they're like friends with one another. But the reality is like their audience is not fucking 14-year-old girls. Their audience is all like old ass neck-bearded men and divorced dads. So they're not gonna be able to build that, you know? God damn, dude. I really wish they could be funny. Like, I just... Wait, so he's gonna make money off of a dying business? Seems kind of fuck shit, people. Yeah, no one gives a shit. You should get the wood? You fucking kidding me? You think I'm gonna buy... You think I'm gonna give Ben Shapiro money? Are you crazy? You out of your mind, dude? Absolutely not. The entertainment is multifaceted or double layered. It's entertaining because it's only entertaining because they're trying to be entertaining desperately and failing miserably at it. You know what I mean? So then it ends up becoming entertaining. Their audience less emotionally mature than the Minecraft audience for sure. Yeah, I mean they're... I'm gonna say, hold on. He should give it to his wife so the tennis instructor isn't the only one giving her wood. Gonna get blocked for sure. Just saying, it's exciting that, you know, his wife will finally get Ben Shapiro's wood. I think it's cool. Remember when Shapiro said he'd had paternity tests on both his wife's kids? Wait, what? That's not real. Is that real? Just told my 10-year-old daughter about El Risitas. She had tears in her eyes. And then she did the Wakanda post and said, Kekanda forever, which is a sort of pop culture crossover that I can celebrate. True. God damn. I mean, that's like not even... Anyway, ratioed in under 1 minute. What did Noel say? That Turkish turd truck can't hypnotize me? What the fuck? You're going to jail, dude. Ratios should not happen so quickly. No, it's a lot of fun when we do it. We like to have a little fun here. Speaking of ratios, that's not even the one. Shapiro tested his kids? No fucking way, dude. No fucking way. I'm big enough to admit these fake tweets about me are clever, but they paint a very poor picture of my intimate relationship with my wife. You all know that I have 2 children, right? Paternity tested and everything, so you do the math. It's not real. This is not real. It's not real. It's not real. It's a fake tweet. It's not real. It's fake. That's literally a fake tweet. Yeah, there's no way that he actually did that. Or even if he did that, he would never in a million years admit that. Like, he's not that oblivious to fucking social norms. Like, he won't get owned like that. My greatest Ben Shapiro moment was this one, though. Even that fucking centrist, like, right-winger Allah pundit is, like, saying, Fauci, Joe Rogan's comments about young, healthy people not needing a vaccine is incorrect. He tweets this out because now Joe Rogan is in the fucking news cycle again for all the worst ways. For all the worst reasons. The Today Show talked to Fauci about Joe Rogan. And Ben Shapiro is, of course, there to the rescue to be like, actually, he's saying that Joe Rogan is basically correct. Joe argued that if you are worried about getting COVID at 21, if you exercise a lot and are generally healthy, you really shouldn't be. He didn't have anything to say about transmission to others. First of all, he didn't say that. He literally said, don't take the vaccine. If you're 21 and you work out, don't take the vaccine. You can't defend that. Like, he's trying so fucking hard to facts and logic this Joe Rogan take that is just alpha brain. Just say it's alpha brain, brother, and move on. There is no way you can defend that. Joe Rogan stands will defend that. I know. Joe Rogan stands literally are no different than XQC juicers or K-pop stands or fucking, you know, Minecraft stands, except all of those communities are like 14 to 16. Whereas Joe Rogan stands are divorced dads living in Arkansas and learning how to do Brazilian jiu-jitsu. So it is actually pathetic and way worse. HasanAbi stands, on the other hand, are a little bit older. Okay, a little bit older. The community here is like what? Fucking, I don't know, like 22. We're also hot as fuck. This is true. You know that tweet's fake because why would he test paternity when he knows it's a tennis instructor's kids? True. I mean, guys, I used to be a Joe Rogan stan as well. So the stream aged up once you got rid of Dank Hug. That's not true. I guess all those college football, basketball, football players that got COVID weren't healthy young people at all. Yeah, no. We're not going to do another demographics poll right now. Damn, Bub, didn't know you knew Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu? I mean, I've never done it. We don't stan you though, lol. We don't support you in droves like regular fans. This is true. My community fucking turns on me on a dime, dude. One aspect that, one take that you don't fucking agree with and it's over. I'm fucking dead. Might as well be murdered on scene, on site. Wow, I can't believe HasanAbi is literally a racist. It's like, I've been watching him for 2.5 years. I've been a subscriber for 2. But this take that he had, how does it feel to know that you are literally a racist? Like, what was I lying to you for 2.5 years? Like, you couldn't pick up on it? I literally don't like you on a personal level. What the fuck does that mean, dude? You just have reasonable political takes? Like, I don't understand what that means. Like, I fucking despise you, but I agree with you politically, so I just keep up with what you're saying. Like, I literally don't like you on a personal level. Like, what the fuck? That's so weird. It's kind of weird, dude. So I plan to wear my mask and continue to social distance till the vaccine is at least FDA approved, which is not. According to your rants this past week, I think it's safe to assume that you don't think I have that right. What? You think that I believe that you don't have the right to wear a fucking mask in public? What do you think, that I'm Tucker Carlson, dude? Are you lost? Wow, you just misunderstood the fuck out of what that guy said. Also, the vaccine is FDA approved. When Ludwig says, I'm not your friend to his audience, your audience says it to you instead. Yeah. Not having full-blown FDA approval doesn't mean that the vaccine is not fucking safe for use. There's obviously testing. It's not like they... Guys, they don't fucking... Like, there's still a process where they... There's still a process in which the vaccine is tested. It's authorized for emergency use, but even that authorization alone has a tremendous amount of fucking testing that it goes through. They don't just roll the dice on the vaccine and they're just like, all right, lol, let's go. Let's go, boyos. Fuck it, dude. Shove this thing right in your body. Anyway. Also, there's a multitude of things that are FDA approved that are literally fucking murdering you on a daily basis. Like McDonald's. And you fucking, like, Jack in the Box tacos and shit that you shove in your fucking body without even consideration, without a second thought. You know? Anyway.
So I want to ask you.
Let's see what Anthony Fauci had to say about Bro Jogan.
Popular podcast host Joe Rogan, you may have heard about this, made comments about young people getting vaccinated. It's getting a lot of buzz. He said, if you're like 21 years old and you say to me, should I get vaccinated? I say no. If you're a healthy person and you're exercising all the time and you're young and you're eating well, I don't think you need to worry about this. Saying young, healthy people shouldn't get vaccinated. Just quickly, your response?
Well, that's incorrect, Savannah. And the reason why is that you're talking about yourself in a vacuum then. You're worried about yourself getting infected and likelihood that you're not going to get any symptoms.
Again, vaccinations aren't for you, you fucking asshole. I mean, they are for you, but they're not just for you. They're for everyone else. Same with the fucking masks. Oh my God, dude. Americans are so fucking selfish.
But you can get infected and will get infected if you put yourself at risk. And even if you don't have any symptoms, you're propagating the outbreak because it is likely that you, even if you have no symptoms, that you may inadvertently and innocently then infect someone else who might infect someone who really could have a problem with a severe outcome. Yeah. So if you want to only worry about yourself and not society, then that's okay. But if you're saying to yourself, even if I get infected, I could do damage to somebody else, even if I have no symptoms at all. And that's the reason why you've got to be careful and get vaccinated.
Yeah, so you say young, healthy people should get vaccinated.
Absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely.
Dr. Fauci, as always, appreciate you getting up early with us. Thank you.
Good to be with you, Savannah.
This video
Thank you
is
for
brought
having
to
me.
Take care.
I got a good video on anti-vaxxers as well, by the way, from Wisecrack. Joe Rogan is viewing vaccines from a libertarian individual lens. He knows their purpose is for herd immunity, but he's been hanging out too much with libertarians. He really lost human empathy. It is really, really fucking stupid, dude. Joe Rogan has some of the dumbest fucking takes lately. Ever since he moved to Texas, it is really bad. I don't know what else to say about
address
it.
Tonight, he's going to lay out an ambitious agenda tonight in his first address to a joint session of Congress, a day after a major update on the use of masks. He'll talk about his push to get more Americans vaccinated, and also a key pillar of his strategy.
Yeah, libertarians not care about others. Libertarians really just took being selfish and made it their political ideology. Like, they literally, in America, they were just like, oh yeah, no, my political ideology is I'm a selfish person. Oh, okay, sick, dude. Never mind. Oh, it's tight, dude. It's so weird. It blows my fucking mind, honestly. Yeah, my political ideology is I'm a selfish idiot.
Strategy to get the economy back in shape. The so-called American Families Plan would help struggling families pay for preschool and community college, in part by raising taxes on the wealthy. Weijia Zhang is at the White House for us. Weijia, good morning to you. That is just one part of what would be a pretty big ask from Congress. What else can we expect tonight?
Good morning to you, Tony, and good morning to everybody. President Biden's speech will be historic, both on the substance and the style, because of the pandemic and who is sitting behind him. For the
God, okay. All of the substance and the style is fucking who gives a shit. He's going to unroll a pretty solid plan. Like, his like further American Families Plan, which will further solidify recovery. It's got some benefits for families with kids up to 4 years old, free community college, and also his goal on funding this proposal is pretty solid too. IRS gets $80 billion, if I'm not mistaken on the numbers. They'll probably talk about it. We'll look at it again. Actually, not that bad. The other thing is raising the top marginal tax rate, or not top marginal tax rate, sorry, corporate tax rate. I think the other tax increases are going to come from capital gains being taxed like income. Like the capital gains tax raising to the same levels as like income tax. Here's the outline. The new White House unveils $1.8 trillion plan. The plan pays for itself in 15 years, according to Joseph Robinette's team. Pre-K to all 3 and 4-year-olds, universal free 2-year community college, robust paid family leave, child benefit through 25, paid for by higher taxes on the super rich, and IRS enforcement. It's solid. Probably shouldn't be telling this, but my uncle is Joe's bodyguard at his compound in Austin. He sucks up to Joe so hard and always defends things he says, especially about his vaccine shit. Oh, bro Jogans? Yeah. Child care dollar caps cost at 7% of income. White House says average family saves $15,000 a year. $200 billion for ACA subsidies. No dedicated dollars to the expansion of Medicare, unfortunately. $1 trillion spending, 8 trillion, 0.8 in credits. Pell Grants. Oh, Pell Grants are coming back. HBCUs. The earned income tax credit is permanent. We'll look at it in a bit. We'll look at the details in a second. But this is what the reveal is going to be about.
Spots will be filled by women, Vice President Kamala Harris and House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. About 200 people are expected to attend in person compared to the normal 1,600. But the president will have a chance to unveil that latest legislative proposal to the American public, this time focusing on so-called human infrastructure. Tonight, on the eve of his 100th day in office, President Biden will introduce the American Families Plan. The administration said it would save the average family $13,000 and offer free preschool for all 3- and 4-year-olds, along with 2 free years of community college for all. It would also extend the child tax credit through 2025. Officials said tax reform and increases on the wealthiest Americans will pay for the nearly $2 trillion package. The president's first address to Congress will cover his other priorities, too: police reform, immigration, gun safety, foreign policy, and ending the pandemic. On Tuesday, the CDC announced fully vaccinated people can ditch their masks outdoors if they're not in a big crowd.
This is another great reason to go get vaccinated now.
Ahead of tonight's speech, Democrats are praising the president's performance so far.
The average American needs to feel that they have a really bright and sunny future, something they haven't felt in a while.
While Republicans are already pouncing.
I knew the president would be left of center. And I understand that elections have consequences, but I never thought he'd be left of linen.
Okay, dude, you tried that on the Tucker Carlson broadcast. He's like, yeah, that really fucking slapped. A lot of people chuckled at it. And these people haven't laughed. These people haven't laughed since MLK was assassinated. You know, it's hard to make them laugh. So I'm going to keep reusing that joke over and over again, I think.
100 days, this president doesn't want bipartisanship.
Advisors said President Biden is very...
Come on, brother, really? That was too far, guys? Too far? Really?
Well, this morning, we are learning new details about President Biden's address to a joint session of Congress tonight. A key theme will be a government that works. One White House official said the address will be something of a victory lap on his administration's handling of the pandemic, vaccination campaign, and the immediate impact of the American Rescue Plan, including the stimulus checks. It will also be a, quote, sober assessment of what we've been through, and a, quote, clear-eyed assessment of the challenges we still face. The White House says racial justice will be another major theme. One official tells NBC News the president will make a, quote, effusive push for the Senate to take up the police reform bill that has already passed the House. Senator Tim Scott, the lead Republican negotiator on police reform, will deliver the GOP response. There will be no guests in the gallery, so that it'll sound very different as well. Lawmakers will be seated there to allow for social distance.
They're sitting close. They're fucking married, bro.
House Minority Whip Steve Scalise says just 25 House Republicans will be present, many of them freshman members. Senator John Thune expects 60 senators will attend, 30 from each party. Prior to his remarks, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki says the president will meet with staffers who were inside the Capitol during the January 6th attack. The White House says he will take his message on the road beginning tomorrow with a trip to Georgia. Friday, the president will visit Philadelphia, where he will also mark the 50th anniversary of Amtrak. Willie?
Of course he will. He also tonight in the address will formally announce his American Families Plan that expands health care, child care, and education assistance. The president reportedly will ask Congress to pay for the entirety of the $1.8 trillion in new spending by increasing taxes on the wealthy, including increasing the top marginal tax rate and nearly doubling the capital gains rate. The administration also plans to use revenue from some of the corporate tax increases he announced last month. So, Rev, $1.8 trillion. This is a new package in addition to the $1.9 trillion we had for the COVID relief, $2.25 trillion proposed for infrastructure, $1.8 trillion here. This is really about education. It's about fighting.
I can't believe this is Stalin's future for America. This is literally Joseph Stalin. Joseph Robinette Stalin, folks. This is not even Marx or Engels. This is Joseph Robinette Stalin.
Fighting poverty. It extends education, pre-K, makes that national, and then pays for 2 years of free community college. So extends, frankly, our education system from K through 12, pre-K into college, among other things. What do you make of the plan and what you might hear from the president tonight?
The plan is necessary because you must remember we're dealing with this in light of a nation that has been virtually in lockdown for over a year. And many of our youngsters were students out for a year, those that are in areas with broadband deserts that couldn't even do education online. We need this investment to not only bring us to an even playing field, but to play catch up for those that were already behind before the pandemic, now are handicapped even further. So I think that when you look at the context in which the president is making this address and reaching out and making this request, you must say that the president is right on point here. So I'm anxious to see how he lays it out. I'm anxious to see what his emphasis is on racial justice and policing. I think that you've got to deal with the time in which we're in, and the forecast for this speech tonight says the president is going to address the times, not duck the times.
Elizabeth, the numbers really are staggering. We're just throwing around trillions and trillions, using that term very casually at this point. This new plan, the proposal we'll hear tonight about education, does call for another tax increase. We already know that the plan we're in the middle of discussing right now in infrastructure is being held up by Republicans because of a proposed tax increase. What are the prospects for getting all this legislation through the Congress?
Well, I think they're going to have to. I don't think they're going to get any Republican votes for it. If you add up all the three different packages of infrastructure, human infrastructure, and stimulus, it's $6 trillion. That's extraordinary. Yeah. And the president is proposing to pay for this by increasing taxes on the rich, raising the top marginal rate to 39%. He's also proposing to give $80 billion to the IRS to crack down on tax cheats. So if you make more than $400,000 a year, you have a much better chance, if this passes, of getting audited. And they're arguing that they can generate $1 trillion in extra money from.
Streamers be like, tax the rich, but not me. Yeah, dude. I'm so bummed, dude. I'm so mad. Oh no, dude. I fucking hate that the rich are getting taxed. It's fuck. This is making me very upset, which is why if you hate me, you should be on board with this, because it's making me mad.
You know, getting people to pay their fair share of taxes. We shall see. But I don't think they're going to get any Republican votes. This is going to be done through the process called reconciliation. And I think it's only going to pass with Democratic votes, including, interestingly enough, there's a lot in the infrastructure plan, the traditional infrastructure plan, that Republicans like: bridges, roads, tunnels. And, it looks like some Republicans are going to vote for big infrastructure plans in their own districts. And, but there's just given these tax increases, I don't think there's any prospect of getting Republican votes.
Willie, and I wonder about Joe Manchin.
I don't really care, but do you have an accountant that does weird stuff to lower your taxes? I have an accountant, but I don't know what you mean by like weird stuff to lower your taxes. I'm in a very unique predicament where, as a streamer who streams 12 fucking hours a day, I literally can't even fucking write off like the actual legitimate amount that I utilize things. Like, technically it would be, I eat my food all the time on camera, so it's technically a business expense, that you could write out, but you can't really do that. You know what I mean? It's all legal, actually. Nothing weird. I mean, tax avoidance probably is what a lot of people are talking about. But weird stuff like paying your siblings as employees so you claim less profits. No, I don't do stuff like that. I can't do that. Is a Twitch streamer a 1099 contract worker? Yes, I have a 1099. If the wealthy actually get taxed as a result of this, I think you'll be able to hear it on air raid siren in America. No. Pretty sure that guy's an IRS plant. I mean, no. That's not avoidance, that's evasion. I'm a freelance designer. I work nearly all day and can write off more than I can actually think of. These tax hikes will de-incentivize streamers to create new content. Just imagine the innovation and content lost under no tax. Yeah. A YouTuber talks about writing off buying his soda as a business expense. I don't know why you couldn't. A 1099 contract means that Amazon pays me as a... Why is chat trying to get you audited? Leftists don't have fun. Okay? So their fun is probably like... holding people accountable in their minds, and holding people accountable in their minds for some is trying to clip and ship a streamer, their favorite streamer too, saying something that feels like he's fucking avoiding taxes or some shit. Because what the YouTuber is doing is illegal, I'm a CPA and people overclaim. IRS just doesn't audit that closely unless you get picked in an audit lottery. Yeah, it's like, here's the thing. If you get audited, you get fucked. For a lot of like people in Hollywood or whatever, a lot of people in California that like deduct shit that's like fucking crazy. Like, for example, you could technically deduct like clothing that you purchase, right? But if you get audited, you would literally get fucking your cheeks clapped because the clothing that you purchase has to straight up be like what do you call it? Like not clothing that you would normally wear, but clothing that you specifically purchased for a show. Like you would have to prove it basically that this is a costume. It needs to be work only clothing. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you deduct your tiny head? Yeah. That's what I do. Yeah, it needs to be not normal. So what you're saying is you don't own a company possibly called, I don't know, Mogul Moves or something to pay yourself with? Interesting. Will's Uno uniform? But that's rental anyway. Is that why Crowder has to wear those gun holsters? No, I think he wears those because CPA here, you can't deduct food as a business expense anymore, and clothing expenses are itemized deductions, which would require you to have over 12.5K in total deductions, or else you would be better off taking the standard deduction. You should start a competitor to Amazon for text storage. Is it called Hasan?
Kirsten Sinema. So I think if you add up all of the COVID relief bills from last year and this year, it adds up to about $4 trillion, if I'm not mistaken. You add on top of that the 1.9, or you add on top of that the $2.3 trillion infrastructure plan. You add on top of that now $1.8 trillion. I mean, man, I don't know. Well, I don't know how those numbers add up. I'm just a simple country lawyer. But at some point, $1 trillion here.
Oh, yeah. Classic, dude. Classic. I'm glad that everyone is back to being fucking deficit hawks and austerity sharks. You know, now that America is good again, boys. Now that Trump, the orange man, is gone, we're back to usual broadcasting where it's like, haha, those numbers, I mean, they don't add up.
$1 trillion there, as Dirksen said. Soon, you're talking about real money.
Yeah, it is extraordinary. And I know Republicans who are trying now, there have been some behind the scenes meetings about infrastructure, about trying to get pieces of this giant bill that they can agree on.
Are you going to cover Biden banning menthol cigarettes? No, I don't give a shit, dude. I'm sorry.
I'm not going to hear. Now you want me to spend another $1.8 trillion and raise taxes again on somebody else. Sam Stein, obviously, the infrastructure bill is difficult enough. Tonight, President Biden's going to lay another $1.8 trillion proposal on a Congress that he's trying to get to do this deal that he's in the middle of right now in infrastructure.
Yeah, I mean, Elizabeth's absolutely right. The idea that there will be Republican votes for this is wishful thinking, I would say, is a good way to put it. Probably not going to happen. Ironically, the tax hikes that they are calling for to pay for this stuff poll better than the package sometimes. People want to soak it to the rich. They want to soak it to corporations, rich Americans, raise the marginal rates, go for it. I just want to step back and note just how extraordinary.
A debt a country takes on is more similar to a debt a corporation takes on than a debt a person would take on. Whereas the debt pays itself back in improving efficiency for the entirety of the labor force. But we don't talk about it like that. We talk about it in much simpler terms. That is, of course, when you don't recognize the fact that the United States prints the rest of the fucking 80% of the entire world's money, or controls everything, regardless, and therefore, it's not really backed by gold or anything, and just confidence.
This package is that he is going to introduce tonight. You know, any one of the components in this package, whether it's parental leave, child tax credits, pre-K, on their own would have been a policy white whale for Democrats. I mean, these are generational struggles that the party has pursued. They're going to bundle it all together and say, let's do it at once. And it will be
another dumb take. No, you're right. Debt to the country incurs is, dude. No, debt to the country incurs is actually just like a household, dude. You're right. Thank you, Lake McGrew, for clapping his ass cheeks, but
a monumental.
No, it's not. LMAO. No, Taste the Rambo thinks it is. So, and
restructuring, if it passes, a monumental restructuring of the American economy. It will dramatically overhaul the composition and of our workforce. It will juice workforce productivity in ways that we probably aren't familiar with. But it could, you know, on the flip side, you know, if you're concerned about deficits, you know, first of all, you should have spoken out a bit more during the Trump years. But, you know, now you're confronted with what Joe notes as trillions and trillions of dollars of spending, even though this portion will be paid for. But, you know, you might be concerned about overheating the economy and inflation, too. So those are the things he has to juggle, those concerns, in addition to the idea that Republicans will come back at him and say, look, this is just too much spending too fast. There's no way you should be going it alone like this on these monumental, huge packages. You need to slow it down.
Biden can't deliver on new spending plans, says Gingrich. I don't really care, dude. This stuff is like boring, but radical. Ted Cruz previews Biden's address to Congress. I don't really want to watch this stuff. Okay. Let's move on
If
to
healthcare is a
some
constant-
lighter stuff from the New York Times here. Before I do this, though, what does healthcare, U.S. healthcare look like abroad? I'm going to hit you guys with the top of the hour every hour. It's time for a 60-second ad break. You already know. You already fucking know, dude.
In May of
what the deal is, what the dealio is, boys. If you no longer want to see the ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do it for $5 or for free by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get one free Prime subscription a month. You know, you can use it on me every moment that you're not using it. What does Ludwig say? Every moment that you're not using your fucking Twitch Prime, you're wasting like a cent or something. Amazon. God, I am so fucking tired. That basketball stream fucked me up, dude. Playing basketball outdoors, even if it's like once a week, still fucks me up. I'm tired. I'm hungry. I'm fucking... Amazon? Pogo. Here's the ad break now, boys.
Constitutional right, then.
That's a form of communism because no country could afford those payments without seizing the assets of everybody else.
Welcome to Finland.
Are you still working out? Yeah.
Oh.
Dudes, what's going on? Oh my god!
It's making me so mad. I mean, come on, guys. It's not that hard. Look around the world. Everyone else seems to have figured it out, right? Imagine you're in America. Which of these options would be best for you?
That's a lot to think about.
Oh, also, this doesn't even get into, hey guys, the fun part about this, I just recently did this, so let me tell you, the fun part about this entire process is that it doesn't even talk about PPOs versus HMOs versus more complex fucking forms of insurance where you pick and choose different parts that you want coverage on. So, you know, you have provider networks. Like, is it in-network? Is it does your insurance plan allow you to go to the hospital that is out of your network? So, yeah, there's a POS plan. It's great. Oof, 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 oof.
What is an OOP max?
I guess with what I got here, I would go with plan
Out-of-pocket maximum that you have to pay.
D because the deductible is 0.
Okay, there's more.
Gold, HMO.
Oh, here it is.
PPO, HMO.
And what are copays? I don't get... That's like if you pay for Spotify Premium and Spotify still makes you pay every time you listen to a song.
It's too complicated.
I'm lost. I'm so lost.
In Canada, I don't have to really think about the different plans that I could pick from.
You just pay one amount per month and all the major treatments are covered.
At least 70% of our medical expenses are always covered.
That's communism! Triggering the fuck out of me! You fucking kidding me? I need my insurance program to resemble motherfucking DLCs like a goddamn EA video game. I need to make sure that if I'm purchasing insurance, that I'm subscribing with a monthly fee, and then also on top of that, I want to make sure that to unlock the rest of the insurance, I got to pay more. I need this shit to have microtransactions, brother.
Uninsured, unable to afford treatment for a tooth infection that keeps flaring up.
Oh,
Cook Emma Rittner lost her job in March.
I did manage to get antibiotics from a friend whose mom regularly goes down to Mexico, and I've been taking that, self-medicating, based off of Dr. Google's advice.
Dr. Google's advice.
Here in Japan, even if you lose a job, you would never lose your health insurance.
When you lose your job, that's when society should...
I've said this before. Domestically, it's the worst thing that the American government has done to its people. Like, bar none. I'm sorry. Like, our healthcare industry is the most cruel and unusual thing that any modern, contemporary OECD nation has done to its own citizens. Straight up. It's even worse. I would go so far as to say it's even worse than our fucking criminal justice system and even worse than our carceral system in general. Domestically. It is absolutely, completely, bar none, psychopathic. Also, even if you were to talk about the criminal justice system, for example, well, okay, criminal justice system disproportionately targets black and brown people. Fine. But so does the healthcare system. So it is the most abhorrent, the most violent thing that the healthcare system does. Or that the American government does to its own citizens. Straight up.
help you.
I've chosen a creative job and had the backing of a healthcare system.
Motherfucker be like slavery and internment camps. I'm talking about right now. That's why I said contemporary, comparable OECD nations, dude. Like obviously I'm not talking about slavery, okay?
But if you don't have that, do you pick the safe job or do you pick the creative job?
The average price per unit for insulin in 2018.
Germany, $11.
Canada's $12.
Well, I was going to say, where's the United States? Because I didn't see anything resembling $100.
Wow. It's like 8 times the price of insulin in Canada. I guess that explains why Americans come up to Canada to buy medication.
Stop laughing! Stop laughing, motherfucker! This is triggering me. This is, oh God, this is literally all of you in the chat. All of you fucking Euro cucks. All of you fucking Canada motherfuckers like, oh, what's going on down there, eh?
I'm sorry, hold on. So the FDA doesn't have any authority over the prices?
We have also privatized health insurance.
There is one form of authority in the form of legislation, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who do not know, which makes it actually illegal. With the exception of the VA, which recently got that right under, I think it was like under the Obama administration, in the last couple of years under the Obama administration, the American pharmaceutical industry has such a strong stranglehold, or rather a stronghold over the way that legislation is written in this country, that it is literally illegal to make collective bargaining agreements that lower medication pricing in this country. You just cannot do it. Okay, they said it straight up. Like the expensive mediators, the expensive middlemen, like the insurance industry, cannot lower pharmaceutical prices when they're purchasing. This is the only country on the planet where we not only don't lower medical prices. Medicare is banned from negotiating pharmaceutical prices. Yes, Medicare is banned from negotiating pharmaceutical prices. We are the only country where it's illegal to do so. Every other country on the planet purchases medication for their single-payer healthcare systems or the universal healthcare systems, and when they're purchasing it, they bargain and lower the prices, which is part of the reason why this happens, where the price of insulin is fucking $6 in Australia, but it's $98 in the United States of America.
Wow. It's like 8 times.
Negotiates the prices and it fixes that price
in Germany.
Over the prices?
We have also privatized health insurance companies in Germany, but the prices are regulated by the government.
Yes, healthcare in Germany is technically private, but there is severe price regulation over the way healthcare works. So you have the option to pick and choose whichever program that you're going to pick and choose. But those programs are not trying to fuck you or can't fuck you because they're controlled by the government.
The government.
And even if you can't afford any of those programs, there's still some form of healthcare coverage that you can get by the government.
Negotiates the prices and fixes that price for 2 years.
In Singapore, they regulate this stuff to keep the prices down and, you know, avoid like this happening.
Right, so I'm looking at an American medical bill.
Why is it so expensive?
$428,000 for rooms and such empty spaces. What?
Much cheaper to go Hilton Hotel than this one.
Skin to skin after C-section is $39.
I had to pay $39.35 to hold my baby after he...
Yup. 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 The reason why hospital prices are this expensive is because they're so fucking... There is no... Again, the mediator does not give a shit. The mediator, the insurance company, literally just offsets the cost back to you, the consumer, the customer, the sick person. So they have no incentive whatsoever to like actually fucking operate and try to bargain and lower prices at hospitals. Okay? And the other reason is most people simply cannot fucking pay. So because a lot of people simply cannot fucking pay, and there's a lot of medical debt, they literally jack up the prices so that like each fucking Hal's throat lozenge that you take is like $90 fucking dollars, because the people that can pay have to pay for the rest of the fucking entire industry, or for the rest of the entire they're basically like double insurance. They're covering everyone else.
Is $39.
I had to pay $39.35.
But you get a discount, brother, if you don't touch your baby after, your baby is born. Just keep it there. It's a $40 discount, brother. That's called freedom.
Says to hold my baby after he was born. You need to pay money to hold a baby?
Goddamn
My
communist.
brother Jamie, who's in a lot of our videos, was pretty badly injured. He's going to lose a couple fingers. If you can give $1 or if you can give $5, every little bit will help him and his family.
That's heartbreaking.
GoFundMe should not be something.
Literally, greatest nation on earth, boys, where we have set up a website that was designated to like create, and fund creative endeavors. And that website functionally operates as a e-begging platform, so you can fund your fucking healthcare. That is if you're lucky, of course. If you're not lucky, then you don't get shit and you fucking die. Or take on medical debt.
Something that people have to resort to pay for their medical bills.
So in America, people spend more than twice as much as in Japan for healthcare.
If I paid twice the amount for a car, I would...
This is literally adjusted to how privatized the system is. Switzerland's system is the most private system in comparison to the rest of the EU nations and the rest of the OECD nations.
Would want the car to be twice as good.
So what's the life expectancy in the US?
Why is it less?
The US should be on top of both of those lists.
We're number one, brother. That's why. What? You mean to goddamn tell me that living for less for you get to speed run life, brother? You fucking commie bastards. Goddamn. You don't understand it. I'm speed running. That's the end point for me, brother. Good enough. What you fail to consider here, my friends, is that I like paying to lose. I like paying to speed run through fucking life like this.
Like, if you're charging your citizens that much money, then they better be living the longest lives. It doesn't make sense.
When Alec turned 26, he was no longer allowed on his mother's insurance plan. Instead, he decided to pay for his insulin over the counter at list price. But the pharmacist told him a month's supply would be $1,300. He left empty-handed. Alec's official cause of death was diabetic ketoacidosis.
A couple of years ago, I developed a heart condition, and I had to have my heart restarted 3 times. After the
Hey, brother. Hey, in America, we give you the 4th one for free. So, we got a punch card, brother. See? Freedom. Just kidding. You fucking die on the 4th one. We don't give a fuck.
3rd time I had it
That's freedom.
The doctor suggested I get heart surgery.
When I was 13, I started to get sick and really, really sick. I was then very quickly admitted into hospital, where after 3 weeks, I had treatment for a brain virus.
The cost of the operation, I think, is about $60,000. And then the next day, when I left the hospital and I got my bill, it was a bill for parking. It was about $30.
And was treated by royal doctors, had several MRIs, lumbar punctures, all for free.
So I was pretty happy that I lived in Canada and had universal health care.
I couldn't have survived if I was in America.
To know that I can get sick, I can get injured, but I will still be taken care of. That is freedom. This is not freedom.
Like, Europeans look at this and they're like, what the fuck? That's crazy. And here we are in the United States, totally just numb. Absolutely numb to this shit. Like, abso-fucking-lutely numb to this, dude. I've heard diabetic people dying so many times that it's just like, that's it. Let's not even get to how we have a medical caste system like with the VA. I'm a vet and very grateful. Yes, the VA system also is fucked up. Hey, Hasan, not trying to trigger or anything, but deadnaming Caitlyn Jenner, even though she is a shame on the transgender community, hurts all trans people by insinuating that respect for trans people is something that can be taken away if you misact. Yeah, but that wasn't what happened. Will was saying that a conservative was going to deadname Caitlyn Jenner. Like, it's copy pasta? I don't think it is. Because the other copy pasta. Yeah, no, it's not okay to deadname Caitlyn Jenner because you hate her. Everyone knows that. But Will did deadname her like 4 times in that joke. Yeah. He was saying that a conservative is going to deadname Caitlyn Jenner. Are you saying that that is unacceptable as well? That a conservative is going to consider I legitimately don't know. And it wasn't 4 times, it was twice, I think. But they literally do that on daily. They do that daily on right-wing shows. Will is right. So how does that work? Does that mean like if we are watching someone, am I not allowed to watch like Steven Crowder do that and react to it? I'm actually asking. I don't know. I mean, we all agree saying a slur as a joke isn't funny. Yeah, but Will wasn't saying a slur as a joke, or even saying that a conservative is going to say a slur. Like, Will wasn't deadnaming as a joke. Will was saying that a conservative is going to end up like voting for Caitlyn Jenner for her background. Okay? And dead name her. Like, he wasn't literally saying that this is Caitlyn Jenner or anything like that. Socialism done left got in shit rightfully for this reason. Like, you guys understand the difference. Will is not socialism done left. No, I don't even know what the fuck socialism done left did. And I don't really care. You paused on it. Please come on my podcast and discuss gypsies with me. No. As a trans person, that joke was funny and not offensive considering the fact that he was satirizing transphobes. I personally think it's like you saying insert minority or doing something bad while playing a right-wing character. Also, the implication is, of course, dead naming is bad throughout. Yeah. Yeah, it's like when I say the blacks when I'm doing like a right-wing a caricature of a person. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, there's an entirety of out of context HasanAbi clips out there that you can go back and watch where I am portraying the argument of the opposition or making a joke of it, making a mockery of it, that devoid of context comes across as incredibly inappropriate and offensive. It's not, though. Would you say the N-word? No, I wouldn't. Is dead naming someone as like the same as the N-word? That's the question. When you're saying a right-winger is going to dead name someone, are you saying that it's like literally you saying the N-word? And it's not even like someone personally dead naming someone, because that would be completely inappropriate. What are you even talking about? There's no equivalent to the N-word? I agree. I don't think there is, but still. So, for those of you who don't know, dead naming is when you intentionally refer to the I guess old name of a trans person before they went through gender confirmation. Like it's the gender that they are assigned at birth. Did someone dead name actually get said, or did someone just say that another person will end up dead naming? Because if it's the latter, I don't give a fuck. No. Yes, Will used the words Bruce Jenner. Like, when he was depicting what a conservative would end up doing when they are voting for Caitlyn Jenner. That is dead naming. I did it as well just now to describe to you the context of the situation. I don't think that this is going to be considered inappropriate. Literally perpetuating it. Is that like you use Ellen Page when talking about old Elliot Page movies? Kind of. Well, I guess Elliot Page is new, so there's more room for people. The joke wasn't Will acting like a right-winger who's dead naming. The joke was about the right-winger who was dead naming. Yes. As a trans person, I think this Stunlock is fucking dumb. It's not even just making fun of conservatives who, like, it's not even making fun of conservatives who say dumb shit. It's directly criticizing the reasoning as to why a conservative would vote for a trans person. This is literally why people hate leftists, for fuck's sake. No, there's a lot of trans people in here that, and some of them are upset, some of them are not. Anyway. I'm going to move on from this subject. Why chatters are bringing it up here, even though Hasan didn't say it? I don't know, because they want me to correct Will and talk to him about it, probably. How hard is it to not say the N-word and not be a dick to trans people at the same time? It's literally dead. You have to destroy the concept in your head. What? It sounds like 2011 Tumblr and it's gross. Yes, of course. Elliot Page. There is no other name. What? We're not having a conversation about whether dead naming is appropriate, chat. Like most people in here understands that dead naming is inappropriate and bad. The conversation we're having is like, is it acceptable in this context or not? Some trans people say it's fine. Others say it's not. Okay? Not a single person is like, oh yeah, as a joke, literally call trans people by their dead name. Or for those who don't understand, by their old name before they came out as trans. I don't even know if that's the most acceptable or appropriate way of covering that subject, but anyway. As a trans person, it is not okay to intentionally dead name? Yes. No one disagrees with that.
The United States government struck a deal.
All right, we're moving on to
$1.2 billion would go
we're moving on to why rich countries are making the pandemic last longer.
for the British drug maker AstraZeneca to speed up their COVID-19 vaccine research. In exchange, AstraZeneca promised the U.S. 300 million doses if the vaccine made it through safety and efficacy trials. Earlier that month, the United Kingdom signed a similar deal with the same company to secure 90 million doses. These types of transactions where a country makes a deal directly with a company are called bilateral deals. And in 2020, rich countries made a lot of them. Those billions of dollars helped fund research that brought us the world's leading COVID vaccines in record time. But that money also determined where those vaccines would go. By January 2021, 96% of the Pfizer...
If everyone agrees with it, why'd you literally do it, though? Trans viewer? What? Hey, trans person who also simultaneously is fucking brain dead. Why do you have a really aggressive opinion on a subject if you weren't fucking there and you literally don't know what the fuck you're talking about? I never did it, you dumb fuck. Now you're mad at me? Like, what the fuck is this shit? Dumbass. No, it's not a fucking troll. That's like a legitimate trans person who's like, I am now personally offended at a hypothetical where it didn't even fucking happen. God damn, dude. Stop looking like fucking clowns on the internet.
BioNTech vaccine doses that were scheduled to be produced by the end of the year had already been bought, and 100% of Moderna's. Countries representing 16% of the global population held over half...
You did say her dead name, though, in your example of what people said? Yes! I said Bruce Jenner when talking about what dead naming is to describe to people what dead naming is! Are you fucking brain dead? We also said Ellen Page when talking about Elliot Page and what dead naming would be. How do you explain something to people without using examples? That's how people learn. Fuck. Fucking brain dead idiots. Sometimes it literally feels like you just want to be fucking mad, dude. This is one of those instances. You just want to be mad and you want to hear your fucking voice. Shut the fuck up! Oh my god, Hasan is in a fucking perpetual Stunlock again. Oh, it's so funny. But also, why can't you just not avoid the Stunlocks? How do you want me to avoid the Stunlock when motherfucking 15-month members of my community are literally fucking losing their shit?
In May of 2020, the United States government struck a deal.
Yes, keep it in emo mode for sure.
$1.2 billion would go to the British drug maker AstraZeneca to speed up their COVID-19 vaccine research. In exchange, AstraZeneca promised the U.S. 300 million doses if the vaccine made it through safety and efficacy trials. Earlier that month, the United Kingdom signed a similar deal with the same company to secure 90 million doses. These types of transactions where a country makes a deal directly with a company are called bilateral deals. And in 2020, rich countries made a lot of them. Those billions of dollars helped fund research that brought us the world's leading COVID vaccines in record time. But that money also determined where those vaccines would go. By January 2021, 96% of the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine doses that were scheduled to be produced by the end of the year had already been bought, and 100% of Moderna's. Countries representing 16% of the global population held over half of the doses from the most promising vaccine developers. Basically...
Sorry, this is the last thing I'm going to say about this issue. It's in emote mode, so I'm not going to get perpetually Stunlocked by this, so it doesn't matter. I'm not in a room with just you, okay? I am not just talking to you. Stop being so fucking selfish, okay? I've said time and time again that if you are incredibly sensitive, I completely understand. But if you consider this to be a safe space where you might not hear a dead name ever, even when describing the concept of dead naming, then this is not for you. I'm telling you again, if that makes you feel like this is a hostile space, then you can look for another space that is less hostile for you, because unfortunately, your hostility, your metric for what is considered hostile is literally insane from my point of view, because I also have a larger goal of making people less transphobic. And you have to recognize that as a marginalized person, I have a lot of privilege, okay? And I'm trying to use it for good. And there are a lot of other people who have privilege blind spots, and I'm trying to be accommodating to their intolerance and bigotry to a level. This is at the heart of what I believe in. This is what I've been doing. This is the reason why I am not your fucking Tumblr community that is welcoming and accepting, but also simultaneously shuts itself off entirely to anyone that is even here to learn something. Okay? You are never going to have a large leftist space if this is the mentality that you have. I'm sorry. So thankfully, it's not your fucking space, okay? And it's my fucking space. So stop being so goddamn rude, because you have perceived a slight here in an otherwise educational context. You can turn around all day and be like, Hasan is transphobic. Most trans people are going to fucking laugh at you if you say that. Okay? We are literally talking about the concept of dead naming and trying to have a discussion around it, and you choose to be upset and literally fucking lose your shit over the fact that I'm giving an example of what dead naming is. That is fucking insane, dude. That's literally fucking insane. That expectation is not going to happen anywhere, at least for now. As we live and breathe, when gender norms are so fucking rigid and so personal, and literally it's all the social conditioning that people associate themselves with in their entire lives with, and that's precisely why trans people have such a hard time coming out. Not just because of all the fucking transphobia, but because they themselves have internalized transphobia, because it's so fucking deeply personal. There's so much transphobia everywhere. So obviously, when describing a concept about transphobia, you're going to hear some transphobia, okay? So if that's your expectation from this community with 30,000 fucking active viewers right now, you're delusional. Jesus Christ. This is not just for you individually, okay? I'm not just having a conversation with you personally, individually in a room. I'm trying to have a larger goal of educating people on concepts that they were unaware of by making relatively rational arguments. Fuck. Understand that you are going to, if you are in this chat, hear shit that is racist, that is misogynistic, that is transphobic. There's a level of that is always going to be there, because most people hold on to these points of views because this is what they've learned their entire lives. And there is no way to educate people without actually sometimes discussing these concepts. Oh my God. Sorry for getting so agitated, but this is like a deeply personal subject for me, because if I were to listen to all of the fucking woke scolds in my audience that literally lose their shit over the perceived slight that they've created, that concocted in their own fucking minds, I would not be where I'm at. And you would not have a community where you've met so many new people because so many people change their minds over time. Okay? So stop fucking yourself over. Having said that, obviously transphobia is unacceptable and you will get banned. As always.
Rich countries got vaccines, poorer countries didn't. In Brazil and India, health systems are being pushed to the limits at the same time that the US is quickly opening up vaccinations for anyone.
That's making the pandemic last longer. It's allowing infections to rage and new variants to arise. And at the end of the day, more people are dying than need to be.
The same deals that helped develop vaccines are making it harder to get them around the world. Now what?
What's happening now with the COVID-19 vaccine inequality isn't at all unprecedented.
In 2009, the World Health Organization declared swine flu a pandemic.
We are all in this together.
After securing their own vaccine deals, these 9 higher-income countries pledged 120 million doses to the WHO for lower-income countries. But they only started sending those donations after they realized the outbreak wasn't as serious as everyone initially thought.
For years, we've seen health technologies rolled out in rich countries, and it takes decades for them to trickle down to poorer countries.
The problem starts with the vaccine market itself. Getting a vaccine from development to manufacturing to distribution is a multi-step process. By making bilateral deals with developers and suppliers early on, rich countries got in line here, at manufacturing. But there was no guarantee that any given vaccine would work or get past regulators to reach the market. If a vaccine fails shortly after funding, those billion-dollar investments are lost. So to offset that risk, countries invested in multiple options and suppliers, often securing enough doses to cover their populations several times. As of March 2021, Canada had secured over 300 million doses, enough to cover their population 5 times over. And the deals the US made were enough to cover its population at least twice, which worked out for them. Because even though they secured 300 million doses of AstraZeneca a year ago, as of April, it still hasn't been approved for use in the country. But the Pfizer and Moderna doses that the government pre-purchased are still enough to cover most of the population. Most countries can't afford to make multiple high-risk investments early on, so they wait until the vaccine is further along in the approval process. And by then, they're already at the back of a very long line. Peru, for example, made a bilateral deal with AstraZeneca, but won't see those doses until at least September.
Those that purchased first or made the biggest orders or invested into the research and development are standing at the front of the line, which is why the US has gotten 240 million doses of vaccine so far, at least, and most of the poor countries in the world don't have 240 million doses combined.
So, is there a way to get a lot of money here without creating a priority line over here? Maybe. One program underway is designed to work as a sort of middleman between countries and the drug companies making vaccines. It's called COVAX. It's an initiative formed by 3 global health groups, including the World Health Organization. And its main objective is to provide vaccines to 92 middle and low-income countries that were shut out from making their own deals.
COVAX is kind of like the Paris Climate Agreement of the vaccine world. So it's this multilateral effort with almost 200 countries that have joined. And the idea is that, everyone has access to COVID-19 vaccines, regardless of the country's GDP.
It does this using a 2-part system. The first part allows high-income countries to buy into and access multiple vaccines at once. So instead of one country giving $2 billion directly to AstraZeneca, they'd give the money to COVAX, which would use it to fund several different vaccines. This way, if 1 or 2 of them failed early on, it wouldn't be a total loss. The other vaccines in the portfolio would make up for it. It's a multilateral system that's much lower risk for those countries than a bilateral one. The idea is that COVAX could use that larger purchasing power to negotiate deals with manufacturers and developers on a global scale, which would drive the costs down and fund vaccine development. The second part buys vaccines for lower-income countries. It's funded by donations from wealthier governments and charities. The US alone has pledged $4 billion to this fund. As vaccines become available, COVAX hands them out to every country at once, so rich countries and poor countries all get a fair share. At least, that's the idea.
The biggest problem with COVAX is these bilateral deals we talked about.
For COVAX to work as intended, it needs most countries to be using its multilateral system. But COVAX was formed a month into the pandemic, when many countries had already invested in bilateral deals. So the incentive for rich countries to join COVAX was low. But without them, COVAX might be underfunded. So it let them have it both ways. Rich countries could join COVAX and keep their bilateral deals that would get them more vaccines faster.
And those basically undermined COVAX because they put themselves at the front of the
By the way, wait, this isn't even true because if I'm not mistaken, it's not just it's not even like America did this to an extent where America did this to a degree where like the reason why we have so many vaccines where other European nations don't even have it is because we pumped literally everyone, and that Europe only relied on COVAX and are now also experiencing, as a consequence of not collaborating with one another, also experiencing shortages, or rather are not able to deliver vaccines to everyone at the same rates that they needed. This European nations or Western nations, in comparison to the developing nations, of course, are in a different situation. Like, they're better off than, say, Peru, absolutely, but they're not necessarily doing as well as the United States.
They're bilateral deals that would get them more vaccines faster.
And those basically undermined COVAX because they put themselves at the front of the line ahead of the access that countries will get through this collective agreement.
The US, for example, has donated the most money to COVAX, but is also still at the front of the manufacturing lines waiting for its own doses. The US and UK have both promised to donate some surplus doses to COVAX, but neither country has said when.
This means rich countries like the US decide who gets what when, instead of, some global collaborative process of vaccine allocation.
Experts are skeptical COVAX will meet its original goal of delivering 2 billion vaccine doses by the end of 2021. As of April, they've only purchased around half that amount and delivered 45 million doses.
So they've reached a huge number of countries, but nowhere near enough to cover even frontline health workers or other essential workers in most of the countries that these vaccines are going to.
Meanwhile, as of April, the US has already administered over 200 million doses.
What COVAX is setting out to do is hugely challenging. They probably won't meet their own first targets, but they are getting vaccines into countries that probably wouldn't otherwise have them this quickly.
Vaccine inequality is bigger than just bilateral deals. It's in every step of the process, from limited manufacturing to cold chain distribution, even debates around the intellectual property of vaccines. Our current system is not a well-oiled machine at all. And there's a lot of work to do if we want to be better prepared for the future.
One of the things that we learned about pandemic preparedness is you can't really build it after the fact, and that's still what we're doing.
Okay, you can take it off. I'm gonna take it off emo mode. COVAX is relatively successful in my country initially when funding was still stable, but as developed countries described, the vaccine nationalism, vaccination targets have been missed and cases continue to rise. You think access to the vaccine is going to be held hostage for use in diplomacy? I think that that's already happening. I don't necessarily have a problem with it. And what I mean by that is, like, as long as, for example, as long as as long as China is delivering vaccines to developing nations, I don't give a fuck if they're doing it for diplomatic reasons. As long as it doesn't mean withholding vaccines from certain countries. Do you understand? So I live in Peru where the majority wants to take vaccines but can't due to unavailability. In the U.S., people choose not to get vaccinated. Really? Yes. Yes, literally. That's why I was extremely upset at Joe Rogan for having the take that he did, where it's like, this motherfucker is so selfish, so insanely selfish. Like, the rest of the planet is like suffering. They would love to have vaccines. Meanwhile, we have hogs in America that are like, yeah, I would tell people not to take it. Wait, how do you use them for diplomacy other than withhold? By giving it to countries. The Western world considers, or like, yeah, Western nations consider what China is doing with Sinovac, Sinopharm, like with mass distribution, and same with the Russian vaccines as well, to be a part of vaccine diplomacy. China is literally going to have those developing countries as slaves. We can't keep letting China have so much power over these poor countries. I mean, that's what we've done for the longest time and continue to do. So my point is, if you don't want China to fucking have more authority, or if you don't want China to come across like the savior, then fucking don't hold out. Also, we do that literally nonstop. Have you had the vaccine yet? Yes, I got my first shot of Moderna. And I'm going to get my second shot soon. I lost my voice, dude. I literally fucking fucked my voice up. Okay, it's top of the hour. We're going to look at why 99% of the ocean pollution is missing. And, but before I do that, I'm going to run an ad break here. A 60-second ad break. If you no longer want to see the ads, you can subscribe. You already know what the deal is. Sinovac doesn't even work. No, it does work. It's just the efficacy is very low in is a lot lower in comparison to the other like Pfizer and Moderna. Anyway, I'm running the ad now. You can subscribe for free with your Amazon Prime by connecting your Amazon to your Twitch account. Here's the ad break.
Between Hawaii and California, in an area about twice the size of Texas, is the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. For decades, tons of our plastic debris has accumulated there because of swirling ocean currents. It looks like a cloudy soup, and that's because the plastic objects are spaced far apart, and they range in size from large debris to microscopic. There are at least 4 other garbage patches like this in the world. And after scientists discovered them, starting in the 90s, they thought that this might be where a lot of the plastic ended up, out there, floating on the surface. But recently, scientists brought large nets to the Great Pacific Garbage Patch and took a closer look at the objects they pulled out. They found water bottles, and hard hats, and bottle caps, and toothbrushes, and toilet seats, and laundry baskets. And using what they found, they were able to calculate how much debris was in all of the garbage patches.
There were about 300,000 tons of plastics at the surface of the ocean, which is a huge number.
It is a big number, but a few 100,000 metric tons of plastic is only about 1% of the estimated 8 million tons of plastic scientists believe is emitted into the ocean every year. So scientists have been left investigating a mystery. Where does the rest of the ocean's plastic go? This is clue number 1 in the case of the missing plastic, a seafloor sediment sample. It was taken from the bottom of the Santa Barbara Basin off the coast of California. It represents a measure of time from 1870 at its deepest layer of sediment up until 2009. But this period, from 1945 to 2009, is where the study authors were focused on. It's the era of plastic production. In these layers, scientists found plastic fibers and fragments that were 1 millimeter or smaller in size. They found more and more plastic particles as the years went on, doubling every 15 years. That rate is nearly identical to the rate of global plastic production.
As soon as you see a layer of microplastic, you know you passed the 1950s. And that's the legacy of our generation.
This is Laurent Le Breton. He works at the Ocean Cleanup and led the study of the objects in the Great Pacific Garbage Patch.
And this will be there forever. We know that.
The sea sediment study looked at microplastics, particles smaller than 5 millimeters. These either come from synthetic clothing fibers, or they are the result of larger plastics breaking down. We found these tiny particles floating throughout the ocean, and even in the guts of the ocean's tiniest creatures, like plankton. But the sediment study shows that some of our plastic is likely hiding, buried in the seafloor, too. But here's another clue. This is a plastic bag captured 2,500 meters below the surface of the Arctic deep sea. It's one of over 2,100 photographs taken with this deep sea camera.
Part of the work that we're doing is to look at the impact of climate change in the Arctic. We use towed camera surveys to look at the impact on large animals like starfish and snails, sponges. And while I was doing these surveys, I saw that more and more plastic debris was on the seafloor.
Melanie Bergman's research shows that large plastic objects don't just float on the surface or degrade into microplastic. Some of them sink without breaking down. One study found that about 50% of plastic in landfills is more dense than seawater, which means these objects could sink on their own.
But even those other 50% may actually travel to the seafloor with time. Debris which is floating on the ocean surface becomes colonized with barnacles, mussels, all sorts of different organisms. And then it becomes heavier and heavier, and at a certain point it then starts to sink.
Bergman's research is difficult to replicate throughout the ocean because of the challenge of surveying deep sea environments.
That French guy is way too fucking hot, dude. I know it's unrelated to the ultimate conclusion that we are fucking ruining this planet, and you know, we're dumping a fuckload of plastics in there. It's not gonna be solved by like fucking, you know, drinking paper straws or whatever. But that French dude is just like, it's fucked up.
But it suggests that some of that missing plastic might be sitting on the seafloor, intact. Another clue complicates the mystery, though. This plastic crate from Taiwan. It's one of the objects excavated during the harvest in the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. And what struck researchers was its production date, 1971. When they looked at the production dates of other objects, they saw a trend. A lot of it was old trash. This was a new lead, because if the majority of plastic pollution degraded into microplastic or fell to the ocean floor, then what you'd see in garbage patches would be new plastic.
And that changed the story because the plastic that is accumulated at the surface of the ocean is actually very persistent. The plastic we find in subtropical oceans may actually be there for decades, if not centuries.
It turns out the new plastic is far closer than the open ocean or the bottom of the deep sea. Le Breton's research found that plastic objects on coastlines have more recent production dates than plastic in the open ocean. This clue led scientists to think a lot of debris actually stays close to shorelines around the world, hidden in plain sight.
I literally Control F to see Twitch where far-right influencers feel at home, and I'm not on the article at all. That'd be fucking insane if one New York Times... First of all, New York Times doesn't do that. One New York Times article will not contradict the other one like that.
Site.
Some of that will end up in the middle of the ocean in garbage patch. But actually a lot of it stays fairly near shore and hops from beach to beach to beach.
Eric von Sabeel is an oceanographer and is building an ocean model that predicts where our missing plastic ends up. The completed model will be finished in 2022, but in the meantime, he and his team publish initial results to a Twitter feed.
We use simulations of the ocean currents, and then we put in virtual plastic. We move that plastic with the ocean flow. At the same time, the plastic can fragment, it can degrade, organisms start growing on it. That weighs down the plastic so that it slowly starts to sink into the deeper ocean. So in that way, we're doing like this gigantic simulation of all of the ocean, of all the plastic moving around.
Van Sabeel thinks that a majority of plastic pollution is within 100 miles of shorelines, continually getting washed back up on beaches, down coastlines, or up and down to the sea floor.
Plastic continuously goes back and forth between the coastline and offshore. That's a lot of rubbing and fragmenting and scraping over the sand.
This commotion helps explain the presence of microplastics in sediments and animal guts, too. Laurent's organization is working on cleaning up the garbage patches in the middle of the ocean, but that won't do much for the other 99% of our plastic. The microplastics becoming part of our food web and geologic record, the larger debris sinking to the bottom of the ocean, and more likely than not, the stuff getting washed up on beaches. Like this one, where I recently visited, where I found a mix of micro and larger plastics. But knowing where plastics end up can help us keep this plastic heap from growing. These photos were taken by volunteers at an annual International Coastal Cleanup event organized by the Ocean Conservancy, where people volunteer to pick up plastic on the beaches near them. The most common objects they find are food wrappers, cigarette butts, plastic bottle caps, and plastic cups and plates. The easiest way to get plastic like this out of the ocean is to prevent it from entering in the first place, with better recycling programs, or producing and using less plastic altogether. There are nearly 400,000...
Or just fucking launching it into orbit, dude. Send it out to space, brother. There you go. Problem solved. The moon loon. Okay, fuck, you really had to comment? Might as well admit it here. One of the three dudes was this guy. Third guy's a political streamer with a small head. Wait, what?
Or no, sorry. But I've had some crazy, you know, I've had a threesome with two dudes in me. Or no, sorry. Oh my God.
Okay, fuck, you really had to comment? Might as well admit here. One of the three dudes was this guy. Third guy's a political streamer on Twitch with a small head. Yeah, we had a three-way, dude. Yeah, we fucked. End of space creating a prison. Wait, there's actually a space trash video? Did we
1,000
watch
miles
this?
of coastline around the world, not all of it accessible for people. But knowing that most of our
Who was it? No, I think he meant he's had a dream about having a threesome. Which that second part is probably true for the dream.
Plastic pollution hangs out along shorelines before it becomes microplastics or floats out to the open sea, means beach cleanups can go a long way in preventing further damage. So if you see plastic pollution on a beach, all the more reason to pick it up.
Open the door, please. It's very, it's really fucking heavy in here. My brother is here. He just walked up. Was this pretty funny?
Who? HasanAbi? HasanAbi? Who's that? I don't know who that is. Fucking rat leaks, dude. Look at these.
Who the fuck is this bald guy, bro?
Fucking rat leak streamers down here.
Who the fuck is this bald British guy?
Who?
Is that Bill Burr? Is that British Bill Burr? Has anyone here seen the movie Gravity? The whole movie's about the crew of space shuttle mission being killed by flying pieces of space trash. Guys, I know he's not British, dude. I know he's not British. He's Australian. Big Path of Exile streamer? Wait, really? Oh, does he fucking does he play PoE? Why don't we launch our space into the sun?
Welcome to Life Noggin.
Okay, I want to know why.
Oh, is this one of those toy dogs that does
Wait, I have a literal fucking space scientist in here in the room with me. Why don't we launch our trash into space? Why? Yeah, he's right. He said it takes a lot of energy to, like, the amount of energy to just, like, nuke it into orbit would be too much. So what if we figured out a way for, you know, for it to be cheaper? No, just into the sun. Okay. Why don't we throw the... Okay, here's another one. This is not in your field of expertise. You're a space scientist and not a volcano scientist, but why don't we throw it into a volcano? He had no answer to that. Chatter, good job. Why haven't you built a space elevator yet, pussy? Material strong enough doesn't exist, he said. Yeah, I think, owned. We got him, boys. We got him. Fucking can't even build a goddamn space elevator, dude. Imagine. Pfft. Fucking, if it were up to me, I would have built it, like, a while ago, you know? Psh, whatever. Yeah, sounds like a bunch of excuses, right? Exactly. Dude, fucking can't even make strong enough material, dude. Pfft.
Bunch of flips? Cool.
My cousin works at JPL doing rover shit on Mars. Does MURAT know him? Sorry if that's racist against engineers, though. Yes, all engineers that work on space travel know one another. This is facts. No, that is racist, dumbass. He works at fucking Boeing.
I hate having to throw the trash out. I mean, I gotta get up, I gotta get the garbage, I gotta throw it into the sun,
Sorry,
and then
you
I
had to
gotta
hear
go
that,
back
MURAT.
inside my house. It's just a
Anti-engineer
whole
racism.
ordeal. Oh, well, that's not how you guys do it? Right, I forgot. It's different in your world than it is in my world. Trash is a huge problem on Earth, and growing populations all over the planet are throwing away more garbage every year. Right now, humans throw away 3,500,000 tons of trash a day. Researchers estimate that by the end of the century, humans will be throwing away 11 million tons of trash a day. Human rockets today are more efficient than ever. People have even sent a mannequin in a car into space, just for fun. Like, just because they had so much money. So why aren't you humans using rockets to send your trash into the sun? Well, it's probably because the trash problem is even bigger than you think. One of the world's most cost-effective rockets is $90 million to launch, and can carry up to 70 tons of material into space. So, if we were to launch all of our trash into space using this type of rocket, we'd be spending, care of the one, a lot of money. In fact, for 1 year's worth of trash, this could cost more than 6 times the world's current debt. Also, you'd need 18.3 million rockets to do it. And modeling after Kennedy Space Center's 160-acre launch pad, for 18.3 million rockets, you'd need a launching area bigger than China. I would actually love to see that launch. Oh, engineering, aren't you amazing? Oh, almost forgot. And if we send the rocket itself into the sun, we also lose that too, which is definitely not ideal. It's probably a better idea just to send the garbage out into low Earth orbit. But here's the kicker. Garbage in space is already a problem. Decades of defunct satellites, rocket boosters, and pieces of spacecrafts are creating a cosmic landfill. In 1996, a French satellite was damaged by space junk created a decade earlier. A collision to one satellite may affect others, because some satellites only function in networks like GPS. If one GPS satellite is struck, it
Seems like we need to build satellites a little differently, dude. It's fucking bullshit. Again, like I said, if I were to fucking build a satellite, dude, it wouldn't have these problems. I'm just saying.
affects basic navigation, airplane routing, and time synchronization for banking and finance. It can also affect guided missiles, drones, and intelligence operations. Also, orbitable debris has a significant risk to the International Space Station's hardware, and, most importantly, its human life. Losing the ISS would mean losing research on improved vaccines, cancer detection and treatment systems, natural disaster monitoring, and robotic arms that make unremovable tumors removable. Finally, what goes up must come down. After some time, the garbage we send out will begin falling back to the planet, mostly burning up in the sky. According to the EPA, the practice of burning trash can be very bad for both your health and the environment. This process can produce dioxins, which may cause cancer, heart disease, and other medical issues. While some countries like Sweden seem to have well-regulated trash burning processes, it's unlikely that we could do the same thing with trash falling from space.
Brother, the Earth is flat. Just literally go to the edge and drop it. Problem solved.
And even though it's burning pretty high up in the atmosphere and not in your backyard, we should be on the safe side and try to avoid that. In the near future, we may have new tech, like space elevators and railgun launchers shooting trash deeper into space and having it be cheaper than ever. But until that day, people, we may just have to recycle. So, what do you want to launch into space? How expensive do you think that would be? Let me know in the comment section below or tell me, what should I talk about next? Want to watch more Life Noggin? Check out the video we did on
So I was right. We're waiting on space elevators. Got it. Okay, here's a wisecrack on fucking anti-vaxxers, boys.
Hey Wisecrack, Michael here, and today we're back to one of our favorite topics, anti-vaxxers. Now, we've already talked about some of the surprising roots of the modern anti-vax movement, but today we wanted to go in-depth on one particular part of that story. The media. Especially over the last few years, the media has postured themselves as dispellers
What's Murat's job at Boeing? Fucking your mom. Crazy that Boeing has a field exclusively dedicated to it, but that's what he's doing.
Misinformation. And that can be very true, but historically it's also been pretty false. Like when the media helped propel vaccine misinformation into the public consciousness not just once, but multiple times. How does that happen? Let's find out in this Wisecrack edition on anti-vaxxers and the media.
Even normies know about the hot tub meta. He just said, no, I run Boeing's hot tub Twitch campaign. Wait, why do you know about that? Oh my God. You still watch Phil DeFranco? Apparently he knows because of Philip DeFranco. That's so, he doesn't watch me, but he watches Philip the fucking Franco, dude.
And before we get into it, I want to give a shout out to this week's sponsor, Hover. Hover is an easy to use service that allows you to create a custom domain name or email address. If you're on the hunt for a new job, you want to put your best foot forward. And one of the first things people will see is your email. Now, hiring manager, your portfolio, and all the link the link about the quote-unquote debate about certain vaccines, but it's important to remember that massive population-level studies have pretty conclusively proven that vaccines A, do not cause autism, and B, are safe aside from incredibly rare adverse events. Which is all to say, we'll be talking about controversies today that are not scientific controversies at all. We're also going to be talking a lot about television news because, well, it's visual, but rest assured the same problems that we will discuss exist in print. Alright, enough disclaimers. Let's start with a vaccine scare that many credit for launching the modern anti-vaccine movement in America, a 1982 documentary called DPT Vaccine Roulette. The special put forth the concern that the pertussis, or whooping cough vaccine, was causing permanent brain damage in kids. While the vaccine was known to have more severe side effects than other childhood inoculations, there was no evidence that it caused any of the long-term brain damage detailed in the documentary. It pit one supposed expert against another, all the while presenting viewers with heartbreaking images of parents caring for their children. Despite serious phrasing problems,
my grandsons received the D.
It would catalyze vaccine fears in parents across the country and spark the formation of anti-DPT vaccine parent groups. While the presenter won an Emmy for her reporting, the Journal of the American Medical Association found that the program was rife with errors. Everything from inflating the titles of the people they interviewed.
It's like giving, I don't know, like the governor of fucking New York an Emmy or something for his brilliant leadership over the course of COVID, you know what I'm saying? That would be ridiculous if they did that.
To falsely reporting the numbers of children who experience side effects from the vaccine. Now, we're not going to cover why asking the question, why should I get vaccinated for diseases like diphtheria or pertussis when no one gets it anymore, is mind-numbingly dumb.
Why are we giving children so many vaccines? There's no more polio in the United States, and there's no more diphtheria.
Oh, I love that. Dude. That's great, dude. Yeah, it's just mission accomplished. There's no more. Fuck it, dude. Yo, anti-vaxxers are so fucking stupid, dude. I swear to God.
In the United States.
Instead, we're going to divert our attention to something else going on. Both sidism. Specifically, how it enabled bad science to infiltrate the hearts and minds of millions of Americans.
No vaccine's ever been proven safe, and no vaccine has ever been proven effective.
Both.
Wow. Wow, is that true? That's crazy. I mean, that'd be crazy if it was true, except it's not.
Sidism, or false balance, is a phenomenon wherein a media outlet portrays differing facets of a debate as having equal merit when in reality, the factual evidence is strongly stacked on one side. Of course, there are a lot of issues that legitimately have multiple sides to consider, like when different scientists try to predict how many people will be infected by or die from COVID-19. That's something good science journalists cover. It's a scientific controversy where scientists disagree, which should be differentiated from social controversies or political controversies. That is, just because something is up for debate in the YouTube comments doesn't mean it's up for debate among scientists, whether that's the idea that the earth is round or that vaccines prevent deadly diseases. And DPT Vaccine Roulette seems like it's presenting a scientific controversy with experts and all, except, well, they had to fudge a few numbers and titles to make that controversy seem compelling in the first place. In the years after the documentary's release, programming on the DPT.
I can't believe they just shot. I can't believe they just fucking fired shots, not only at my man Flat Stanley, who was a brave, bold truth teller, but also Jubilee and their entire fucking business strategy. Kind of fucked up, dude.
DPT vaccine often use the language of empowering the viewer to make their own choices.
It's frightening, so is it true? You decide.
And this framing lent itself to a peculiar imbalance. In order to present the viewer with two purportedly equal sides, as opposed to an open and shut case of scientific consensus, the vaccine critical claims were given a disproportionate amount of airtime. In other words, the media had to make the anti-vax case seem more compelling than it was in order to justify airing these kinds of programs to begin with. Exposing people to scientific ideas that scientists don't take seriously isn't necessarily an intentionally nefarious deed. Sometimes it simply comes from a journalist's desire for fairness. They want to make sure both sides get equal exposure. I don't want to get into which of these stories are just cynical sensationalism and which are earnest reporters trying to do their jobs. But regardless, sensationalism is a system-wide problem in the media. A story about a zesty climate change tweet is more likely to get clicks than a headline declaring that the vast majority of scientists agree that anthropogenic climate change is a real thing. No, really. Or its follow-up, seriously, stop asking us. Nothing has changed. But both sides in an argument dishonestly also happens to make great conflict, and conflict makes great TV. After all, there's a reason reality show producers love casting people with poor emotion regulation. And when it comes to good TV, vaccines have great conflict baked into them. It pits sympathetic mothers versus cold doctors, real Americans versus the medical establishment. Emotions are bound to run high. And most importantly, it's got kids. Nothing draws attention like suffering children. It makes for such reliably good TV that doctor versus mom is basically a genre of its own within.
This is kind of at the heart of why like anti-abortion psychos will never say we need to punish the women and instead will hyper focus on punishing the doctors, when in fact, obviously, the people that end up getting punished are still very much the women who can't get abortions.
Talk show segments. We dug up a bunch of these segments, starting with a 1986 episode of Regis Philbin's The Morning Show. On one side were two mothers who claimed the DPT shot harmed their children. Then there's the director of a hospital pediatric ward. After one mother whose child died tells her story, the doctor says,
"What's important is not to minimize the tragedy that you just heard about, but it has to be put in perspective."
The mother inhales and blinks rapidly. She looks like she's desperately trying to keep it together. Of course, factually, the doctor is right. Danger from vaccine reactions are far overshadowed by the number of lives saved. But it sounds cold and callous to spew public health statistics in the face of a grieving mother. The viewer is just as likely to come away feeling rage on the parent's behalf as they are to be reassured about the efficacy of childhood vaccine schedules. Here's another mother on CNN's Sonia Live in 1990 debating the DPT vaccine. She appears to have the most cutting-edge information on new scientific studies, has memorized all the relevant numbers, and seemingly holds her own against the doctor who she is debating without relying on an emotional appeal. So, who are we supposed to believe? We also pulled a 1995 segment with Brian Gumbel about the chickenpox vaccine, where the host, after talking to an actual pediatrician, says there is quote-unquote debate about the safety of the vaccine.
Despite the FDA's approval, there is still some debate over whether or not the vaccine is really necessary or completely safe.
That's before cutting straight to the other side as represented.
No. If there is FDA approval, that means the debate has been done. The debate is over. They've moved beyond the debate. There was a debate leading up to the FDA approval, and that debate is over now. As far as the... Wait, is it the same lady? What is this sick freak just like been trying to murder everyone in America in perpetuity? Like, what the fuck?
Presented by a mother who heads an official-sounding vaccine information organization. Gumbel also, without any amount of journalistic skepticism, uncritically presents her as,
"You are one of many parents whose children have suffered crippling reactions to vaccines."
Also, if she looks familiar, it's because she was in all three videos. Her name is Barbara Lowe Fisher, and she was propelled to national attention thanks in part to being an easy source for the other side for news segment producers, even if the other side in her case amounted to pseudoscience. As Mnookin writes, Barbara Lowe Fisher, who is oftentimes identified in the press as a seemingly impartial vaccine expert and as the head of a parent advocacy group that fought for children's health, was relied on by many reporters in need of a quick reaction. The Los Angeles Times even once listed her organization as a source to learn more about the subject. But let's get back to the 1980s and DPT vaccine roulette. The controversy angered doctors across the country for irresponsible reporting that stoked unfounded vaccine fears. So when a new so-called controversy...
Dude. Dude, I will never understand why conservatives literally side with the disease and not with the side of humanity. Which leads me to believe that there is some kind of brain disease if you are conservative. It's like a brain parasite, and it forces you to be a terrorist, okay? It blows my mind, and it tracks.
Controversy appeared over a decade later, surely journalists and TV producers were a little better equipped, right? In 1998, Andrew Wakefield, a British medical researcher, authored a paper that warned of a link between the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine, or MMR, and inflammatory bowel disease and autism. The argument was that measles, including the weakened strain of measles in the vaccine, caused a leaky gut, which in turn caused autism. There were a boatload of problems with the study, and many seasoned science reporters ignored the findings. But the
autism is when I fart a lot. Bro, Taco Bell straight made me straight autistic, dude. Straight up. Just peeing out of my butt, dude. Which is what autism is.
Anti-vax crowd repackaged the story as a human interest piece to non-science journalists who didn't have the background to spot the study's red flags. Thanks to the investigative work of Brian Deere years later, we now know that lawyers involved in a vaccine lawsuit paid Wakefield $800,000 for his research and funneled him subjects for the study. He did many other shady things, which we don't have time to get into, but by the end of it all, dude lost his medical license. Anyway, how did the media handle this whole fiasco? Here's a clip from a 2001 episode of 60 Minutes Australia. First, we hear from several parents with autistic children who believe that the MMR dose caused their autism. We also hear from Andrew Wakefield, who carefully explains his theory. We then hear from both a specialist in infectious diseases and a senior official in the British Health Department, who both dismiss Wakefield's conclusions as bad medicine.
The studies simply do not convey the conclusions that Dr. Wakefield attaches to them.
Despite multiple experts weighing in to explain that there is absolutely no evidence of the MMR vaccine causing autism,
I can tell you, Tara, that all the studies that have been done show no link.
We pan back to Wakefield, who hits us with this doozy.
Now, the fundamental rule of clinical medicine is that you listen to the patient or the patient's parents. And so when they say to me,
"What?
I think this was MMR," do we take that seriously or not? Damn right we do.
Wakefield does a masterful job of twisting the dialogue from bad science versus good science to patients versus pencil pushers. And with plenty of B-roll footage of children damaged by vaccines, 60 Minutes seems to help.
I just don't understand, like, I don't understand how you can be so evil. Like, how? There is a part of my brain that, like, shuts off when I look at this stuff, and I'm like, how are you doing this? No, money, but like, dude. There is a million different things that you could do that do not require, like, brainwashing hundreds of millions of motherfuckers into, like, actually causing genuine harm to their children. / adults now as well.
Help him make his case. Philosopher Alfred Archer argues that by giving significant attention to outsider positions within the scientific community, journalists run the risk of sending the message that expert opinion on the issue is more evenly divided than in fact is the case. In 2002, a BBC channel aired a special called MMR, Every Parent's Choice, focusing on a yet-to-be-released paper by none other than Andrew Wakefield. Again, it presented the controversy as though it were a political battle between beleaguered mothers and lofty bureaucrats. The format is, again, designed to pull at heartstrings.
If we're talking about a can of beans in Sainsbury's that might possibly be contaminated, the whole lot would be withdrawn by now. And we're talking about kids' lives here.
The problem, of course, is that there was no good quality evidence that the MMR vaccine had anything to do with autism.
There's no evidence that MMR vaccine increases the likelihood of autism at any time.
But instead of pressing Wakefield and the parents to defend their claims, the BBC put the burden of proof on the scientists, who are working with decades of international research.
Just because there is no evidence now doesn't necessarily mean that there won't be evidence in the future. What happens if you've got it wrong?
Oh shit, dude. I forgot that's how it works, dude. That is the fucking conservative nuclear reactor take, which is like, well, it didn't happen in this situation, but what about in my hypothetical where it did? I love that take, dude. I fucking love that take. Oh, by the way, that's, I mean, something that like reactionary people do all the time. Leftists kind of do it too from time to time as well. When it comes to perceived slights and shit like that, it's just a thing that people apply where it's like, well, I know it didn't happen here, but in my hypothetical, it could happen, and I'm going to operate off of the basis of that hypothetical.
This isn't a situation where we're in the dark with no evidence whatsoever, but you're choosing to focus on one or a small group of people's claims.
Everything from the title, Every Parent's Choice, to the time slip between interviewees is designed to make the special look like it's presenting a fair and balanced review of two equal sides. But the sides aren't equal. One has decades of scientific research behind it, and the other has two studies, both published by a rogue doctor who has since been accused of changing data from his lab notebooks to fit the conclusion that he wanted. The BBC special triggered an avalanche of parent versus doctor news stories on the new MMR autism controversy with the aid of Wakefield's study. A few years later, the MMR autism debacle got a new celebrity.
Bro, it's like thousands of hours of proficiency, learning, education, rigorous testing, hundreds of thousands of rigorous testing versus one fucking meme. Who wins? The meme. That's who. That's where we're at now with like 90% of the idiotic shit that conservatives believe. One meme boy versus thousands and thousands of hours of academia.
Boost. Jenny McCarthy, the former Playboy Playmate, MTV comedian, and NBC sitcom star, blamed her son's autism on vaccines. In 2007, she released a book, Louder Than Words, A Mother's Journey in Healing Autism, and went on Oprah to promote it. And like the BBC
what do you mean healing
special half a
autism,
decade
dude?
earlier, Oprah's platform provided crucial legitimation to McCarthy's fringe views. Once the seal had been broken, so to speak, McCarthy started to be presented as an expert, up for debate against pediatricians and scientists.
We do not need that many vaccines.
And ready to show up on Larry.
It's not all conservatives, though. A lot of liberal wine moms become anti-vax. Yes, reactionary. It is a reactionary thought. And those liberal wine moms become conservative as a consequence of the anti-vax position.
King.
These doctors are not learning about prevention or vitamins.
Media both-sidism doesn't...
It is literally reactionary and inherently conservative to be anti-science and anti-scientific progress. So even fucking leftists or liberals or whatever the fuck that engage in this sort of take are maintaining a anti-science approach. A reactionary, a traditionalist, a conservative take on scientific accomplishments.
Operate in a vacuum. It only works within an ecosystem of other fallacies and distortions that help convey to the viewer that the program is trying to impart an unbiased message, and most importantly, let the viewer choose what to believe. But their options for belief have already been tampered with, and the result is real-world epidemics like the 2019 measles outbreak in Samoa that infected more than 3% of the population and killed 83 people. The same year, there were nearly 700 cases of measles in the US, the highest since 2000, when the disease was considered eliminated in America. Earlier in the decade, measles surged.
And that's the fucking answer, by the way. Remember how the anti-vaxxer woman was like, if we've rid polio, why continue to vaccinate our children? That's why, motherfucker.
surged in the UK when at least 1 million children went unvaccinated. Dr. David Elliman, spokesman of the Royal College of Pediatrics and Child Health, said, "This is the legacy of the Wakefield scare." What's more, there's research showing that false balance really does shift people's perception of the vaccine debate. Researchers found that during the Wakefield autism controversy in 2002, the majority of people in Britain wrongly believed that doctors and scientists were equally divided over the safety of the MMR vaccine. That may be because 70% of news stories related to MMR mentioned a link with autism, while only 11% covered the vaccine's safety record. The researchers wrote that 53% of those surveyed at the height of the media coverage of the issues assumed that because both sides of the debate received equal media coverage, there must be equal evidence for each. And those perceptions aren't limited to a blip in the early aughts. I do really want to specify here, this is not a blanket attack on the media. Science journalism is hard. It involves a ton of background knowledge on the issues you're reporting on and talking to experts in the fields to disentangle incredibly complex topics. Journalists also have everything working against them. They are chronically underpaid and overworked, leading some sites to more or less just copy and paste press releases without the good critical commentary science journalism should provide. And on the other end, you have pressure to reach more viewers or readers, especially for outlets supported by advertising revenue. But unfortunately, all these factors led us to a place where people take pseudoscientific fears way more seriously than they should. And those memories of vaccine scares, whether from MMR, DPT, or others, resurface for many as they consider whether or not to vaccinate their children or to get vaccinated against COVID-19. Many outlets have since grappled with the flaws of both sides' journalism when covering conspiracy theories, pseudoscience, or just flat-out misinformation coming from government officials, but many have not. But what do you think? Let us know in the comments. Big thanks to our patrons for all your support. Obliterate that subscribe button like you're a vaccine-induced antibody hunting for SARS-CoV-2, and don't forget to ring that bell. And as always, thanks for watching. Later.
It stems from the same place, like American individualism and like the liberal POV that like every individual has an opinion and that opinion is unique and important. Conservatives have this point of view. Liberals, obviously conservatives who are also liberals in some respects, have this point of view. It's so strange. No, it's not just American. I know. I don't need some fancy degree to tell me that injecting yourself with mysterious chemicals that may or may not be Bill Gates' cum is a bad idea. Like, all opinions are not sacred, and they're certainly not equal to one another. No matter how much you want to feel that way, because deep down inside you're scared that you are a tiny-brained idiot, and that's a fear that we all hold on to, so don't worry. Your opinion is not fucking equal to others' opinions. Sorry. Okay? Especially when it comes to expert opinion. Or facts relayed by an expert.
Ready? It's so funny. Ready? And hold on. What about sunglasses?
Sunglasses. Why is everybody making the same joke? Yeah, yeah, this is a video from my house, dude. This is literally my house, dude. I live here.
Action.
Hello.
Hello.
Did I do it wrong again?
No, that was perfect.
Okay, good.
How's it going?
It couldn't be better.
Good. Oh, it could. That leaf blower could shut up.
I was nearly going to say it's a glorious day in Beverly Hills, but I'm not going to say that because I always say that. So let me think of something else to say. There's some clouds in the sky today, which is very unusual because it's June gloom and they will burn off by 12 o'clock. It is currently 11:15 or thereabouts. Did you see what I'm wearing today?
Yeah. Beautiful.
Oh,
Let people know.
Yeah.
Motherfucker waited until January 7th. Or since January 7th. Just sitting in here festering, dude. The thing I'll never understand about this is like, why wouldn't I just be a fucking capitalist who's pro-capitalism? Like, it literally, it's just easier. Like, you know what I mean? That part is never described because people will always be like, because it's popular. It's like, motherfucker, do you know what this used to look like when I first started on this platform? Like it's not a popular. No one goes, you know what? The type of content that really doesn't fit the bill on a gaming platform full of a lot of gamers who have reactionary points of view. Yeah, that's the kind of content that I want to do. The type of shit that pisses everybody off. Like, why wouldn't I just be the kind of person who's like, yeah, I love capitalism and you know, you're not racist for having racist opinions. Don't worry about it. Everything is racist nowadays. Blah, blah, blah. Like, why don't I just do that? That shit's like that. It makes so much money. The problem with like the Sargon of Akkad types isn't necessarily that their ideas aren't popular. Luckily, some of their ideas are finally no longer as popular as they once were. But the problem with them is that they have the personality of a fucking... They have the personality of a piece of burnt toast. So that's why their audiences move away and they're fucking bored. Like, they're not engaging. They're not creating like entertaining content. So people just leave after a while. You know what I mean? But like their point of view, their point of view is still pretty fucking popular, especially on YouTube.
By the time this video comes out, somebody would have won this,
no,
right? Oh, they wouldn't?
I think there's going to be another week left to enter.
Oh, well, in that case, producermichael.com/giveaway.
It's way easier to be a tanky than a normal liberal on the internet. What the fuck are you on about? What? What?
You're too close.
That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Sorry, I gotta respond to that. It is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Bro, even fucking tankies hate other tankies. They're powerless. And also, it is probably the community that has spent more time infighting than doing actually like any sort of praxis, I guess. What the fuck? It just depends on like what... It depends on, you know, what flavor of leftist you are. Unless you were memeing.
Enter to win the blue version of this amazing Aventi Sapphire Crystal Tourbillon watch. Did I get that right?
Yeah.
We are going to see
fucking idiot
a gigantic house. I think it's just under 16,000 square feet. $40 million. Unbelievable property in the heart of Beverly Hills. Brand new, never lived in. And hey, this is exciting. So let's go see it.
I'm ready.
Did I miss anything?
Wow, it's so loud. Yeah, tell everybody what's going on, just in case we accidentally get someone in the video.
Oh, what is going on? Oh yeah.
Behind the scenes.
So this gentleman here, his name is Nathan. I hope that lawnmower thing doesn't...
It'll be okay.
It'll be
On
okay?
these, it'll be fine.
Okay, good. So Nathan is filming a behind-the-scenes video of the making of a ProducerMichael video, which will go on Adam Sword's channel, but still buy my merch, not his. Come on.
It's real meta,
Oh,
dude.
Press the bell.
Kajimbo.
Beautiful big doors. Lovely house, lovely house. Hi, how are you?
Hello, hello.
Good to see you.
You too.
Okay, dude. This is fucking insane. Is every realtor in LA hot? Like, what the fuck? Don't fucking comb. You will get nuked. But it is something I have noticed.
Hi, let me close the store for you.
So thank you so much for having us come to see this amazing house.
Being hot is a very important part of being a real estate agent, especially if you're a woman.
With Sotheby's, and welcome. It's so nice to have you here. This is a brand new construction built in 2020. Nobody touched it, brand new. And the designer is Studio William Hefner, and the building company is Shine Construction. So we have 7 bedrooms, 13 bathrooms, and 50,800 square feet property. And please enjoy yourselves, make yourselves at home.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
have
And
fun.
just to confirm, it's $40 million, correct?
It's $40 million, correct.
Well, we are excited, and again, thank you so much for letting us preview this. So let's go have some fun.
I'm ready, sir.
See you soon.
See you soon.
Wait, she's not going to be around?
Okay, I am going to take this off.
I hate this, dude. I'm going to fucking move on from this video. I don't want to watch 2 fucking dummies walk around a goddamn house and like not understand what the fuck's going on in the house with like appliances and shit. Wait. Someone said she 100% a vegetarian. What the fuck does that mean, dude? How did you come to that conclusion? Please explain, bro. The best ones are when the baboons wander around unrestricted. No. You need someone to like guide a little bit. You need someone to guide a little bit. Felix's most recent IG is about you. What? IG story? Nameless King fight is bad. Interminable first phase. Second phase is repetitive. And like if Gale was boring and had no real room to experiment in. Not sour grapes because I've beaten that fight and have the Steam trophy to prove it. Your move, bigots. Wow, I can't believe he's fucking calling me out like this, dude. Motherfucker called me a bigot too. Dude, Felix loving the shit out of the From Software franchise has been so wonderful. So mean? No, he's not calling me out, dude. He's just making a joke.
You stay away from me. Okay. Well, let's start. Wow. I mean, goodness gracious.
Are all these videos just for the house shop? Yes. You know, I have a $100 million budget, so that's why I'm looking at the $40 million mansions. The lady in this video is from Turkey? Shut the fuck up. Are you serious? I thought her accent was like kind of Turkish. No way, dude. Oh my God, she is. She's literally Turkish. Oh my God. She's a global real estate advisor. Bro, her fucking real estate. Wait, I want to see sorted by price. Oh, fuck. It shows the most expensive one. Okay, cheapest real estate. Oh, never mind. She's got some fucking... Oh, shit, dude. She sells... What? Wonderful location, Cross Canyon views in Topanga Canyon, $55,000. What? What is she selling? Air? That's the cheapest one. She does not follow me. I looked. Buy a house from her? That's what I want. I want to buy a house from her. It's just land you can build on. How is it so cheap? Is $55K for a lot? I feel like $55,000 anywhere near fucking Los Angeles. I mean, it's in Topanga. That's probably why. Gozan isn't a Turkish name. It's Albanian. Okay, my bad. I'm sorry. I did not want to disrespect the Albanians. Old Topanga lot close to Calabasas. $169,000. Land and home for sale in Malibu. Wait. Why the fuck is that? This makes it seem like there's something wrong with the home. Land and home for sale. What the fuck does that mean, dude? What is this? Is this some experimental shit? Like, what the fuck is this? $320,000 for this thing. Chat. Spectacular hillside lot. What is this? Is this real? Bro, is she selling literally a fucking... Is she selling just like a treehouse for $320,000? What the fuck? It's a rust base. Oh. Okay, there's Encino, Van Nuys, Topanga Canyon, $459,000. North Hollywood, $480,000 under contract. $929 square feet, chat. $500,000. Chat. $500,000 for 929 square feet. It's nuts, dude. LA real estate. Holy fuck. What a joke. Oh shit, is that producer Michael the same guy who walked around the Bel Air mansion, which was owned by the guy who chat bullied relentlessly for almost 4 days straight? What do you mean bullied relentlessly? I can't tell if you're like actually upset that and legitimately think that the chat was bullying. What? Dude, call producer Mike. He's got something to tell you. What? Oh my god, it's literally... It's Mike, dude. It's Mike, dude.
It's vast. It's just enormous. Absolutely enormous. And so opulent. So I'm assuming this is like the formal living room. And there's so many rooms in this house, there's quite a good chance that I'll get a few things wrong, but I'll do my best. So this is the formal living room. And it's like a botanical garden out here.
Unfortunately, she's married.
Disappear. There's a pool.
How do you know?
We'll do that part shortly.
She is Turkish.
The size.
Fucking called it.
Guys,
lovely,
I hope
isn't
this
it?
shows up on camera the way that I'm looking at this right now. It's enormous, absolutely
See
enormous.
the fireplace as it goes through both sides?
Very nice. So this room here, I know, is called the gentleman's room. So you close this off, and I don't know if you're a cigar smoker or not, come out here in the outside. I personally don't smoke cigars, but a bar, and this is just like the gentleman's snug area. It's so inviting, right?
It's lovely.
Really inviting. Love the lights.
Yeah, everything looks so well put together.
Everything, the quality of everything, it's really, I hope it shows on camera, I really do. It's absolutely amazing. So, what's that? Let's have a look in there.
Is that a toilet, do you think?
Don't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and it
Whoa,
welcomed me. How about that? Very nice light is.
Bro, it's so funny that this guy has been to mansions that cost $500 million, mansions that cost $50 million. He's in a $40 million mansion. They all have the Totoro toilet, dude. And yet, how excited he gets when he sees the fucking pooper is always like, as though it's the first time he's seen it. Oh, it's saying hi to you. It's like, motherfucker, you know, you probably have one. I love that. I love that about producer Michael. It's like the first time he's ever seen a toilet.
On. Lou, nice time.
Is it an LA thing to keep doors open at all times? In Alabama, we get mosquitoes. Yes, there's actually, it is an LA thing to keep your windows open and your doors open. We do not have we don't have a mosquito problem here at all.
So we should go back this way and round because the main house goes that direction. Even the thickness of the doors.
I know, this is solid.
Comes with a beautiful car in the driveway. That's not true, that's mine.
We don't have water. We're in a desert.
And
this is actually nice.
These are, what are these? Oh, how clever. Cupboard storage.
That's cool.
You don't have to see inside.
I like the
See inside?
little latch. That's awesome.
So staircase down, and we'll do the middle level first.
Yeah.
Then we'll go, which way should we go?
God, it's a treat, isn't it? We can go whichever way.
You can tell by who's like a full-blown Los Angelino who's never lived anywhere else by the way they react to me saying that there's no mosquito problem in LA. If you've only lived in Los Angeles, then yes, you don't know what fucking mosquito problems look like. Straight up. Dude, there are no mosquitoes in Los Angeles. There's like very little mosquitoes in Los Angeles, if at all. Because we're in an incredibly dry climate, literally just go to a fucking humid area and talk to me again about whether like a humid area next to a big body of water and fucking talk to me about mosquitoes, all right?
Way we want.
Let's go whichever way we want. Okay, so this is an office, which I think could also be a bedroom if you wanted it to be. Lovely bathroom. Light switch, lights. Both on.
I love these skylights that they have in.
It's really nicely done. The quality is really super. Like the round mirror too. That's leather.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so.
What? Sit in this chair. How comfy is that back?
I can't sit in the chair because my cable. Well, let me try. Stay away. Da 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 da. Remarkably comfy.
Yeah, it's comfy.
Yeah, it'll probably leave lines across your back,
right.
Especially if you didn't have a shirt on.
Which apparently you don't now all the time.
Once I posted one picture, and I'm getting beaten up for it. It had more comments than anything, like 3,000 comments.
What the fuck?
Which apparently you don't now all the time.
Once I posted one picture.
Sunday fun day. I bought myself a pressure washer. I had no idea how much fun these are to use. How about my shoes? In it to win it.
And I'm getting beaten up for it. It had.
Yo, is being oblivious a part of like becoming an older British guy or what? Most comments I've ever got on anything. Anything whatsoever. Looking good. I'm on my way with another 2 cars for you. Stay put.
More comments than anything.
Fucking
Like
weird, dude.
3,000 comments.
I'm not surprised. You shirtless in pink Crocs.
As I was saying, elevator. We won't use that right now.
Okay.
And this is the formal dining room. How nice. Everything, although we're in the heart of Beverly Hills and there are streets around us, you would never know it. And that's just like a...
Skinny chatters are like, why does his stomach look like that? Motherfucker, what do you mean? Have you never been fat? And taken a shirtless photo? I mean, he's holding on for life, dude. My man's gut has sucked up the entirety of the planet into it.
Oh, look at the water feature out there. That's
Isn't that
awesome.
nice?
Yeah.
It's like just being in the middle of a garden. It kind of feels outside, although you're inside, right? Dining room, the doors, once again.
To be fair, he does look pretty good for his age, honestly.
And they
straight up.
Pocket away.
No meme.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they're electric or they're not electric. Hallway, those are lights. I'm going to guess they're electric. And then here we have another loo. A loo. It's just a loo. Nice sink. And here we have, an amazing kitchen.
This is gorgeous.
Isn't that pretty? Look at your view. It's tropical looking.
This might be the best fucking house I've ever seen on this show. And I'm not just saying that because I want Almila to contact me and sell me a house.
Wow, yeah, this really is.
And this is
gorgeous.
your breakfast area, which is also the size of a dining table.
Right.
How lovely.
I love that. Imagine this, like when you have a few friends over.
It's also probably because, like, as long as it has minimal utility, as in, as long as the house is, like, livable and is not in your face and real aggro and doesn't look like a fucking hotel lobby or some shit, like, that's how low our bar is for this shit.
They're cool.
Aren't they cool?
Yeah, have a few friends over, you can chill on the couch, people in the kitchen, come
Sit
here
up
and
at the
eat.
bar.
Yeah. What a beautiful space.
Okay, so where are my refrigerators and freezers? Oh, there they
I'm
are
guessing
over there. Okay.
Ooh.
So, I
Fridge.
should have guessed which was which first. But now that I know this is the right one,
That's
I was
the
right
fridge.
with my pick. Love those lights too.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
This is... Ooh, check this out.
What have we got?
So this is, I think this is like a pantry area stuff and a little kitchen.
Yeah.
And then here there is a big...
Chat, we know by now, whenever you see a little kitchen, know that that's the kitchen for help. Because it would be unkempt for rich people to be around poor people. So help should not be seen, and therefore they oftentimes are pushed away tucked away into small corners of the house.
Big kitchen.
Oh man.
So this is a sous kitchen.
Holy moly.
Yeah, and this must be back to the dining room. How about that?
Yeah, so you can serve your guests. There's actually, I just saw, Michael, have you seen this? There's a slab out here with an extra so that the help...
Joe Biden time? He's not live yet, is he?
Come and park here.
Yeah, this is for your caterers to come.
He's live in an hour, motherfucker. No, he's live at 6 p.m., okay? God, you guys... Oh, man. Imagine being such a Joe Biden simp, dude. Like, he literally fucking goes live at 6, but you want to, like, what? Watch the pre-screen at fucking 5, an hour before, because that's how much you love him.
How does this open?
Oh, I've seen the Troy
you could put a
Sivan's
semi
house is
here.
nice.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, you could easily get like a trailer or...
You could put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, maybe 7, 8 cars.
Struggle to get a trailer out, that's the only thing.
Yeah. But very clever.
Yeah, that's awesome.
A staff parking area.
Oh, beep, beep,
Let me
beep.
lock that back.
Oh, also, I forgot to run the ad, but you really are running a full-blown daycare for 30,000 people, right? Yes, I am. I am. As I literally do. It doesn't matter how old you are. People do act like fucking little daycare kids in here. Anyway, it's top of the hour every hour. It's time for a 6-second ad break. I'm gonna purchase this house for the daycare, so all of your subs are going to the Almila Gozan fund, where she will sell me a house for the daycare. Straight up. Feel me? Hold on. You can subscribe by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your account. Here's the ad now. Oh.
Back up. Oops.
Please never sell the daycare as an NVT. You mean an NFT? Yeah.
Struggling with the door.
I'm selling it as an NFT.
Okay, I think I did it. Okay, so back into the kitchen.
Look at that view.
It's really pretty. You would never know you've got a house next to you, would you?
No.
I love these lights. They're completely different. Each one is different. You'd never think of doing that, at least I wouldn't.
No, that looks really nice.
And those are the, what do you call these bulbs?
Edison bulbs.
Thank you, Edison bulbs. How do you know all this stuff?
I'm just a smart guy, mate.
And this is like the relaxing TV area,
Yeah.
fireplace.
So this is where you'd come hang out in an evening.
Yeah.
To watch. Well, actually,
it's
no.
one of the places you
Yeah,
could.
because they're somewhere.
So guys, just to let you into a little secret, we have seen the house. We did a little preview of it. Not all of it, but most of it. And there's some very special rooms downstairs. We'll get to those shortly. And upstairs, there's special rooms all over the place.
It's an awesome house.
Yeah, and then here's an outside. Oh, look. Wow.
What have you got?
Should we go out here after?
No,
there's an outside kitchen and a
yeah,
dining
let's
table.
go there, because then we need to go across to the guest house.
Should we do that now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so.
Let's go that way, because I don't know how to open these doors. I struggle with them. Okay, so we are now outside.
See, I never pre-watch. I wouldn't do you like that. Whereas producer Michael, he pre-tours, which is kind of fucked up. Or maybe he's a professional and that's why he takes this shit seriously. You know what I'm saying?
Outside the kitchen area, and it's just lovely. It's really lovely.
It's gorgeous.
Barbecue area.
Not from LA. Who stops people from running up in these mansions? Like, what do you mean? Just like running into the mansions and stealing shit? Police. I think. Gates. There's Gates. I don't mean Bill and Melinda Gates. LA County Sheriff gangs, yeah. Yeah, I was listening to the Chapo episode on it. It's pretty good.
16,000 feet, so
a lot of
living space. Oh, there's everything here. Everything you could imagine, and some.
This is gorgeous.
Yeah.
And then
But yeah, it happens more frequently than you would think. It happens more frequently than you would expect. Like, I mean, people just like run into the fucking mansion or whatever. There's usually security. I won't say who, but the craziest fucking like celebrity mansion I've ever been inside of is inside of a gated community, and there's like 11 gates that you go through before you get to this person's house. Not 11, I'm exaggerating, but there's like 3 gates that you literally go through, and also on top of that there's like security, like private security, shit like that. Keep out the poor people? Nah, no. There's a certain level. No, motherfucker. No, not John Stamos. John Stamos doesn't have that at all, actually. No, dude. No, not to keep out the poor people out. Keep out fucking fans out, dude. Listen. I am a Twitch streamer, and I, for obvious reasons, cannot have my address out. It's not about, you know, making sure the poors don't come near me. It's so that people don't murder me. Okay? So if I have this sort of approach, I totally understand how some, but it's off Mulholland. Yeah, it is. But like it's got its own driveway. No, it's not like offline TV. No. The person I'm talking about is a legitimate GOT stream sniping today. What? Mulholland is massive. It doesn't mean anything. Is this the one you said you got with on that one podcast? No. No. No, I'm not going to tell you, but it is a very famous person who's like a real Hollywood celebrity. But
even through here, there's a little separate kind of hidden area.
Hidden area. We are in the hidden area. Helicopter. I'm assuming this is the main door in. No.
No, around this side.
Let's go that side. Well, that is probably the main door, but this is open so we can go explore.
Look at this from here as well. Like, look at that view.
It's like a compound, isn't it?
It's lovely, and this tree is amazing.
I bet that was here before the house.
I bet that was here before.
They probably
we were
designed
on this
all of this
planet.
around the tree.
Oh wow!
You could live in here, Adam.
It's like a little beach house.
Yeah, it is.
OTV has at least 6 gates. I got past 5 in a mad dash, but the robo dogs got me good. Dude, don't even make a joke about that. No, it's not Paris Jackson.
Oh, it's cool.
Okay, what's this called, Michael? I've said it on about 6 videos.
A picture.
Do you remember?
A plastic tree.
Do you remember?
Fica.
Ooh, close. Begins with an F.
Fuzzy fica.
No.
Furry fica.
Do your homework. It's not a fica.
Help.
Fiddly fig.
I'm not even going to tell you who it is, even if you figure it out. Like, I'm just not going to tell you.
Fiddly fig?
Fiddle leaf fig.
It's a fig tree.
There you go.
Bedroom. This is so lovely. Did you go in the bedroom?
No, I didn't.
You should.
You didn't go in there.
I did.
You just poked your head
But I'll go back in. Bathroom, shower.
This is absolutely
amazing.
lovely.
It's like a little mini house, right?
Yeah. No, it is lovely.
Okay, so you want me to go back in the bedroom?
Yeah, let's have a look. I didn't come in.
Did you know this was a fig tree? There's another one in case you were
Wow,
confused.
I didn't know that.
Okay, so lovely bedroom.
Oh yeah. I really like the black with the white.
The contrast?
Like the contrast is, yeah, with the clean lines.
Michael's belt sucks with that outfit. Dude, Michael's outfits are fucking awful, dude. Every time he wears an outfit, it's dog shit.
So pretty. So pretty. Paradise, right?
This is gorgeous.
Paradise. Didn't bring my sunglasses. These look like you're ready for a manicure, right? Not a manicure, pedicure.
This is
so pretty.
Really nice.
A fire pit. Can roast your marshmallows.
This is good for dogs as well. Good dog pool. You got a little shallow bit here.
Oh yeah, there's a shallow little walking area.
Is he done? Or
what are you doing?
Rescuing this bee, but I don't know if he's alive.
It'll sting you.
What are you doing? That was a genuine, that was like a genuine moment of fear, dude.
Yeah, buddy. Here you go. Go on. Tip over. There you go.
Oh, that's so nice. You rescued the bee. Don't stand on it.
I'm not going to stand.
I would literally step on it immediately. Colony collapse disorder. His name is Hasan. Capital D colon. Dude, these are mid. I don't know why. I think people just watch these because they're fascinated with how big the houses are, rather than like actually because they fucking like, rather than because they actually think it's like good content. Yeah, I'll put the dono alerts back on here. We're doing light react shit anyway. Anyway, okay.
Hold on.
New lib song just dropped. Is this the fucking COVID song?
Me, who was just giving that.
She came in like a sake bomb. Yeah, she's nothing like that robot blonde or a Huckabee or Dempsey charm. She handles questions refreshingly. She's our press secretary.
This may be hard to believe. We don't spend a lot of time talking about or thinking about President Trump here. Former President Trump, to be very clear.
Okay, we gotta watch that again. That was pretty good.
Answering me, who was just
This is it. This is why I left the left, boys.
giving that.
She came in like a sake bomb. Yeah, she's nothing like that robot blonde or a Huckabee or Dempsey charm. She handles questions refresh.
Why is she crying? Like, I feel like there's something wrong with liberals, dude. Where they're just like, they're just constantly hysterical. Like, they're just, liberals just always are upset. You know what I mean? They emote too much.
Why would you do this to us, Arjan?
Fuck it, I'll say it. I'm a liberal and I am proud. I have never felt emotion like this in my life. Like, she is emoting. Like, she's laughed at the funniest joke she's ever heard after having an orgasm like 8 times, dude. It's way too much. I've literally never emoted like this.
Subathon when?
Just like laugh crying.
Subathon when?
Why are you so sexist? I don't know, man. I just am, I guess. I'm jealous, dude. I wish I was like, I wish I ever felt like this. Whatever this feeling is, you know?
She's our press secretary.
Or maybe she's literally in a hostage situation and people are like, listen, if you don't fucking emote right now like a motherfucker, like you've never emoted before, we are going to kill you. Like, there is a gun pointed directly at you and that gun will go off, my friend. Maybe that's what's going on, you know? Yeah, K-Hive is in the corner, like, I don't know. She's doing a parody of the music video? Really? Did you see this? XQ Cow updates. XQC says he's gonna have the subathon June 1st. Yeah, listen. I really hope he doesn't die, okay? Straight up, be safe. Be safe, motherfucker. I mean, like, actually worried. Subathons are manipulative trash, worse than scam trains. He will be unbanned? What? Guys, I know El Risitas passed away.
We never getting healthcare boys sad.
I know. That's why it says RIP KEKW in my... Nope, you make too much money off of it too. Look, I've talked about it already. Subathons they're gimmicky, right? So it's like an exploit where, how do I describe it? It's like an exploit where you want to be part of something bigger. That's like a whole, it's basically meta content. The content on Twitch is the interaction that you have with your streamer, right? That's why people come here. That's why people gravitate towards it. Subathon is kind of like an exploit because
using my Prime
it literally
instead of a regular
makes
one, so
you in a very direct way change the content or boost up that content by subbing. The only nature of the content is subbing. That's the only interaction that you have with the streamer. It is through subbing. Not necessarily true. Like, obviously, you can still talk to the streamer or whatever, blah, blah, blah. But the most tangible, immediate fucking impact that you have is the extension of the stream. And that extension comes from subscribing. The content's merit is its length rather than its subject matter. Yes. It's almost like an interactive reward for the viewer to the streamer. Yeah, you're like, oh my God, I just personally subscribed. And I put, 10 additional seconds onto the streamer's clock. And that's where it comes from. The subathons are a cheat to get quick money. I think it's decent if like smaller streamers do it. You know what I mean? It's understandable if some smaller streamers try to do something gimmicky. When larger streamers do it, it can, it'll be buck wild, as Ludwig showed. I think Ludwig did a really good job navigating through that space, though. Getting a job is also a cheat to get money. No. Like, it's like the reason why I say it's like an exploit is not because it's like, oh my God, they should be banned or anything like that. I don't really give a fuck. Anyway, as I was saying, what Ludwig did, do you think he'll beat Ludwig's record? I think so. Yes. Oh, for sure. I think a lot of streamers' sub counts will lower because of XQC doing a subathon. Straight up. Like, people will just use their primes on XQC. They won't use it anywhere else. To get that rush, I think. But ultimately it's not like not illegal. It's not like I don't have like a super this is morally abhorrent type position on it. Ludwig did the subathon the day when stimmies were released to the public. That helped a lot. Nah, you guys are crazy. You're crazy. There's no way. You're scared he will take your subby. Stop acting in your own self-interest. LOL. No, I don't think that is going to be a problem. It is definitely not a motivating principle of mine, even remotely. But like I said, I think Ludwig did a decent job of navigating through it, even though there were plenty of people that criticized him as well and said that it's like a modathon or whatever, even though the mods did get paid ultimately. And also on top of that, you know, the donations were a nice touch. Do streamers give subscription discounts during subathons? No. Will you do one? Probably not. If I were to do the reason why I said I hope he doesn't die is because I don't think he's gonna fucking rely on his mods in the same way that XQC relies on his, or I mean Ludwig relies on his, or relied on his during the subathon. And I think that this is gonna be fucking nuts. Like, I don't know, unless he's just doing like sleep streams, which is not the way of the juicer at all. You're literally resident sleeper sleeping.
RP frogs represent.
But he already but the thing is, XQC and people like myself, we already stream basically subathon hours. The only additional thing that you would do is if you put a fucking camera on us when we're literally not, like when I'm working out or something, and when I'm sleeping. So it just depends on
Juices in PogChamp, LLLLLL.
what he's gonna do. When he's sleeping. You get on at 2 p.m. Eastern, dude? Motherfucker. I streamed 10 hours on average every single fucking day for like 400 days. What the fuck are you talking about? The only times when I wasn't fucking on stream was when
Poggy's 9 months.
No, not per business week. Per every 7 days. No, not per business week. No, for 42% of the year. For 42% of my entire year last year, I was live and broadcasting. And I streamed more than XQC as well last year, but that's because I think he got banned or some shit. 10 is not even half of 24. Okay, shut the fuck up, chat. Like 8 to 9 hours of that is fucking sleeping for normal human beings. What the fuck are you talking about? Anyway, the point is that it's basically already a subathon. So it just depends on what you do when you normally aren't streaming, right? And Ludwig added mods to that. Like he incorporated his mods and like basically did like a watch party and stuff like that to keep it going. I don't know what the fuck XQC is gonna do.
Mods.
So we'll see. We'll see what happens there.
More about immigration.
Like I've said though, hopefully it's there's people who work 12-hour shifts, 10 hours is nothing. What? There's people who work 12-hour shifts, 10 hours is nothing. What the fuck do you mean, dumbass? That I said 10 hours on average every single day. Most people don't do that. Like there are people that do that, but most people don't do that. Most people still have at least like 7 days a week. What are you talking about?
Is the federal government legalizing weed?
There's people who work 12 hours per day, 7 days a week without a single break in some parts of the underdeveloped world. Yes, there are literal slaves. So shut the fuck up to those people too then, okay? There are literal slaves who get raped all the time while they're working. So I guess those people shouldn't complain either. Like, what is this comparison? Shut the fuck up.
Watching all the way from Saudi Arabia, even though you shit on us a lot, lol, still love you, man.
I don't understand this take where people always think that this is like a fucking massive flex. Oh yeah, dude, I slave away. The biggest fucking the biggest difference between me and most people that work 10 hours a day is that I choose to work 10 hours a day because I love what I do and don't have as much alienation from my labor as most other people do. That's the big difference. That's the flex. It doesn't even trigger me because people are like, oh, well, some people work 12 hours a day. What triggers me is dumbasses who are like, lol, you know, it's actually a good thing as though people are working 12 hours a day.
Trans rights.
Anyway. You're kind of American liberal you do respect? Maybe. Anyway. Tim checks Asmongold stream with great timing.
Here's the crazy part about Asmongold. And I'm going to show you what he does right here. And this is really impressive to me. He never stops talking the whole time.
And all of that stuff, that's what improved my situation. Not just jerking off all day. Obviously, you know, let's say it makes me a little bit more relatable.
Okay.
That's right. T1 is number one. Is he gonna yell?
Push the way, you fucking ass. There you go. 111, level 11, 111, 1111. You wanna know why? Because I'm fucking number one. That's why. Well, it's just FF.
We'll have Hasan talking about fighting Ludwig.
Then this goes out to Ludwig. Ludwig, he's lying. I'm not good at boxing. Let's fight sometime for money.
I feel like Ludwig would do it. He's got cannons, dude.
Yeah, he does.
Have you seen that man's ass, dude?
Bro.
Oh my god.
This camera angle makes my head look so
He
tiny.
is
I hate
thicker than
that.
a bowl of oatmeal.
I think he might have thicker legs than me. Like,
Dude,
straight up.
at Uno, he was wearing dress pants. It looked like tube sausage.
Motherfucker, yo, you know what's funny? It's like, he's got like a normal upper body, and then his lower body is of a much larger human being.
He looks like a hockey
It looks like
athlete.
my head on my shoulders. Like, you know how
Yeah.
you guys see that like difference, the size difference? You're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, his donk is so serious.
He is so fucking stacked, dude.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
all lower body. Yeah,
Yeah.
I feel like you can't move
He's
him.
built like Doja Cat.
True, dude.
Then this goes out to
PogChamp.
Shut up. My head's not tiny. It's the camera angle. Fuck you. Wilmef and Hasan. Ludwig built like me too.
HasanAbi.
We'll just tweet out a podcast date. This is the first time they hung out. Too weird how they click. It's funny. Twitch solution to hot tub stream. We have a not interested button. LMAO.
It interests me. So I can go in and I can click not interested, and that will kind of help the Twitch discovery system, you know, set what you see and what you don't see on the platform. Now,
okay, that's insane, dude. That's like, Jesus Christ. Is that fucking legal? Like,
RIP KEKW.
but I wouldn't click not interested in that because I am interested in that. But like, I know I'm in the clip. I know. He clicks on me and says, I said Bruce Jenner when talking about what deadnaming is to describe to people what deadnaming is. Are you fucking brain dead? We also said Ellen Page when talking about Elliot Page and what deadnaming would be. How do you explain something to people without using examples? That's how people learn. I said, yelling at us every day. I mean, dude, it's like, I was so shocked at how angry he got. I spit out the vegan cheddar cheese hip peas I was eating. This man owes me 9 grams of fiber. Shaking my head. This is an advanced Stunlock as a HasanAbi Stunlock sommelier. This truly was extraordinary Stunlock indeed. Yes. I don't understand why Hasan does this to himself. Just ignore the damn chatter. He has an uncanny ability to pick out the handful of bait remarks and see a positivity, focusing solely on them and let it ruin his mood. Dude can't help it. I feel bad, but honestly, it's so fucking funny every time. Even during them playing basketball, he pulls out his phone for 1 second to look at chat and spots the troll. Hasan and his community are super trans and accommodating. Accepting that being said, the morning political audience takes their woke scolding too far. Probably because canceling e-celebs is the closest look at the activism outside of a voting booth. He has to point out the satire. He has to point out satire to chat a lot because how many get upset when he was covering the Derek Chauvin trial? To point out in person saying simply, honestly, from what I've seen, Hasan is transphobic as fuck. It's disgusting. Oh my god, dude. 90-day bait.
Hassle.
I actually got anxious when he started yelling because it almost feels like he was yelling at me. HOH. That was so scary. I haven't felt like that since high school. I muted the stream because it was making me uncomfortable, lol. There's like lore masters. This is a Twitter leftist thing as much as a Tumblr lives. People like to talk about building a mass movement and cannot understand nuance and want to pure test everyone they encounter. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Okay, guys. Sometimes I fucking yell, okay? Twitch nerfs the /me command. What does /me do? I don't even know what that is. Fucks Hasan's butt. What the fuck? Shits and pisses my pants. It's an old IRC command. I didn't even know what that is. Asmon's reacts to Tim's reaction to real shit.
Here's the crazy part about Asmongold. And I'm going to show you what he does right here. And this is really impressive to me. He never stops talking the whole time.
And all of that stuff, that's what improved my situation. Not just jerking off all day. Obviously, you know, let's say it makes me a little bit more relatable.
We're watching a clip that we just watched.
Look, it was a really important conversation. It was an important.
Here's the crazy part about Asmongold, and I'm going to show you what he does right.
Canadian learns about the Ku Klux Klan. What the fuck?
Much love and keep up.
Yeah,
I tried to put
the
Grand Wizard
about hair loss at some point. Hope you're having
in my title today, but Wizard is banned.
I wonder why. Grand Wizard. Why can't you put Grand Wizard in your title, I wonder?
It's against terms of service.
Probably not the wizard that's banned.
Because I heard that in I think a song from Ice Cube said, no, I think it's I don't know what it says. This is the wizard.
XQC fan.
Yo, come on, man. With my console's fine.
I've been subbed for over 29 months. Side Quiz says 6.
No, the word wizard isn't. Is the leader of the...
Much love.
The leader of the KKK! Oh, Jesus Christ. What did he think the word wizard was banned, dude? Oh, Jesus, that's good. To be fair, it's really weird the clan went with the Harry Potter motif. Motherfucker, it's the clan existed before Harry Potter. IRL streamer explains Twitch to a random guy. First he watches his
chatting, dat je die volgt. Oké, ja, oké, dit is... Oh, kijk, the first thing he gets is Amorant. Holy fucking shit, guys. Ja, dat...
It's a good app, man.
This is a hot tub stream. This is a lot of girls are just being in a hot tub. She's like the biggest.
Amorant. I mean, this guy is locked in, dude. Twitch, hey, this is why hot tub streams are bringing new eyeballs onto the platform. Look at this motherfucker, dude. He is like, oh, we very good. Amorant, you say. Okay. I will be watching this later.
One doing this, and she's just in a hot tub doing nothing. And yeah. But wait.
Look, look, he literally can't look away, dude. He didn't even look down at the drink to grab the drink, motherfucker. Like 1 second, 1 microsecond, look down, locked in, dude. That's how you know, dude. That's compelling content, baby. I'm around.
Oh wait, how does this work? Sluiten. Oké, hier. Dit is. Oké, doorgaan.
Also, it's Dutch? Okay, they're not French. Whatever, shut up. They sound French.
Waar zie je hier de frontpage, jongens? Kan je dat zien? Ja, hier, boom. Ik sta op de frontpage. En dan... dit is hoeveel mensen kijken. En dit is de chat, ga je nu zien. En als je nu chat, dan... Chatting, dat je die...
This man is wearing an iPad as a watch? Yeah, this is an IRL streamer thing that IRL streamers do. Jake and Bake Live IRL does that as well. Nick gets beaten up for calling Whataburger.
Go ahead, Nick.
No, tell a story.
No, you go ahead, Nick.
Tell a story.
Go ahead, Nick.
Tell the story.
Nick, go ahead.
I said tell it.
Okay, I was trying to call. I was driving. Nick was in the passenger seat. I said, pull up the number to this place. We're going to go there. We were with Sierra and Ashley. And then someone picks up. Quality service was pretty shitty. Didn't hear what they said. I was like, hey, are you available for outdoor seating? And she just responds, huh? Like, always. And then I was like, okay, bye. And then I hung up, and Nick called fucking Whataburger instead.
She wanted to make a reservation to eat outside at a place. And I called Whataburger.
and she.
I actually.
Bro, the speech is not starting yet. They're doing like dumbass shit. Why you want to watch this,
Senator
dude?
from Missouri, Mr. Blunt.
Bro, politics frogs are fucking crazy, dude. Y'all just chill, dude. You'll get to the like. There's no content. It's gonna suck ass. It's gonna be boring.
Go ahead, Nick.
God damn, dude. Politics frogs are just like, dude, we got to get to the early stuff, you know? It's like going to the movie theater and watching the trailers, you know what I'm saying? Twitch implementing groundbreaking new technology to counteract growing concerns regarding sexual content on the platform. All right, we already saw that. Twitch gets asked, will you tell people, McConnell Orange Hairs first day in GTA no pixel, XQC roles anti-vaxxers.
Not like this politics, not like this politics.
Motherfuckers be like having an opinion, like spreading misinformation on vaccines is politics. Like, is it, or just saying like normal things about like vaccines that they're safe and you should get them is politics, dude. Everything is fucking politics, dude.
Not like this politics, not like this politics.
It's not politics.
Like politics.
The only
like
problem, the only people that say this is politics are people that are too stupid to listen to science. That's why it's politics. Because then they'll blame the right wing, left wing, upper wing, central plateau, fucking whatever figure. They'll blame fucking Alex Jones, Joe Rogan, HasanAbi, motherfucker. They'll blame Bill Gates, fucking thing. Oh my god! I don't believe in science! Now it's politics! No, you're fucking stupid. You're brain dead. You're fucking
for distracting me. My parents are getting.
He's just saying names he knows. I mean, dude.
Divorce.
He's right. It's fucking so dumb.
3 months Twitch, 3 years Arjan Pog.
This is pretty good.
One joy bore how the face of Kek has passed away has Sag.
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Okay. Forrest shows his great geography skills.
So Germany is either this one. Or this one.
Yeah, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. At least in his case, it's literally his fucking neighbor. You know what I mean? I know where the fucking states are. Shut up. Nick's casual outfit.
We're 13 months. Hassle.
Bro, he literally looks like a Grand Theft Auto roleplay character. I mean, I don't know if that's the point or not.
Hi chat and Hasan, thanks for helping me through tough times and making me laugh. Love you all, Hassle.
What is going on here?
We drew on some chest hair. So.
He looks kind of good.
What do you guys think, guys? All right, here, take a picture so I can submit it to the thing.
It's kind of weird how when two of the most powerful women in the world, Pelosi and Kamala, you don't want to watch, but you need to wait for a man to be there. Literally, I'm sexist. I don't want to watch women. That's why I'm waiting.
Wait, the light is just so dog shit.
Let's stand up.
Oh, the shoes.
Move the mic down a little bit.
I'm waiting for the men to come so I can listen to it. Ryan Higa watching past Innocent Ryan's first day of streaming.
I don't know why some
Alright,
year-long subs
100
get brain
followers,
disease
I
and
guess
act
I
up,
can
but he is
retire
hoping
now.
it
Thank
doesn't
you guys
happen
so
to
much
me.
who Oh, we're at
Also being
100. I guess.
Wait, on the
I am
first
going on
day?
to the
That's
next
kind of
thing.
amazing.
Catch me.
If you are not doing with
on
reacting,
Mixer.
wanted to know what you think of the Q
Ah!
rule for
Is that a
identifying
joke? Did I make a
foods.
streamer joke? That's not a thing.
It's a streamer joke.
Oh. Oh wait, Kappa? What's
Kappa?
it called? That was the right time, right? To use that?
I learned that. Look at me learning.
So cute.
I remember
Is
that.
that the
one.
right time to do it? I am so streamer now.
How the fuck do I find what my first stream looks like?
Dude,
Wow,
I
look
learned
at me.
so
Hey,
much.
you guys want to see something else
Gone.
cool?
It's already gone, right?
Oh my
saying.
god, my old
Anytime
computer.
I
Okay,
want.
that was my older.
You never were cute. XQC checks Adept's Instagram.
Oh my! No!
Sammy's new Instagram post. Oh my god, I have completely lost. I can't feel my legs. They keep shaking.
So fucking disrespectful.
What post? What post, man?
Why don't YouTubers seem to find? Why don't YouTubers seem to find success on Twitch? They do. XQC is a phenomenon.
I finally got my
Fucking
subscriber baby
axes.
with you took long enough.
Man, as a streamer, a phenomenon. It is crazy. A phenomenon.
Okay, he's so high, isn't he?
He is, dude, he gets 70k playing League of fucking Legends. It's bonkers. It is fucking bonkers.
It's true.
3.
He is king right now for sure. Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Three. Oh, because Dono said it. Chatters who want me to react to procedural bullshit at the fucking joint session as like congresspersons and shit slowly walk in are literally the lowest life forms in this community, okay? Yes, I will be watching this, but not this part. Because you want to know why? Because I'm not out of my fucking mind, dude, okay? It is absolutely insane to expect me to watch, like, to watch old people walk down a fucking hallway, dude.
Okay, it's not a bra, okay? Sometimes a lot of swimming suits are made by the same companies who make bras and are very sort of sexual, but it's a swimming suit.
It's a lingerie.
I mean, why do you think yeah.
The other thing that I want to bring up is just from a creator
put the puzzle together, man.
And it kind of goes two ways. And that's first off
Why?
is kind of a
What do you think that
one.
Dude, what's up with this Hasan guy? He's only watching XQC. Dude, LSF is literally all XQC today. Jesus Christ. Or, well, I guess every day. All right. This is a clip from like one of my first ever streams, boys. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. 16 viewers, 74 comments. I'm streaming straight from the PlayStation, okay? You can't even fucking see me. I've switched houses twice.
His girlfriend works there.
Because I have more fun at a nightclub with Caroline than you. That's the most obvious thing ever. You're the worst person ever at a nightclub. Usually you just stand in front of me and ignore me.
Okay?
Yo, Amir,
sorry
how
that
many
I don't
times have you
kiss
been at a nightclub when Hasan just stands in front of you and ignores you?
That's Will.
Every fucking time. You're the worst to go out with, dude. Real talk.
By the way, Will is currently lying for the sake of lying. He has the best time whenever we
No,
go
I'm not.
out.
I don't know what's up with the audio. Why is it like that?
And
I'm not.
At this point, you chill and talk shit, maybe? Commentary? Oh, I was asking, like, what do I do when I die? 47 minutes into the fucking stream.
Hassle.
I wonder if there's more.
AMOG US, AMOG US, AMOG US, AMOG US, AMOG US.
PlayStation mics do that. Layout kind of clean though. That's the original PlayStation layout.
AMOG US, AMOG US, AMOG US, AMOG US, AMOG US, AMOG US, POG.
Literally the same content. Will was talking about how lame you are at nightclubs today. That's true.
Yo, ignore this.
Hasan, I stream on Twitch Piker. What? Hasan Zugashvili Piker? What is this from 6 months ago? What the fuck is this? Oh, is this literally like a compilation made by some fucking right-winger or some shit? You liked it? Oh, dude, I know what this is. Yeah, I fucking unliked it. Biden is on. Stop debating me. It's from 2019. It's a clip from your first month on PS4, March.
Hey, how's that diatribe about being better than people thought?
Oh! No! That was the wackest way to die!
Do you hear that? My neighbor says, shut up. Yeah, this is it, boys. These are the fucking first. So nothing really changed. Woke Bay Fortnite solo fails.
At the Los Angeles March, the March for Our Lives March.
You should add communities too. What does that mean, add communities? The brass.
Leprios, what does it mean to add communities? We have no idea.
As buff.
What? That's crazy. That doesn't happen.
Is this the same apartment? No, dude. This is like my room in my first apartment.
Insurrection, when the foundations of our democracy were attacked. Our Yamiche Sindor and our Lisa Desjardins are there at the Capitol for
Bro,
what
you guys are
is
so
a socially
dumb, dude.
distanced event. Lisa will be joining us on the phone, but she's inside the House chamber in the balcony where the speech is taking place.
It's
Lisa,
literally not live yet. Like, why are you doing this?
but it's very clear many fewer people here that would normally be there for a presidential address.
That's right, Judy. In the past just over a year, I've seen 2 impeachments, an insurrection, and I have never seen anything like this in the House chamber. You see members dotting the chamber, roughly just 200
these are all time.
people in a chamber that usually holds 1,400, shoulder to shoulder. I have to say, members seem to be in a good mood. This is a strange event. All the formality, the circumstance of a high event of the nation, but it's combined with the feeling of almost a summertime reunion. I think the lack of many people here is actually leading to a feeling of congeniality. You're going to see a lot of elbow bumps instead of handshakes here. You will see
like, this is so fucking uneventful, dude. It literally blows my mind. Lil Cap and Molly kissing with a heart rate monitor on, no pixel clip. Dude, why do you want me to watch this no pixel clip? I will never understand why you want me to watch this specific no pixel clip. You have literally posted it like 700 times in the fucking chat. Why? Fortnite clip of a kid asking if you know Myth?
Yes, of course I know Myth. Do you like him more?
10 months time for Fulging Sag.
Is Myth your favorite?
Kinda.
Why is Myth your favorite? Is he cool?
Was literally a baby, dude. Literally a fucking baby in the background, dude.
What does Myth have that I don't, you know?
Is it hard?
I'm literally leaning, okay? I'm leaning in to shoot. I'm so bad. Fortnite season 1 through 5. 3 views, by the way. Yeah, it's got 3 views. Kid's probably still in here. No, this is a random person that I was playing Fortnite with. New remix of Drama Blady came out featuring Charlie XCX. Is so good you should listen. Yeah, dude, fuck it, dude. Let's just listen to some music and get fucking DMCA'd before this thing happens, you know?
On Monday, he was.
I think that's what we gotta do. Fuck it, boys. Let's just get fucking DMCA'd, brother. Know what I'm saying? All right, here we go, boys. Ladies and gentlemen, here it is, the geriatric conference.
With Representative Liz Cheney, Republican.
It's top of the hour. Got to run an ad right before this fucking boring Joe Biden speech starts. Time for some fucking liberal porn-a-rooney. If you'd like to see every moment, every hot, juicy moment of this without any ad breaks or any interruptions, you can subscribe for $5 or for free by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. It's fucking lib time, dude. It's liberalism time, boys. Let's do it. Here's the ad break now.
Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and then making his way up to the front of the chamber. As
President Youssef El Bidan.
The Vice President of the United States and the Speaker of the House of Representatives standing there behind President Biden, giving a copy of his address.
I'll tweet out for all the politics frogs
is
too.
By tradition. But as he prepares to speak, we look at this
Members
much sparser
of Congress,
crowd.
I have the high privilege and distinct honor to present to you the President of the United States.
The First Lady Jill Biden there. We saw a moment ago the second gentleman, the husband of Vice President Kamala Harris is there, Doug Emhoff. Well, we will hear applause tonight.
Thank you.
Let's listen. Don't want to talk over the president. Let's listen.
Good to be back. Mitch and Chuck will understand it's good to be almost home. Down the hall. Anyway, thank you all. Madam Speaker.
Mitch and Chuck.
Madam Vice President.
It's here. Thank you, boys. Hold on, I'm going to clean up here a little bit.
Has ever said those words from this podium. No president has ever said those words. And it's about time.
Oh my God, he's so fucking woke, dude. Fuck!
First Lady, I'm her husband. Second Gentleman, Chief Justice, members of the United States Congress and the Cabinet, distinguished guests, my fellow Americans. While the setting tonight is familiar, this gathering is just a little bit different. reminder of the extraordinary times we're in. Throughout our history, presidents have come to this chamber to speak to Congress, to the nation, and to the world.
Not in front of women.
To celebrate peace, to announce new plans and possibilities.
Why is the audio like this?
I come to talk about crisis and opportunity.
He looks fucking good, though. He does look good. He looks like he's been sucking on that adrenochrome, dude.
And winning the future for America. I stand here tonight,
way too dank,
1 day shy of the 100th day of my administration. 100 days since I took the oath of office and lifted my hand off our family Bible and inherited a nation we all did that was in crisis. The worst pandemic in a century. The worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. The worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. Now, after just 100 days, I can report to the nation, America is on the move again.
Thieves Austin show really abandoned us, huh? Where is Elliot corresponding for this crime?
Peril into possibility, crisis to opportunity, setbacks into strength. We all know life can knock us down, but in America, we never, ever, ever stay down. Americans always get up. Today, that's what we're doing. America's rising anew, choosing hope over fear, truth over lies, and light over darkness. After 100 days of rescue and renewal, America is ready for a takeoff, in my view. We're working again, dreaming again, discovering again, and leading the world again. We have shown each other and the world that there's no quit in America. None. 100 days ago, America's house was on fire. We had to act. And thanks to the extraordinary leadership of Speaker Pelosi, Majority Leader Schumer, and the overwhelming support of the American people, Democrats, Independents, and Republicans, we did act. Together, we passed the American Rescue Plan, one of the most consequential rescue packages in American history. We're already seeing the results. We're already seeing the results. After I promised we'd get 100 million COVID-19 vaccine shots into people's arms in 100 days, we will have provided over 220 million COVID shots in those 100 days. Thanks to all the help of all of you. We're marshaling, with your help, everyone's help, we're marshaling every federal resource. We've gotten vaccines to nearly 40,000 pharmacies and over 700 community health centers.
Chat looking very
where
cute
the poorest
today.
of the poor can be reached.
Stop the TTS.
We're
Why?
setting up community vaccination sites, developing mobile units to get to hard-to-reach communities. Today,
Bill Gates chip hitting
90% of Americans now live within 5 miles of a vaccination site. Everyone over the age of 16, everyone is now eligible to get vaccinated right now, right away. Go get vaccinated, America. Go and get the vaccination. They're available. You're eligible now. When I was sworn in on January 20th, less than 1% of the seniors in America were fully vaccinated against COVID-19. 100 days later, 70% of seniors in America over 65 are protected, fully protected. Senior deaths from COVID-19 are down 80% since January, down 80% because of all of you. And more than half of all the adults in America
2 months,
have gotten at least one shot. A mass vaccination center in Glendale, Arizona, I asked the nurse, I said, what's it like?
Has Judd clapped
She
Jesus
looked at
Christ
me and she
24
said,
months? Stop
it's
the
like
count.
every shot is giving a dose of hope, was their phrase, a dose of hope. A dose of hope for an educator in Florida who has a child suffering from an autoimmune disease. Wrote to me, said she was worried about bringing the virus home. She said she then got vaccinated at a large site in her car. She said she sat in her car when she got vaccinated and just cried.
Content Bud 3.
Cried out of joy and cried out of relief. Parents, seeing the smiles on their kids' faces for those who are able to go back to school.
All right, I turned it off. I turned the TTS off. Stop crying.
Cafeteria workers have been vaccinated. Grandparents hugging their children and grandchildren instead of pressing hands against a window to say goodbye. It means everything. Those things mean everything.
Bro, he's such a bummer, dude.
You know,
stop being such a fucking bummer, Joe.
You know it better than any group of Americans. There's still more work to do to beat this virus. We can't let our guard down. But tonight, I can say, because of you, the American people, our progress these past 100 days against one of the worst pandemics in history has been one of the greatest logistical achievements this country's ever seen. What else have we done in those first 100 days? We kept our commitment, Democrats and Republicans, of sending $1,400 rescue checks to 85% of American households. We've already sent more than 160 million checks out the door. It's making a difference. You all know it when you go home. For many people, it's making all the difference in the world. The single mom in Texas who wrote me, she said she couldn't work, but she said the relief check put food on the table and saved.
All right, get to the good stuff, dude. Give us the fucking plans, proposals. Come on.
A grandmother in Virginia who told me she immediately took her granddaughter to the eye doctor. Something she said she put off for months because she didn't have the money. One of the defining images, at least from my perspective in this crisis, has been cars lined up for miles. And not people just barely able to start those cars, nice cars, lined up for miles, waiting for a box of food to be put in their trunk. I don't know about you, but I didn't ever
Joe
think I'd
Biden
see
really
that.
is the first president to get more youthful throughout the presidency.
Fault of their own.
Motherfuckers got more youthful, dude. I don't know how.
Fault of their own. These people are in this position. That's why the rescue plan is delivering food and nutrition assistance to millions of Americans facing hunger. And hunger's down sharply already. We're also providing rental assistance. You all know this, but the American people, I want to make sure they understand. Keeping people from being evicted from their homes. Providing loans to small businesses that reopen and keep their employees on the job. During these 100 days, an additional 800,000 Americans enrolled in the Affordable Care Act when I established a special sign-up period to do that. 800,000 in that period. We're making one of the largest one-time ever investments, ever, in improving health care for veterans. Critical investments to address the opioid crisis. And maybe most importantly, thanks to the American Rescue Plan, we're on track to cut child poverty in America in half this year. And in the process, while this was all going on, the economy created more than 1,300,000 new jobs in 100 days. More jobs in the first 100 days than any president on record. The International Monetary Fund
Is that a pillow?
Is now estimating our economy will grow at a rate of more than 6% this year. That will be the fastest pace of economic growth in this country in nearly 4 decades. America's moving forward, but we can't stop now. We're in competition with China and other countries to win the 21st century. We're at a great inflection point in history. We have to do more than just build back better. We have to build back better. We have to compete more strenuously than we have. Throughout our history, if you think about it, public investment in infrastructure has literally transformed America, our attitudes as well as our opportunities. The Transcontinental Railroad, the interstate highways, united 2 oceans and brought a totally new age of progress to the United States of America. Universal public schools and college aid opened wide the doors of opportunity. Scientific breakthroughs took us to the moon. Now we're on Mars, discovering vaccines, gave us the internet, and so much more.
Get fucked.
These are investments we made together as one country, and investments that only the government was in a position to make. Time and again, they propel us into the future. That's why I proposed the American Jobs Plan, a once-in-a-generation investment in America itself. This is the largest jobs plan since World War II. It creates jobs to upgrade our transportation infrastructure, jobs modernizing our roads, bridges, highways, jobs building ports and airports, rail corridors, transit lines. It's clean water. And today, up to 10 million homes in America and more than 400,000 schools and child care centers have pipes with lead in them, including drinking water. A clear and present danger to our children's health. American Jobs Plan creates jobs replacing 100% of the nation's lead pipes and service lines, so every American can drink clean water. And the process will create thousands and thousands of good-paying jobs. It creates jobs connecting every American with high-speed internet, including 35% of the rural America that still doesn't have it. It's going to help our kids and our businesses succeed in the 21st century economy. And I'm asking the Vice President to lead this effort, if she would, because I know it'll get done. Creates jobs building a modern power grid. Our grids are vulnerable to storms, hacks, catastrophic failures with tragic results.
Sneezes.
As we saw in Texas and elsewhere during the winter storms. The American Jobs Plan will create jobs that lay thousands of miles of transmission lines needed to build a resilient and fully clean grid. We can do that. Look, the American Jobs Plan will help millions of people get back to their jobs and back to their careers. 2 million women have dropped out of the workforce during this pandemic. 2 million. And too often because they couldn't get the care they needed to care for their child or care for an elderly parent who needs help.
Fuck you taking notes on, motherfucker?
Families.
It's like, how will I fuck over the American working poor?
To get home care for their aging parent.
Gamba's live. Gamba's almost done, boys. Will Joe Biden say hamstring in the next 5 minutes?
Check out in your own district, Democrat or Republican. Democrat or Republican voters. Their great concern, almost as much as their children, is taking care of an elderly loved one who can't be left alone. Medicaid contemplated it, but this plan is going to help those families and create jobs for our caregivers with better wages and better benefits, continuing a cycle of growth. For too long, we've failed to use the most important word when it comes to meeting the climate crisis: jobs. Jobs. job. For me, when I think climate change, I think jobs. The American Jobs Plan will put engineers and construction workers to work building more energy-efficient buildings and homes.
It's a really good approach. I've said this before to climate change, to tackling
installing
the climate change issue
charging stations along
as
our
an economic
highways.
issue.
So we can own the electric car market. Farmers planting cover crops so they can reduce the carbon dioxide in the air and get paid for doing it. Look, think about it. There is simply no reason why the blades for wind turbines can't be built in Pittsburgh instead of Beijing. No reason. None. No reason. So, folks, there's no reason why.
Dude, motherfucker in the chat said, Yinin, the Trump troll said, canceled Keystone Pipeline with 11,000 jobs. Those are all fucking temporary jobs. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Shut up, bitch.
In the world. The American Jobs Plan is going to create millions of good-paying jobs, jobs Americans can raise a family on.
He did say
As my
Amtrak.
dad would then say,
I
with
think.
a little breathing room.
I don't know if he did it actually.
All the investments in the American Job Plan will be guided by one principle: buy American.
I don't know if he did.
Buy American. And I might note parenthetically, that does not violate any trade agreement. It's been the law since the 30s. Buy American. American tax dollars are going to be used to buy American products made in America to create American jobs. That's the way it's supposed to be, and it will be in this administration. And I made it clear to all my cabinet people, their ability to give exemptions has been strenuously limited. It will be American products. Now, I know some of you at home are wondering whether these jobs are for you. So many of you, so many of the folks I grew up with, feel left behind, forgotten, in an economy that's so rapidly changing. It's frightening. I want to speak directly to you, because you think about it. That's what people are most worried about. Can I fit in? Independent experts estimate the American Jobs Plan will add millions of jobs and trillions of dollars to economic growth in the years to come. It is an 8-year program. These are good-paying jobs that can't be outsourced. Nearly 90% of the infrastructure jobs created in the American Jobs Plan do not require a college degree. 75% don't require an associate's degree. The American Jobs Plan is a blue-collar blueprint to build America. That's what it is.
Goddamn,
and
bro.
It recognizes something I've always said in this chamber and the other. Good guys and women on Wall Street, but Wall Street didn't build this country.
Sorry, believers.
The middle class built the country, and unions built the middle class. So that's why I'm calling on Congress to pass Protect the Right to Organize Act, the PRO Act, and send it to my desk so we can support the right to unionize.
Pretty solid. They're getting a lot of.
And by the way, while you're thinking about sending things to my desk,
You're getting a lot of exercise.
Let's raise the minimum wage to $15. No one.
Yeah, where the fuck is Joe Manchin?
No one working
Hand over to Joe
40 hours
Manchin.
a week.
I want to know what the fuck Joe
40
Manchin.
hours a week should live below the
Bro,
poverty
Liz Cheney
line.
literally is like, no.
We need to ensure greater equity and opportunity for women. And while we're doing this, let's get the Paycheck Fairness Act to my desk as well. Equal pay. It's been much too long. And if you wonder whether it's too long, look behind me. And finally, American jobs plan will be the biggest increase in non-defense research and development on record. We'll see more technological change, and some of you know more about this than I do. We'll see more technological change in the next 10 years than we saw in the last 50.
Amtrak Joe,
That's
come
how
on.
rapidly.
Will he say it?
Artificial intelligence and so much more is changing. And we're falling behind the competition with the rest of the world. Decades ago, we used to invest.
Oh, I thought he did another. I thought there was a new one.
2% of our gross.
I thought the bet you restarted it. Never mind.
Today, Mr. Secretary, that's less than 1%. China and other
My
countries
bad.
are
I thought there was a
closing
new
in
one coming
fast.
up.
We have to develop and dominate the products and technologies of the future. Advanced batteries.
Every line of this speech should be followed by a
Biotechnology.
parenthetical that goes approximately in Senator
Computer
Manchin. Is that okay? Yeah, literally
Clean
just
energy.
Panda Manchin. I want to know what Manchin's take is.
The Secretary of Defense can tell you, and those of you who work in national security issues know, the Defense Department has an agency called DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency. The people who set up before I came here, and that's been a long time ago, to develop breakthroughs that enhance our national security. That's
It's a
their
pretty
only job.
solid speech.
And it's a semi-separate agency. It's under the Defense Department. It's led to everything from the discovery of the internet to GPS and so much more that's enhanced our security. The National Institute of Health, the NIH, I believe, should create a similar advanced research
Making things in
project
America will
agency
just make
for
them more
health.
expensive. People don't have good income to pay. It'll increase the wage gaps even more.
And that would, here's what it would do.
Thank you, my neoliberal
It
friend.
would have a singular purpose, to develop breakthroughs to prevent, detect, and treat diseases like Alzheimer's, diabetes, and cancer. I'll still never forget when we passed the cancer proposal in the last year as vice president. Almost $9 million going to NIH. And if you excuse the point of personal privilege, I'll never forget you standing, Mitch, and saying, name it after my deceased son. It meant a lot. But so many of us have deceased sons, daughters, and relatives who died of cancer. I can think of no
The
more
PROACT?
worthy investment.
Is it any good? Yes, it's very good.
I know of nothing that is more bipartisan. So let's end cancer as we know it. It's within our power. It's within our power.
I was going
to
to
do
say,
it.
Republicans are probably not going to sit for that one. You know what I mean? Imagine Republicans like, nah, fuck that, dude. I'm pro-cancer, motherfucker. Fuck you, Joe Biden. I mean, that one is literally so that everyone gets up and claps. That's what that take
I've
is
often
for.
had bipartisan support in the past. Vice President Harris and I met regularly in the Oval Office with Democrats and Republicans and discussed the jobs plan. And I applaud a group of Republican senators who just put forward their own proposal. So let's get to work. I wanted to lay out before the Congress my plan before we got into the deep discussions. I'd like to meet with those who have ideas that are different, they think are better. I welcome those ideas. But the rest of the world is not waiting for us. I just want to be clear. From my perspective, doing nothing is not an option. Look, we can't be so busy competing with one another that we forget the competition that we have with the rest of the world to win the 21st century. Secretary Blinken can tell you, I spent a lot of time with President Xi. Traveled over 17,000 miles with him. Spent, they tell me, over 24 hours in private discussions with
Yeah,
him.
SpaceX is doing the moon mission chat
called to
for the
congratulate him.
chatters who are
2-hour
asking about
discussion.
NASA.
He's deadly earnest about becoming the most significant, consequential nation in the world. he and others, autocrats, think that democracy can't compete in the 21st century with autocracies.
Uh-oh.
It takes too long to get consensus. To win that competition for the future,
That's why we're glassing Iran.
we also need to make a once-in-a-generation investment in our families and our children. That's why I've introduced the American Families Plan tonight, which addresses 4 of the biggest challenges facing American families and in turn America. First is access to good education. When this nation made 12 years of public education universal in the last century, it made us the best educated, best prepared nation in the world. It's, I believe, the overwhelming reason that propelled us to where we got in the 20th century. But the world's caught up or catching up. They're not waiting. I would say parenthetically, if we were sitting down, we set a bipartisan committee together and said, okay, we're going to decide what we do in terms of government providing for free education. I wonder whether we'd think, as we did in the 20th century, that 12 years is enough in the 21st century. I doubt it. 12 years is no longer enough today to compete with the rest of the world in the 21st century. That's why my American Families Plan guarantees 4 additional years of public education for every person in America, starting as early as we can. The great universities in this country have conducted studies of the last 10 years. It shows that adding 2 years of universal high-quality preschool for every 3-year-old and 4-year-old, no matter what background they come from, puts them in a position to be able to compete all the way through 12 years and increases exponentially their prospect of graduating and going on beyond graduation. The research shows when a young child goes to school, not daycare, they're far more likely to graduate from high school and go to college or something after high school. When you add 2 years of free community college on top of that, you begin to change the dynamic. We can do that. And we'll increase Pell Grants and invest in historical black colleges and universities, tribal colleges, minority-serving institutions. The reason is they don't have the endowments. But their students are just as capable of learning about cybersecurity, just as capable of learning about metallurgy, all the things that are going on that provide those jobs of the future. Jill is a community college professor who teaches today as First Lady. She's long said,
Why are you more happy about this? What do you want me to do? Fucking lose my mind? I keep saying it's a good speech. These are all great ideas. These are all great ideas. I want to see what Joe Manchin has to say because, you know, it's up to him.
Any country that out-educates us is going to out-compete us. She'll be deeply involved in leading this effort. Thank you, Jill.
What do you want me to do?
Second thing we need. American Families Plan will provide access to quality, affordable child care. We guarantee... When I'm proposing the legislation, we guarantee that low and middle income families will pay no more than 7% of their income for high quality care for children up to the age of 5. The most hard-pressed working families won't have to spend a dime. Third, the American Families Plan will finally provide up to 12 weeks of
Will
paid
Biden
leave
mention
and
NASA in the next 5 minutes?
family
Gamba. It's almost done. Get in, Gamba.
We're one of the few industrial countries in the world. No one should have to choose between a job and a paycheck are taking care of themselves and their loved ones or parent or spouse or
Oh,
child.
is that the old one? What the fuck?
fourth,
Why am I seeing the Gamba
American Family
late?
Plan puts directly into the pockets of millions of Americans.
What's the Gamba then now?
In March, we expanded tax credit for every child in a family.
It only shows up...
Up to $3,000 per child if they're under 6 years of age.
It's the student loan
over
debt
6
one
years
now.
of age. And $3,600
Fuck, dude.
for children over 6 years of age. With 2 parents, 2 kids, that's $7,200 in the pockets that are going to help take care of your family. And that will help more than 65 million children and help cut child care poverty in half. And we can afford it. So we did that in the last piece of legislation we passed. But let's extend that child care tax credit at least through the end of 2025. The American Rescue Plan lowered health care premiums for 9 million Americans who buy their coverage under the Affordable Care Act. I know that's really popular this side of the aisle. But let's make that provision permanent so their premiums don't go back up. In addition to my family's plan, I'm going to work with Congress to address this year other critical priorities for American families. The Affordable Care Act has been a lifeline for millions of Americans, protecting people with pre-existing conditions, protecting women's health, and the pandemic has demonstrated how badly it's needed. Let's lower deductibles for working families on the Affordable Care Act. And let's lower prescription drug costs. We know how to do this. The last president had that as an objective. We all know how outrageously expensive drugs are in America. In fact, we pay the highest prescription drug prices of anywhere in the world, right here in America. Nearly 3 times for the same drug, nearly 3 times what other countries pay. We have to change that, and we can. Let's do what we talked about for all the years I was down here in this body, in Congress. Let's give Medicare the power to save hundreds of billions of dollars by negotiating lower drug prescription prices.
The takers.
By the way,
upset. It's literally Donald Trump's plan, kind of.
On Medicare, lower prescription drug costs.
It's not Donald Trump's plan, but like Donald Trump also wanted to fucking.
Can go to strengthen the Affordable Care Act and expand Medicare coverage benefits without costing taxpayers an additional penny. It's within our power to do it. Let's do it now. We've talked about it long enough, Democrats and Republicans. Let's get it done this year. This is all about a simple premise. Health care should be a right, not a privilege in America. So, how do we pay for my jobs and family plan? I made it clear we can do it without increasing the deficits. Let's start with what I will not do. I will not impose any tax increase on people making less than $400,000. But it's time for corporate America and the wealthiest 1% of Americans to just begin to pay their fair share. Just their fair share. Sometimes I have arguments
Mitt
with
Romney is
my
not happy about that.
friends in the Democratic Party. I think you should be able to become a billionaire and a millionaire, but pay your fair share. A recent study shows that 55 of the nation's biggest corporations paid 0 federal tax last year. Those 55 corporations made in excess of $40 billion in profit.
Uh-oh.
A lot of companies also evade taxes through tax havens in Switzerland and Bermuda.
They're not going to like that,
Cayman
dude.
Islands.
Republicans are not.
And they benefit from tax loopholes and deductions for offshoring jobs and shifting profits overseas. It's not right. We're going to reform corporate taxes so they pay their fair share and help pay for the public investments their businesses will benefit from as well. We're going to reward work, not just wealth. We take the top tax bracket for the wealthiest 1% of Americans, those making over $400,000 or more, back up to where it was when George W. Bush was president, when he started, 39.6%. That's where it was when George W. was president. We're going to get rid of the loopholes, allow Americans to make more than $1 million a year and pay a lower tax rate on their capital gains than Americans who receive a paycheck. We're only going to affect 0.3% of all Americans by that action. 0.3%. And the IRS is going to crack down on
too many
millionaires and billionaires who cheat on their taxes.
Too many, brother.
It's estimated to be billions of dollars by think tanks that are left, right, and center. I'm not looking to punish anybody. But I will not add a tax burden, additional tax burden to the middle class in this country. They're already paying enough. I believe what I propose is fair, fiscally responsible, and it raises revenue to pay for the plans I propose and will create millions of jobs that will grow the economy and enhance our financial standing in the country. When you hear someone say, they don't want to raise taxes on the wealthiest 1% or corporate America, ask them, whose taxes you want to raise? Instead, who's they're going to cut? Look, the big tax cut of 2017. Remember, it was supposed to pay for itself. That was how it was sold. And generate vast economic growth. Instead, it added $2 trillion to the deficit. It was a huge windfall for corporate America and those at the very top. Instead of using the tax saving to raise wages and invest in research and development, it poured billions of dollars into the pockets of CEOs.
No way. That's crazy. No one would have thought of that.
The pay gap between CEOs and their workers is now among the largest in history. According to one study, CEOs make 320 times what the average worker in their corporation makes.
What?
It used to be below 100.
That's wild, dude.
The pandemic has only made things worse. 20 million Americans lost their job in the pandemic, working in middle-class Americans.
This is really good.
At the same time,
this is really, really, really good. Everything he said so far, like liberals eat this shit up because Biden is saying it in front of Kamala Harris and Nancy Pelosi. But when Bernie Sanders says it, the same liberals will be like, these expectations are unrealistic.
By more than $1 trillion during this pandemic. And they're now worth more than $4 trillion.
Is standard Democrat talking points, though? Not really.
Trickle down.
It's standard progressive Democrat talking points.
Economics has never worked. And it's time to grow the economy from the bottom and the middle out.
The problem here, of course, is that there will not be follow through. There's not going to be follow through, and there's going to be hurdles that they won't address.
Left, right, and center, and they agree. What I'm proposing will help create millions of jobs and generate historic economic growth. These are among the highest values investments we can make as a nation. I've often said our greatest strength is the power of our example, not just the example of our power. My conversations with world leaders, and I've spoken over 38, 40 of them.
That's me. I'm salty that Joe Biden is saying things that I like.
I've made it known that America's back. And you know what they say? The comment I hear most of all from them? They say, we see America's back, but for how long? But for how long? My fellow Americans, we have to show not just that we're back, but that we're back to stay. and that we aren't going to go it alone. We're going to do it by leading with our allies. No one.
He should literally just straight up call out fucking Joe Manchin in this speech and Kirsten Sinema.
Nuclear proliferation.
That's what Trump would do. That's some shit that Trump would do, and he would be right to do so.
Experience what we're experiencing now, the pandemics.
Democrats need to hold the line, and Republicans who say no need to tell the American people why they don't want to fucking cut child poverty in half.
To meet our needs.
What's up?
And we're meeting them.
This is not a left-right issue. This is something that all Americans should unite on, like us as a competitive labor force.
And in consequence, influence the world. But every American will have access before that occurs. Every American will have access to be fully covered by COVID-19 from the vaccines we have. Look, the climate crisis is not our fight alone. It's a global fight. The United States accounts, as all of you know, less than 15% of carbon emissions. The rest of the world accounts for 85%. That's why I kept my commitment to rejoin the Paris Accord, because if we do everything perfectly, it's not going to only matter. I kept my commitment to convene a climate summit right here in America with all the major economies of the world.
New Gamba.
China, Russia, India, European Union. And I said I'd do it in my first 100 days. I want to be very blunt about it. I had...
Will Joe Biden mention fracking in the next 5 minutes?
Attempt was to make sure
New Gamba.
the world could see there was a consensus that we are at an inflection point in history. The consensus is if we act to save the planet, we can create millions of jobs and economic growth and opportunity to raise the standard of living of almost everyone around the world. If you watched any of it and you were all busy, I'm sure you didn't have much time. That's what virtually every nation said, even the ones that aren't doing their fair share. The investments I proposed tonight also advance the foreign policy, in my view, that benefits the middle class. That means making sure every nation plays by the same rules in the global economy, including China. In my discussion with President Xi, I told him, we welcome the competition. We're not looking for conflict. But I made absolutely clear that we will defend America's interest across the board. America will stand up to unfair trade practices that undercut American workers and American industries, like subsidies from state to state-owned operations and enterprises, and the theft of American technology and intellectual property. I also told President Xi that we'll maintain a strong military presence in the Indo-Pacific, just as we do with NATO and Europe, not to start a conflict, but to prevent one. I told them what I've said to many world leaders, that America will not back away from our commitments, our commitment to human rights and fundamental freedoms, and to our alliances. And I pointed out to him, no responsible American president could remain silent when basic human rights are being so blatantly violated. An American president has to represent the essence of what our country stands for. America is an idea, the most unique idea in history. We are created, all of us, equal. It's who we are. And we cannot walk away from that principle and, in fact, say we're dealing with the American idea. With regard to Russia, I know it concerns some of you, but I made very clear to Putin that we're not going to seek escalation, but their actions will have consequences. They turn out to be true, and they turned out to be true. So I responded directly and proportionately to Russia's interference in our elections and the cyber attacks on our government and our business.
Let's go. We're going to war, baby.
They did both of these things, and I told them we would respond, and we have. But we can also cooperate when it's our mutual interest. We did it when we extended the New START Treaty on nuclear arms, and we're working to do it on climate change. But he understands we will respond. On Iran and North Korea, nuclear programs that present serious threats to American security and the security of the world. We're going to be working closely with our allies to address the threats posed by both of these countries through diplomacy as well as stern deterrence. And American leadership means ending the forever war in Afghanistan. We have without hyperbole, the greatest fighting force in the history of the world. I'm the first president in 40 years and knows what it means to have a son serving in a war zone. Today, we have service members serving in the same war zone as their parents did. We have service members in Afghanistan who are not yet born on 9/11. The war in Afghanistan, as we remember the debates here, were never meant to be multi-generational undertakings of nation building. We went to Afghanistan to get the terrorists who attacked us on 9/11.
Why does this never extend to
We
Iraq?
would follow Osama bin Laden to the gates of hell to do it. If you've been in the upper Konar Valley, you've kind of seen the gates of hell. And we delivered justice to bin Laden. We degraded the terrorist threat of al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. And after 20 years of valor, and sacrifice, it's time to bring those troops home. Look, even as we do, we'll maintain over-the-horizon capacity to suppress future threats to the homeland. And make no mistake, in 20 years, terrorism has metastasized. The threat has evolved way beyond Afghanistan. Those of you in the intelligence committees, the foreign relations committee, defense committees, you know well, we have to remain vigilant against the threats to the United States wherever they come from. Al-Qaeda and ISIS are in Yemen, Syria, Somalia, other places in Africa, in the Middle East, and beyond. And we won't ignore what our intelligence agencies have determined to be the most lethal terrorist threat to the homeland today. White supremacy is terrorism. We're not going to ignore that either. My fellow Americans, look, we have to come together to heal the soul of this nation. It was nearly a year ago before her father's funeral when I spoke with Gianna Floyd, George Floyd's young daughter. She's a little tyke, so I was kneeling down to talk to her so I could look her in the eye. She looked at me, she said, "My daddy changed the world." Well, after the conviction of George Floyd's murderer, we can see how right she was if we have the courage to act as a Congress. We've all seen the knee of injustice on the neck of Black Americans. Now's our opportunity to make some real progress. The vast majority of men and women wearing a uniform and a badge serve our communities, and they serve them honorably. I know them. I know they want... I know they want to help meet this moment as well. My fellow Americans, we have to come together to rebuild trust between law enforcement and the people they serve, to root out systemic racism in our criminal justice system, and to enact police reform in George Floyd's name that passed the House already. I know Republicans have their own ideas and are engaged in very productive discussions with Democrats in the Senate. We need to work together to find a consensus. But let's get it done next month, by the first anniversary of George Floyd's death. The country supports this reform, and Congress should act. We have a giant opportunity to bend the arc of the moral universe toward justice, real justice. And with the plans outlined tonight, we have a real chance to root out systemic racism that plagues America and American lives in other ways. A chance to deliver real equity, good jobs, good schools, affordable housing, clean air, clean water, being able to generate wealth and pass it down through generations because you have an access to purchase a house. Real opportunities in the lives of more Americans, Black, white, Latino, Asian Americans, Native Americans. Look, I also want to thank the United States Senate for voting 94-1 to pass the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act to protect Asian American and Pacific Islanders. You acted decisively.
Except for one guy.
You can see on television the viciousness of the hate crimes we've seen over the past year and for too long. I urge the House to do the same and send that legislation to my desk, which I will gladly, anxiously sign. I also hope Congress will get to my desk the Equality Act to protect LGBTQ Americans. For all transgender Americans watching at home, especially young people, you're so brave. I want you to know your president has your back. Another thing, let's authorize the Violence Against Women Act, which has been law for 27 years. "27 years ago, I wrote it. It'll close the act that has to be authorized now, will close the boyfriend loophole to keep guns out of the hands of abusers. The court order said this is an abuser. You can't own a gun. It's to close that loophole that existed. You know, it's estimated that 50 women are shot and killed by an intimate partner every month in America. 50 a month. Let's pass it and save some lives. And I need not tell anyone this, but gun violence has become an epidemic in America. The flag at the White House was still flying at half-mast for the 8 victims of the mass shooting in Georgia, when 10 more lives were taken in a mass shooting in Colorado. And in the week in between those two events, 250 other Americans were shot dead in the streets of America. 250 shot dead. I know how hard it is to make progress on this issue. In the 90s, we passed universal background checks, a ban on assault weapons and high-capacity magazines that hold 100 rounds that can be fired off in seconds. We beat the NRA. Mass shootings and gun violence declined. Check out the report over 10 years. But in the early 2000s, the law expired. We've seen daily bloodshed since. I'm not saying if the law continued, we wouldn't see bloodshed. More than 2 weeks ago in the Rose Garden, surrounded by some of the bravest people I know, the survivors and families who lost loved ones to gun violence, I laid out several of the Department of Justice actions that are being taken to impact on this epidemic. One of them is banning so-called ghost guns. These are homemade guns built from a kit that includes directions how to finish the firearm.
No, not ghost guns.
The parts have no serial numbers. So they show up at crime scenes.
Not my ghost gun.
And they can't be traced. The buyers of these ghost gun kits aren't required to pass any background check. Anyone, from a criminal or terrorist, could buy this kit and within 30 minutes have a weapon that's lethal. But no more. And I'll do everything in my power to protect the American people from this epidemic of gun violence. But it's time for Congress to act as well. Look. I don't want to become confrontational, but we need more Senate Republicans to join the overwhelming majority of Democratic colleagues and close the loopholes required in background check purchases of guns. We need a ban on assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. And don't tell me it can't be done. We did it before and it worked. Talk to most responsible gun owners and hunters. They'll tell you there's no possible justification for having 100 rounds in a weapon. What do you think, deer wearing Kevlar vests?
I don't care about Joe Manchin's fucking reaction when it's an issue that he agrees with.
People today who are able to buy a gun, but shouldn't be able to buy a gun. These kinds of reasonable reforms have overwhelming support from the American people, including many gun owners. The country supports reform, and Congress should act. This shouldn't be a red or blue issue. And no amendment to the Constitution is absolute. You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. From the very beginning, there were certain guns, weapons, that could not be owned by Americans. Certain people could not own those weapons ever. We're not changing the Constitution. We're being reasonable. I think this is not a Democrat or Republican issue. I think it's an American issue. And here's what else we can do. Immigration has always been essential to America. Let's end our exhausting war over immigration. For more than 30 years, politicians have talked about immigration reform, and we've done nothing about it. It's time to fix it. On day one of my presidency, I kept my commitment and sent a comprehensive immigration bill to the United States Congress. If you believe we need to secure the border, pass it because it has a lot of money for high-tech border security. If you believe in a pathway to citizenship, pass it. It's over 11 million undocumented folks, the vast majority of here overstaying visas. Pass it. We can actually, if you actually want to solve a problem, I've sent a bill to take a close look at it. We also have to get at the root problem of why people are fleeing, particularly to our southern border from Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador. The violence, the corruption, the gangs, the political instability, hunger, hurricanes, earthquakes, natural disasters. When I was president, when I was vice president, the president asked me to focus on providing help needed to address the root causes of migration. And it helped keep people in their own countries instead of being forced to leave. The plan was working, but the last administration decided it was not worth it. I'm restoring the program and asked Vice President Harris to lead our diplomatic effort to take care of this. I have absolute confidence she'll get the job done. Now look, if you don't like my plan, let's at least pass what we all agree on. Congress needs to pass legislation this year to finally secure protection for dreamers. The young people have only known America as their home.
Yeah. Ted Cruz more like Ted Snooze, I know.
And permanent protection for immigrants who are here
Fucking
on
got 'em,
temporary protective
dude.
status who came from countries beset by man-made and
I still got it,
natural-made
baby.
violence and disaster. As well as a pathway to citizenship for farm workers who put food on our tables. Look, immigrants have done so much for America during this pandemic and throughout our history. The country supports immigration reform. We should act. Let's argue over it. Let's debate it. But let's act. And if we truly want to restore the soul of America, we need to protect the sacred right to vote. Most people more people voted in the last presidential election than any time in American history, in the middle of the worst pandemic ever. It should be celebrated. Instead, it's being attacked. Congress should pass H.R. 1 and the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and send it to my desk right away. The country supports it, and Congress should act now. Look, in conclusion, as we gather here tonight, the image of a violent mob assaulting this Capitol, desecrating our democracy, remain vivid in all our minds. Lives were put at risk, many of your lives. Lives were lost. Extraordinary courage was summoned. The insurrection was an existential crisis, a test of whether our democracy could survive, and it did. But the struggle is far from over. The question of whether our democracy will long endure is both ancient and urgent. As old as our republic, still vital today. Can our democracy deliver on its promise that all of us, created equal in the image of God, had a chance to lead lives of dignity, respect, and possibility? Can our democracy deliver to the most pressing needs of our people? Can our democracy overcome the lies, anger, hate, and fears that have pulled us apart? America's adversaries, the autocrats of the world, are betting we can't. And I promise you they're betting we can't. They believe we're too full of anger and division and rage. They look at the images of the mob that assaulted the Capitol as proof that the sun is setting on American democracy. But they're wrong. You know it, I know it. But we have to prove them wrong.
What's the new Gamba?
Democracy
What's
still
this
works,
one?
that our government still works, and we can deliver for our people. In our first 100 days together, we've acted to restore people's faith in democracy to deliver. We're vaccinating the nation. We're creating hundreds of thousands of new jobs.
There's no way
We're
marijuana
delivering real
reform
results
he'll
to
ever
people. They
mention
can
it.
see
He
it,
doesn't
feel it in their
believe
own
in it.
lives. Opening doors of opportunity, guaranteeing some more fairness and justice. That's the essence of America. That's democracy in action. Our Constitution opens with the words, as trite as it sounds, we the people. Well, it's time to remember that we the people are the government. You and I. Not some force in a distant capital. Not some powerful force that we have no control over. It's us. It's we the people. In another era, when our democracy was tested, Franklin Roosevelt reminded us, in America, we do our part. We all do our part. That's all I'm asking. That we do our part, all of us. And if we do that, we will meet the center challenge of the age by proving that democracy is durable and strong. Autocrats will not win the future. We will. America will. And the future belongs to America. As I stand here tonight before you in a new and vital hour of life and democracy of our nation, and I can say with absolute confidence, I have never been more confident or optimistic about America. Not because I'm president, because of what's happening with the American people. We've stared into the abyss of insurrection and autocracy, pandemic and pain. And we, the people, did not flinch. At the very moment our adversaries were certain we'd pull apart and fail, we came together, we united. With light and hope, we summoned a new
Instead of we the people, how about weed the people?
Us
That's
to
pretty
win
good.
the competition of the 21st century.
That was Moderna exiting.
On our way to a union more perfect, more prosperous, and more just. As one people, one nation, and one America. Folks, as I told every world leader I've ever met with over the years, it's never, ever, ever been a good bet to bet against America, and it still isn't. We're the United States of America. There's not a single thing, nothing beyond our capacity. We can do whatever we set our minds to if we do it together. So let's begin to get together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you for your patience.
There it is, boys. Now, all right, before we move on
That was
for
President Joe Biden
some reacts, before I get to the reacts, it's top of the hour every hour. It's time for a 60-second ad break. We, the people, are going to watch an ad break, and then I'm going to give you my thoughts. If you want an ad-free broadcasting experience, all you need to do is subscribe. You could do it for $5 or for free. Sorry to the believers. He did not say weed. I don't know why the fuck you believe that he would actually bring that up. But here's the ad break coming to you right now. If you have an Amazon Prime account, you can connect it to your Twitch. You get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite streamer, or you can use it on me. Get it? Because I'm probably not your favorite streamer. Just kidding. I am your favorite streamer, motherfucker. Anyway, here's the 1-minute ad break now. Okay. So, let me tell you something, folks. This was pretty good. This was pretty good. Obviously, it's still missing student loan debt relief, right? That's pretty fucking not great. That's not very poggers. But ultimately, a lot of this was basically like, I mean, listen, my man stole Bernie's flow. You know what I mean? And in a good way. And I'm very happy about it. Now, do I believe that he's actually going to follow through on this? Or do I believe the Democratic Party is going to follow through on the promises? I don't know. There was no health care mentioned with the exception of expansion on, with the expansion of like more benefits or Medicaid, Medicare. Not expansion necessarily, but subsidies. My dad said he's a clone. Yeah, they copy Bernie's style. Now all of them want mimic. Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't think that it's going to happen. Drug prices were mentioned. Yes, that was good. That is kind of weird that Republicans don't clap to the same shit that they clapped when Donald Trump was saying it. But I guess that's not kind of weird. What did AOC say? Not enough credit is given to the countless activist organizers and advocates whose relentless work is why we are even hearing anything about universal child care, white supremacy, terrorism, labor, and living wages tonight. Yet we cannot stop until it's done. Keep going. Yes, this is true. They only clapped for cancer, and in the end, yes.
Right now is striking. President Biden is staying in the chamber. Normally, it's noisy. People are milling around, but there are so few people there. They've gathered in the front of the House.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck if they literally are. Like, you think I give a fuck if they called Medicare for All the Biden-Obama program? I don't give a shit. I don't even give a fuck if they call it Trump care, motherfucker. I care about actual policies getting passed, right? So I'm kind of happy about what I just saw here. It was a pretty solid speech. No cannabis legalization. That's not happening. I've told you already. That's not happening, okay? That's not fucking happening. It is a slam dunk proposal. It is literally a fucking slam dunk proposal. Extremely popular, like broadly popular, slam dunk fucking policy position that will literally allow Democrats to win elections, okay? That would allow Democrats to sweep the goddamn midterms. It's not happening.
Madam Vice President, he said no president has said those words and it's about time. That really got to the heart of this moment, really pausing to take in the fact that that is happening, that it's such a moment in history, so striking to see him there. Then the president really went on a speech that went through a lot of different areas, including the fact that he really wants Congress to act. He gave them a deadline.
Sans React TLDR solid for the bar for Biden. No. This is not a solid bar for Biden. This is a solid bar in general. I'm not saying this is good for Biden. I'm saying this is a good speech overall. This was very good. Clear-cut, well-defined policy positions all the way from labor. I mean, obviously, the foreign policy is going to be dog shit. Immigration is going to be dog shit. Those are always going to be dog shit Democratic Party positions that are borderline reactionary or just straight up reactionary. The fact that there's no weed marijuana legalization at the federal level, not great. The fact that there is no what else was there? Oh, no student loan debt abolition, cancellation, whatever, not great. But ultimately, It's really good. Could you be more positive or give us some sort of this so we can do the push our representatives to pass HR1? It's outside of our hands. I saw what happened with the $15 minimum wage, ladies and gentlemen. I saw what happened with $15 minimum wage as a basic, like it's basically what's going to happen all the time. Like, extremely anti-China, pro-World War III. I mean, extremely anti-China is the way going forward, right? So no matter what happens, you're always going to hear anti-Chinese sentiment. That is more so about attitude shifting against China, new Cold War scare, new Red Scare is the Chinese Communist Party. And Biden acted like he couldn't have gotten the 15-hour minimum wage by overriding a parliamentarian. Oh no, he could have. The real hurdle beyond that would have been Manchin, Sinema, Hasan, and the numerous other senators that were either quietly or very loudly against adding $15 minimum wage onto the reconciliation bill, right? Or oh my God, what am I saying? My brain is I can't do this anymore. I'm like, no discussion of ending the filibuster means 100% bullshit. Not necessarily. Ultimately, I think that this is hopeful stuff. It's unique to have a president even mention this shit. Not just mention it, but also mention it while tagging it along with an actual clear-cut, well-defined policy. Like, presidents fucking talk about, oh yeah, labor, really important, whatever. Like, that stuff is bullshit if you don't have, like, the PRO Act, for example. Like, calling that out by name is really good. I guess the only areas that I would have issue with, the only areas where it could be better, is when Biden does not use the bully pulpit to very aggressively whip the Democratic Party and even Republicans. And I think that's a weakness. I think that modern day presidents have to do that. Modern day presidents should be doing that. Partisan lines are very well defined at this point. You suffer only when you have internally an obstructionist person in your caucus. And I really do think that it should not be allowed. Like, you literally should not allow, I mean, you don't allow progressives to fucking come out and speak out against your policies. What the fuck? Why are they zooming into the hand? You do not allow progressives to come out and speak out against your policies when they're fucking literally correct. So why the fuck do you allow Democrats that are centrists or moderates to straight up stop you? So, yeah. Did you mean to say, oh, Biden? Yes, I followed it up by saying, oh, Biden-Bama. Yes, I said it on purpose. So, cutting down the proliferation of ghost guns is never going to be effective unless they regulated parts other than the receiver, which the current proposal does not. Yeah. That stuff is really, that's nothing. Listen, guys, as someone who's talked about ghost guns for fucking years at this point, let me tell you something. It's not like a serious fucking, it's not like it's like bump stocks. It's not getting to the heart of the problem. I mean, it's still progress. Who gives a shit? Good. You know, any sort of legislative move that further adds restrictions to like the way guns are manufactured or sold is good in my book, because America desperately needs it. Gun regulation, gun control is something that America desperately needs, right? So, but ultimately, like, ghost guns, the real problem isn't like 3D printers. It's incredibly hard to enforce. The real problem is the fucking parts that you can very easily purchase on the internet. You make the receiver on your own, sure, but then you literally put it together like a goddamn IKEA, like it's a fucking Lego kit. So it's sad that we didn't mention a public option or any healthcare plan for that matter. Oh, dude, I mean, I fucking called this. Remember when liberals were mad at me? Remember when liberals were upset at me when I said, like, I don't think Joe Biden is going to lend any time to even the public option. And they were like, Hasan, you're so fucking stupid. It's too early. It's too early. What happened? So I was fucking right. He's not talking about public option at all. It's really fucked up. So, I mean, that's true. It was too early. Yeah, but that was a speculation that I had. And liberals were like, you're wrong. He is going to care about public option. Look, he fucking doesn't. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Okay, I'm sorry it's not the time, but you look so fucking good today. I can't. Oh, thank you. He did say healthcare is a right, not a privilege. Who gives a fuck? He said that during the fucking... My friends, Joe Biden said healthcare is a right, not a privilege during the fucking campaign as well. And then he literally followed that up by saying... He followed it up by saying that he would veto Medicare for all if it came to his desk. So... That is literally meaningless, okay? Like, straight up meaningless.